was wondering where my microphone was. As I opened my drawer, and it's usually right front and center. Not this time. I was a little scared. There we go. I gotta close this damn drawer. Stanley, the parable. Okay, that does work. Cool. Now I'm gonna go make myself a drink. Oh yeah. I really like this game. Try to get all the endings and secrets. Most of the fun is getting those and listening to the narrator. Good luck. Have I played this game before? No. Please adjust the slider and so your computer is barely visible. That would be technically that. I can actually barely... Maximum. I always like to have it a higher brightness than it suggests, simply because when it does shit like that, I don't like current time. 10... Alright, hold on. 10... 7. A little late, but it's whatever. Oh shit. Accessibility says can you say from the main menu. Got it. I know this is a walking sim that's actually fun. I played walking sims and most of the time it's just walking. Granted, I'm pretty sure that... Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Most of the time they're just... The only way to make them good is to have a good narrator. That's about it. As we're getting all the endings, we'll see.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh, you're 7 numbers away from the funny number.
Job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came.
Wait, no, that's a Half-Life model.
Desk, telling him what
I've seen that from Gary's mod. What the fuck?
How long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee
press J for 28 milliseconds. How do you count that?
Of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
I don't know how I'd feel about that job, to be honest.
Was happy.
He's just a box. I don't know how I'd feel about that job, honestly.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
That was another thing I wanted to mention. Where's everyone else? He's in a room by himself. This man is isolated.
This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Nice. I hate Mondays. I know this is a very meta game, so everything I do is going to get commented on, and every little thing I fuck up is going to be ostracized. Yo, I have finger pushing buttons. Yeah, it's making a noise. I love how you can hear the clock too. No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I enjoy games like this. This is why my favorite Half-Life mod, when it comes to stupid shit, is break the boxes and watching paint dry. They're both so meta. You could follow the instructions and do as you're told. Or you could fuck around and find out. There's legit no one here. Oh, my left click also does it, not just my E. I prefer E to be interact. Left click is shoot. Give me... Okay, I thought something was happening. Octodad was pretty funny, too. But it was very basic
when
humor.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, humor. He entered the door on his left.
Alright, I'll follow your words, Magic Man. But only for now. Yeah, Stanley Parable came out when meta horror wasn't the Zoomer humor.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
didn't
decided to go up to his boss's
Octodad come out
office,
before Stanley Parable? How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. I was reading that, sir. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure you slide as a click blue button on the header and throw levels some... Fuck. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. Which one am I? Oh, no, that's the joke. I'm sorry, right-click moves me forward? No. Why? Why am I given this power? Oh, I guess this is for, like, one-handed people. That makes sense. Understandable. You know what? I'm gonna pretend to be one-handed. Actually, at this point, I might as well, because one hand's got a beer in it. Or... drink in it. Boom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Why is the boss on the top floor? This is a nice office. Executive bathroom. Yo. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Oh no. But why, though? I'm going back to the normal WASD. Nothing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret
Tell me the
PIN
pin.
number. 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
So with these games, you always got to do what he says. Stanley Parable is also a short game, but the DLC content gives you kind of more plot with our hero Stanley. Nice. Well, it's a good thing I got the Deluxe Edition then. You know what? I'm not going to question anything. I'm going to follow the director. The narrator. Because really, who am I but a man who follows orders? Loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Don't do it.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh nice, am I a robot? How much you want to bet that the Deluxe
Stanley walked
DLC is
straight
just
ahead
going to
through
be
the
mind
large
control
door that
facility?
read
Oh no,
mind
escape.
control
No.
facility.
Mind control. I saw an escape. Now I have an alternate route. Let's go. Button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Why does this look
What
like
horrible
the...
secret
So
did
you
this
ever know
place
about the
hold?
dome in
Stanley
X-Men?
thought to himself.
It's like
Did he
Charles
have the
Xavier's
strength
dome.
to find out.
I like the idea of this just being underneath my office space. And the best part is that there's more office space.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their
Wait,
true
427,
nature
where am I?
revealed.
427.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Fired. Employee 601 fired. Why? Oh, that's not me. Wait, hold on. 601 fired. There's a desk at the beginning. But if I go to the escape
This
route...
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really
This is
been
those
under someone's
sniff every
control
single
all this
angle
time?
you can.
Was this the
There
only
might be
reason
something
he
you
was happy
missed.
with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it
Probably.
even possible?
Maybe.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Possibly.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Mind control
Controls
offline.
labeled with emotions.
Press the button.
Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, honestly, you could literally beat this game in like 5 minutes. Quote unquote, beat the game in 5 minutes. Oh. Well, now I got several things to do. I gotta redo that and hit the on button. Well, what do I do after?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
This feels like someone made a game, made it a 5-minute game. They realized, what if I had a bunch of
He had
Easter
won.
eggs?
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's
seriously, we
grasp?
disabled it. You can't
What
jump.
other mysteries did this strange
Reward for
building
getting your first
hold?
achievement.
But as
Awarded for getting...
sunlight
Wait, what?
streamed
What did it
into the
say?
chamber, he
Awarded for
realized
getting
none
any
of this
other
mattered to him.
achievement
For
first.
it was not knowledge or
Oh,
even
no.
power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Wait,
Perhaps
is E the
his
jump
goal
button?
had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
Yo.
And that was all he needed to know.
Why does it look like Middle
It was
America?
perhaps the only thing.
Sorry, no, this
worth
looks like
knowing.
Wyoming. My bad.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Hold on, what the fuck? No, let me go.
Stanley
No, I
felt
want to
the
see what it
cool
looked like.
breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation.
How much you want to bet this is all
The
fake?
immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Damn, I was hoping you'd run into a cardboard wall. Complete the Stanley Parable. Yes! Alright, game's over. Thank you for coming to the stream. I'll see you next week. That took 5 goddamn minutes. Alright, let's see what we can find now. So they
All of
mentioned
his
like
co-workers were
601.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Shut up. I didn't miss nothing.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
It didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Listen, I'm here to play the story how I want. Now, where's
Stanley
601?
looked,
He's the one
he
that's
couldn't
fired. He's the
find
one I
a
want to look
trace of
at.
his co-workers.
Can't take that. Wait. Nothing. Is it going down? It's going down. So, wait. Yeah. No. Ooh, 420. Okay, can't do anything with that.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office
You're damn
because he
right.
doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
I'm not an environmental cuer. I am a social cuer. Can I go over there? I feel like I should be able to go over there. 4B3. Where's 601?
When Stanley came to a set
Fuck
of two
you.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Probably. So I'm going up now. Hey, nice. That's actually a nice lounge.
Truly a
Except it's
room
tripping
worth
hazard.
admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
What's all the coffee
Stanley
mugs?
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Gotcha. Does that say Dell?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really
Ocean.
worth it.
Plants? Sorry, I'm not a plant killer. I don't eat vegan food.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
Nice.
and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Wait, 1020.
It's possible.
Oh, fuck,
that
the
this is
clocks in
why
game actually
everyone
match
left.
mine. That's kind of cool. Let's see if it changed at the same time, too.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
It lied to me. It's not the right time.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the
453.
first open door on his left to get back to business.
No. I'm looking for something specific. Exclusively room 601.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You know what? This is a bit unsafe.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Oh, I can probably get through that
I'm
door.
not
Hold
your
on.
enemy, really, I'm not. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
That is a lethal
Good
company
job,
moment.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. Glad you noticed. All right, let me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
We'll go back
mean?
to 601
Stanley
later.
decided to go to the meeting room.
We'll do what
Perhaps
he
had
wants to
simply
say
missed a memo.
for now. Ooh, tentacle hands. And then we'll turn the mind control on. After we turn the mind control on,
When Stanley
we'll
came
escape
to a
this
set of
place
two open doors,
in a
he
different
entered the door on his
timeline.
left.
Excuse me. I wonder if the
Yet there
passcode is
was
the
not a
same.
single person here
Don't
either.
talk, don't get fired.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided
Wait.
to go up to his boss's office,
Aha!
hoping he might. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Yeah, that's when there's something here. What's up? Wait, no. Did I see something? I think I saw something.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow.
That's a wrench from
just
Team
an
Fortress
empty
2.
broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Can I jump? I know I got an achievement that says I can't jump, but can you like let me jump? So we did. Little jump. Little
It was
jump.
baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Oh, I ain't sitting. I'm
He wasn't
moving.
even
I'm
doing
grooving.
anything.
I'm finding.
At least if there
I'm
was something to
jiving.
interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Doing sweet fuck all. What is this narrator?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes, I was
Standing
taking my
around
drink.
Doing nothing? Why?
I was doing
Please offer me some
something.
explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Explanation. You know what? Just because you want to test me, is that a golden wrench?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, At least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
And now, you have. You're welcome. I feel like you and GLaDOS would get along very smoothly.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this
The
concerning.
narrator's the best. I love it when the narrator just like... It's not swearing, but it's
Stanley
basically
was
swearing.
fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Okay.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Wow.
That or with drug money.
Oh,
Also, Stanley is
okay.
addicted to drugs and hookers.
Probably. I don't know, who is Stanley? He looks like a Half-Life model, so if I had to guess, probably
Well, I've
being
come to a very
solicited by
definite
either
conclusion
Gordon
about what's
or
going on right
one of the
now.
many scientists.
You're dead.
What?
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
What?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer
It's a very
is
nice game. It's
dead.
a very nice closet.
They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove
This
their
isn't
corpse
even
from the
scripted, by
area
the way.
and instruct another human
This
to take
is
their place,
someone
making
who
sure
just
they understand
said,
basic first-person
Person A
video game
walks into a broom
mechanics
closet and
filling
doesn't
them
come
in on the
out, and
history
next
of
line, roll
narrative
with it.
tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game
As
is
is.
not lost on them.
Nice.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Done with what? What am I doing? I honestly forgot. I just kind of wanted to go walk in here because I saw a bunch of stuff. And at some point, you're going to turn this game into a survival crafting. Like, I forgot what island game it was. The one with the sharks. That isn't Raft. Raft is a good one. I like Raft. There's actually something in here. I don't know what this is. I know about the Broom Closet. I've seen this game before. But I've never seen the DLCs. I know very little. I know there was an escape, but that's because I ran past it. I only know about the Broom Closet because I watched, I think it was Markiplier. It will just lose his shit over it. There's literally nothing in here, is there? But the Broom Closet ending, woo. If I just stand here and just wait. What's he gonna do? Cry about it? He told you there's nothing. Yeah, he also is a big, fat, ugly, stupid pants liar. Fine.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Second player. I actually just died, and he just believes. Yeah, this is definitely someone else. It's fucking smarter, I hope. Also, what is this? Nice soap. God damn, it's bright outside. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be if I had to pick just one. Ho, ho, ho. Calm down there, Jeff Bezos. Excuse me. The beige pages. The beige. Ooh. What the fuck? Business strategy. Okay. Hey, nice. So, like, what did I walk into? I couldn't get... I couldn't get into that room on my previous playthrough, so... Music's coming over here. What, are you singing to this? Why is there like an icon that tells me there's something there? Are you just floating? Is the narrator just floating around me? Wait. Boo-boo. Okay, this is where I came from. Is this elevator actually nothing? It's just, oh yeah, it vibrates a little bit and you listen to elevator music. Congratulations. That's all it is. God damn it. I've been tricked.
Stepping into his manager's office,
This game is
Stanley
a
was
troll.
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
It's narrator.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed.
You voiced like
for a
30
few
dialogues in the
moments with
elevator, I
some
guess.
calming New Age music.
Calming New Age music. 30 minutes of dialogue, I guess. You guess. What do you mean, you guess? If I go back there and sit for 30
Feeling
minutes,
soothed and rejuvenated,
are we just gonna
Stanley
listen?
calmly walked forward
Oh, no.
into the opened passageway.
Nah. I mean, I'll do it. Just to spite you. Just to spite everyone. I don't even know if I can feel spite right now. Ever since I got my wax burner this morning, my room smells so goddamn good. I can't even be angry. Not like I was at Phoenix Wright yesterday with the stupid, like, he wore the costume of a person. There go, it's that person. I still need to download those and put them on YouTube unedited. I am going to be thrown in prison.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
I don't even know what
horrible
happened
secret
yesterday
did
other than
this
we got through the
place
last
hold?
half
Stanley
of
thought to himself.
Phoenix
Did
Wright.
he
It took
have
us
the
6
strength
bloody
to
hours.
find out.
6 bloody hours. Which means, had I not had a problem with my sound card, brother, we would have been another 12-hour
Now,
stream.
monitors jumped to
What
life.
happened? Hold on,
Their
something
true
just popped up
nature
on this thing.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored.
I don't know
this
what that
place
was about, but I
where freedom
genuinely
meant
saw
nothing.
something. The monitor showed just enough of a thing to catch my attention.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
It
Had
couldn't
Stanley
be.
really been under someone's control all this time? Was this
All right,
the only
well, what if we
reason
turn
he
the
was
mind
happy
control
with his
on?
boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
A
own
lot of
life
a good chunk
in
of the monitors
someone
aren't
else's
even,
control?
properly
Never.
aligned.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
Live?
that this machinery
That actually
would
worked. I
never
pressed the
again
button and worked.
exert
Wait, there.
its
Hold on. There's other
terrible
numbers in
power
there.
over another human
That's
life.
probably the last one I gotta
For
press.
he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oops.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Aw.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are sent to
fall off
explode,
really?
eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say,
30 seconds.
2 minutes.
I'll take it.
Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Let's get the fuck
It's
out of
your
here.
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
Oh,
What a
there's several
shame we have
buttons
so
in
little
here.
time
Okay,
left to
there's
enjoy
5
it.
over there.
Mere
Ah.
moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More
But what
time
if I
to
wait
talk
it
about
out?
you, about
It's just
me,
2 minutes
where
after
we're
all.
going,
It's probably up here.
what all this means. I
4,
barely know
fuck.
where to
So
start.
5 is in there, 4, 3.
What's that?
Where's 2 and 1?
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right.
1,
I'm in a
2,
good mood.
3,
You're gonna
4,
die anyway.
5.
I'll
Gotcha.
tell you exactly what happened to them.
Tell me.
I erased them. I turned off
Hey.
the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Wow.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
Don't do it.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
I'm confused.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw
3
that
attempts
timer
remaining.
that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen.
Console disabled.
clicking
No
on
backup
every
power to
little
activate
thing in this
backup
room.
power. What the fuck's
These
backup
numbered
power?
buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything,
look for a
anything.
green
Something
button?
here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
Yeah, there is a button
One
order. Can't remember
soul.
which ones, but I remember
Do you
it's
have
simple when you
any
know it.
idea what
Yeah.
your purpose in this place is?
1 in blue.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
Activate button
It's a
hint.
tragedy.
Dark blue.
You
Button
wanted to
hints
control this
provided.
world,
Continue.
that's fine. But
Button
I'm
hit
going to
dark
destroy
blue.
it first.
Goodbye, employee
So
427.
you
What do you mean goodbye? I didn't do anything wrong.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big
there's
boom and
purple.
then nothing. No ending here.
Also, I love that it knows which employee I am.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
It just happens. Alright, well, I guess we're just going to escape next. Because we did a thing, and I feel like we're not really going to do a finish doing thing until we realize what in the hell is going
All of
on.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I love missing memos. The end is never the end, it never is the end. In the end, it's not the end.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What time is it? Why does it still say 10:20? No, we're not even close to that.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Be unbelievable,
Feeling a
do
wave of
unbelievably amazing
disbelief,
work all the time,
Stanley
every day, with no
decided to go
expectation
up
of
to his
promotion or
boss's
recognition.
office,
You can also go
hoping
for
he
the other
might
endings
find
first.
an
I
answer
could, but the
there.
problem is, I feel like if I'm gonna go for other endings, I'm
Coming to
just,
a
I'm not
staircase,
gonna go the escape route
Stanley
because that seems the
walked
most
upstairs
obvious
to
right
his
now.
boss's office.
If I do the other endings first, this is not a speed run though. This is me exploring what the hell I
Okay,
have
we
and
all
have
know
not
the
done.
drill
And
by
luckily,
now.
the
Blah,
achievements
blah,
are here to
blah.
help me.
Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
What?
Quelle surprise.
He's actually remember what's going on prior. Oh, you can actually see these. Nice. The achievements should tell me. I'm also quit the game, then start it again. Click on 435 times. What the fuck?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
And he keeps going.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and
Try
get
to avoid
back
spoilers.
on track.
I don't think achievements can spoil. Granted, I feel like that's less
At this
spoiler
point,
and more of
Stanley
just,
was
hey, yeah,
making a
try this,
conscious,
dumbass.
concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah, this is a long-ass hallway. Unending doom. Oh, hey, is this
As the machine
the
went
cutting
into
chamber
motion
from Doom?
and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Damn.
And so he resigned
Why does
and
this look like
willingly
the back room's a
accepted
portal?
this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye. There's probably a button I can press. Oh?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
Hey!
as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Or so you thought. Boxes. I'm glad to know there was a garbage chute. The Stanley Parable. Hooray.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
The fuck
When
kind of room
every
is
path
this?
you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
Oh,
death
no?
becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see
Office
now?
layout.
Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Damn. I just got here. The office. Door 1. Door 2. Door 3. Button sounds. I like sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game was when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. A mixture. Office computers. That did nothing. Dead right. And then you click start. Dead right when he clicked start. Solitaire. Off. Employee database. Off. We have no employees. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, screens from the development of the boss's office. Oh, it was just a fucking chamber with some chairs. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's like a nice museum in here. The lounge. Underground, early version of the underground portion of the game.
Upward to the power source at the top of the facility.
Narration
to end
outtake.
this injustice.
This is gonna be you if you don't get your grades
Stanley
up.
stood on the roof.
Sergeant, please. I'm in straight D students. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue in the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are the clips of early takes that are not used in the final game.
Well, try the other one then. Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
I don't know if the guy's taking the piss or if he's genuinely being told to read that. The clock. Yeah, great. It's still wrong. Freedom ending. The very first incarnation of freedom ending in Games Alpha. Why is everything so bricky? The countdown disc from an early version of the countdown ending. Freedom ending. The freedom ending and the existed in beta. 48 green. I don't get it. Zending. What? The scientific screenshots depict an early version of the ending of the Zending, which is eventually cut and merged in with another part of the game. The fuck? Zending model. Do you think they made this shit in their actual houses? The game is now paused. Escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I'll get promoted to LT eventually. Zending levers. Yeah. I don't like that. I'm walking away from that. The apartment timer. The cargo lift. Second version is functionally the same as its final, but he wanted to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. It's just a moving room. I don't like that it was weird looking, though. It spooked me. I felt like it was coming closer to me. How do people feel about becoming a sergeant? You will have people under you. Don't really care for it. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development. Each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. Damn, how old is this game? That was 10 years ago. This is the first one. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of Stanley Parable. Neat. Where am I? How do I get out of here? Meeting room. One option. One doorway. Obey. First choice. Obey, disobey. Lounge. Maintenance. It goes back to there. 2 options. The confusion ending. What? Maintenance layout. The flow of the hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. The vent. One option. Confusion. The confusion ending is still there as far as I know. They all say the confusion ending. So, option 1, doorway to the go to lounge, maintenance. Doorway to maintenance. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Why? Maintenance. Okay, so that's a confusion ending. That's telling me something. But which version is what we got? The doorway with maintenance allowing the original back on the track option. Okay. What's gonna happen is we're gonna go to the lounge. We're gonna sit in the maintenance for a maintenance room. Disobey, lounge, maintenance, and just stand there for a while, I guess. The office. There's some cool stuff in here, I guess, but now I feel like I'm just lost. 427. That's my office. Why does one have 2 computers and one has only 1? And now, okay, that just almost terrible. Game design mock-up. Dear God. It's definitely Portal-based. This was the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of the level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout of mock-up is still the same. Instead of having concrete floors and it looks like a Portal map to, yeah, it's an actual office now. Countdown room. An early version of it. Oh, hey.
Oh, look at these 2. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Freedom!
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh, fuck.
Listen to me. You can still save those 2. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Quit to menu. Absolutely quit. And then... Honestly, it's just absolute quitting is the only thing I know about. Developed by Crows. That sounds familiar. Written by Davey Redden. Why? It is currently... Oh, shit, hold on. Let me go backwards. Oh, no. Hang on. Said quit. There was no quit button. There was just... Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave it at 12 and call it a day. Oh, no. But we're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Oh, no. Why is this meta, too? Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Bro, what is this game?
This is the story.
This is definitely a story. Quit the game and then start it again. Hell yeah!
What could it mean? Stanley decided
There was also
to
a
go
door
to
it
the
had
meeting
open. I
room.
think it was
Perhaps
like...
he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Where's my recognition?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Just give me my reward. Watching paint dry.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417? Where? 417. I know you're here. Aha!
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. I think this is one back here.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
Also,
now,
I realize these doors are not numbered right.
415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437.
Let's go. The things they do for achievements.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where's that? Where is it?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I don't know, the game explains more about free will than school does. Does it? My free will is just pressing buttons.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Where's that? 416 is over here. Just give me that damn achievement.
We've almost got it!
So
Now
excited.
the copy machine, do that one again!
He almost sounds like Nigel Thornberry. Smashing.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Nice.
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I was thinking he was worth 5 little clicks. What is anything else in the achievements? Why is it all 8s? Test achievement description, replace this. Setting all the sliders of the menu to all the available numbers. Another 4 minutes, 22 seconds, not including load times. Don't play the single player for 10 years. Alright. Play single player for the entire duration of a Tuesday. I don't think I have Tuesdays. Bro.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open
What are
doors.
these
He entered
achievements?
the door on his left.
Now, when it says 10 years, I'm pretty sure I could just do what I did on the Xbox 360 back with Fable 2.
Yet there was not
And
a
just
single
change
person
my
here
time an
either.
extra 10 years, come back, play the game, be like,
Feeling a
yes,
wave of
it's actually been about
Stanley
10 years.
decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I want to try to do the button ending again. GG, let's go. Does anyone ever remember doing that? Did anyone ever do that growing up? Hey, yeah, here's the Fable
Stepping into his
button.
manager's office, Stanley was once again
Playing
stunned
Fable,
to
you gotta
discover
gain
not an
monies,
indication
otherwise the
of
world
any human
ends.
life.
And then you have to decide, hey, yeah, do I want to
Stanley
keep my
wondered in
promises or
disbelief
actually make the
who
money so we don't
orchestrated
die?
this. What dark secret was being held from him?
And you're thinking,
What he
okay,
could
well,
not
I can
know
buy every
was that
piece
the
of land,
keypad behind the
set the
boss's
taxes
desk
to
guarded
maximum,
the terrible
and then
truth
wait, and
that
you
his
realize
boss
this is
had
taking
been
too long.
keeping from
So
him.
you look up, hey, how
And
do you
so
make
the
money
boss had
fast?
assigned
And
him
the only
an
thing you really
extra
found
secret
was
PIN
this thing
number.
telling you,
2845. But of course,
change the
Stanley
Xbox
did
time
it by
thing
simply pushing random buttons
to
on
whatever
the
time you want, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 years ahead of time, and there's no limit. It's not like a phone game where it stops at 2
He
hours.
stepped into the newly opened passageway.
You essentially had infinite money, and all you had to do is set your timer back, save the game again, and do that process again. It didn't take your money away. It didn't give you. It
Descending
didn't
deeper
suck
into
you.
the building,
It didn't suck your money
Stanley
out of your
realized he
pocket.
felt a bit
You're not in
peculiar.
debt for doing it.
It was a
It isn't the
stirring of
PayPal
emotion in
money
his
glitch.
chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
While he's talking, I'm gonna go make another drink.
The lights rose
I
on
still
an
want to find
enormous
room
room
door
packed with
601.
television screens.
That's got to be around
What
here
horrible
somewhere.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Be right back.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I almost forgot the most important thing. My glass. Oh yeah. More paraboling. Fired. Employee 601.
This mind control
Pirate.
facility, it was too horrible to
Hello,
believe it
Blake.
couldn't
How
be
you
true.
do? I'm
Had
looking for
Stanley
pirates
been
and
under
fired
someone's
people.
control all this time?
Also, which
Was
one
this the
was
only reason He
pirate?
was happy with his boring job, that his emotions had been manipulated
465.
to accept it blindly.
464 and 4. Okay, one's just pirate. Got it. Why?
No.
He doesn't exist.
He refused
He's not
to
documented.
believe it.
He's an
He
illegal.
couldn't accept
Well,
it.
how are you? I'm
His
doing
own
great.
life in
We've gotten
someone
ourselves
else's
blown up.
control.
We've gotten ourselves
Never.
almost crushed.
It was
We found a way
unthinkable.
to make the
Wasn't
timer
it?
like us.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent
It
his
even told me to put in
entire
my favorite
life
time.
utterly blind
Which
to
I
the
think-
world?
What is my
Here was the
favorite
proof.
time?
The heart of the operation.
I'd have to say
Controls labeled
2
with
o'clock in the
emotions,
afternoon.
Happy or sad or content.
I don't know why.
Walking,
It just feels
eating,
right.
Working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Mind control
And as the
system
cold
continue?
reality of his
Yes.
past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what
I'd
you wanted?
imagine the buttons I need to
Control?
press are number and color.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
Because it constantly
You
tells
were
me a
supposed
number
to
and then a
go,
color, and there's
turn the
several
controls
colors.
off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do
A
much
lot of
better
buttons,
than
though.
that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this
Console
machine is
disabled.
activated
Why,
without proper
though?
DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say,
What are you drinking? Jack and Coke.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You
Oh,
are the
of course.
star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
So once,
this is much better than what I had in
one
mind.
red.
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Incorrect.
But
I
what
don't
precious
get it.
Moments each one of them is. More time to
Active
talk
button
about
hint,
you,
dark blue,
about
3.
me, where we're going.
Dark blue,
What all this
3.
means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before
I
you're
really do
obliterated.
not understand this.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I
Erased.
turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying
So it's
alone.
red 1.
Other times, I let the office
I
sink
think
into
that's
the
a 1.
ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Oh!
Oh dear me,
Look it up
what's the
online.
matter,
Never.
Stanley?
It's cheating.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're
Hmm.
supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume
Or go
you
for the
saw
other
a
endings.
timer, that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
4
Do you
yellow.
think
4
that,
is up
Stanley?
here.
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
I decide my purpose in this place.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a
Okay, those are just permanently
you
broken.
wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you...
I didn't do anything.
Take a
Goodbye,
look at the clock,
bruh.
Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you
No
being
ending.
blown to pieces. Will you
No, not
cling
discussions,
desperately to your frail
guides.
life,
I just
or
want to
will you let
understand
it
the
go
buttons.
peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
How to unlock
It's
Zapatron?
all
I
the
feel like
same
that's
to me,
bullshit. How to
all
get the
part
super
of the
outside
joke.
without
And
hacks.
believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I feel like most of it is just gonna be the super outside achievement. Fine, we'll look it up. So, having pressed the on switch, the screen will show loading mind control, blah blah. During the countdown, the narrator reads truth. When the countdown ends, bomb ends, and restarting the game. That's the bomb ending. Holy shit, there's so many endings. There's like 10 different endings for the left door and 8 for the right. Does not require the 2 doors open. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll figure those out later. That's just the name of them. The original Half-Life 2 of the countdown didn't appear on the screen, but only on top of your field of view. Like those highly different, except for the first line stays the same. There's got to be a way to do that. Also, bucket. There's a bucket I can have? Where's that bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
You think the
room.
bucket's in the
Perhaps
closet?
he had
It's gotta be
simply
in the
missed a
closet.
memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, alright, I'll do the different things because I frankly don't know where to
Truly
go.
a room worth admiring, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
Alright,
left.
you know what that means. There's a maintenance room
And
over
so
here.
he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, about that?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about.
I
and get
did,
even
actually.
further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, wow, asshole.
No,
Hey, no.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Say it so I go open the
It's
door.
clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Am I confusion?
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Why the lights on, sir? Stanley, I think you have something to tell. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding?
I guess there is no
It's all
employee
rubbish
601.
now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top. All
We'll
of his
try it
coworkers were
again.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait. The door's closed. Wait, you can close the door? But why? I feel like I'm definitely missing something here. So door that's not labeled, I feel like I should be opening regularly. Excuse me.
When Stanley...
The fuck?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Hello, pretty.
Sure
How
that
do?
it's here somewhere.
I hope you like confusion, because we're having a lot of that. Yeah. Holy shit, there's a lot of doors. I'm going to the one right over here. Can I? I can. Aha. Oh, you. Oh, wrong button. I was. Oh, you can't open the Half-Life menu. You can't cheat and go to the bad room. Where the fuck am I? Other than confused, apparently.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise
it's getting
you,
some backrooms
there definitely
vibe.
was
This is
a
what
story here
this is the
before.
backrooms before the backrooms.
Do we need to restart the game again?
Please don't. Last time
Well,
we started the game, shit got worse. Am I progressing infinitely towards
this.
an end?
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Why is it so bright? Oh no, my eyes. Hello, more,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
For some reason, I lost my ability to touch knobs. Alright, well, oh no.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
I knew it'd
I might
be
remembering this wrong.
Wait, is this
It's
one of those things
possible
where
the
it's only
story is
based off your
back where
memory?
we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Alright. Can I finally open the door? Can I finally go into the non-labeled, nondescript door? No? God. What?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
No, don't give me this
Story.
infinite hallway
Here it
bullshit.
comes.
Don't give me this
No,
Euclidean
wait, never
bullshit.
mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and
Jesus.
retrace our steps.
Oh my god, it's getting worse. Oh,
this-
now it's
Well, I'll be
Half-Life.
honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Where's the door?
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to
Fuck.
be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
You actually, I'm trapped otherwise. So at some point, okay. Oh my god.
All right, I've got a
Stanley
solution.
Parable Adventure
This
line.
time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure line.
Yay!
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
You know, it was pretty simple, but I think I still messed up.
No, I'm down. We're living it up to the line from now on.
Aww. Fine. Back to the adventure line. But what if there's adventure over here? Yo, someone's got solitaire. And they're losing. Adventure door? Adventure door. No more.
You see? The line knows where the story is.
What the
It's
fuck?
over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Cool.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Yes, I played
Simply
God
by
of War.
the act of moving
I'm
forward,
honestly, yeah,
are
that
we
it will be.
implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Probably.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Yeah, I don't know what
Well,
you're
I'd like
saying,
to
man.
apologize. Not sure where I was
I'm smart
going
enough for
with
that
all
shit, dude.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Wait, no, hold on. The adventure line made us go in a circle. Hold on. Wait, no. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. You're just infinitely looping me. You also blocked off the staircase. Oh, speaking of, that reminds me. I have other endings I need to find. Where is this line going? Wow. Narrator, please, make it stop. Make it stop. The adventure lines make... Yeah. Oh, no. I think the adventure line's confused. Frankly, so am I. 06. Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. Dallas was here? So loud, I can barely hear it through. My God. I can, bruh, make it stop. Dude, stop, please. Monthly ledgers, corporate imbalances, corporate Department of Corporations. I did not expect payday to mass. Granted, every nook and cranny's got a little secret, I guess.
Cut the music.
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
back and look at that fern.
Fern.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
How so?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You
Fanfic
won't
time.
want to miss
Oh no!
anything.
I studied the fern, but I have no idea why
Wait,
I...
what? We're back at the office? No.
The door!
Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, fuck off.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No! Listen, every time we restart, shit goes wrong. Please make it stop.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
A new door! I love new doors.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I would like the story to...
Oh, no, not you again.
The line.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Don't acknowledge it, TM, and we'll be fine. Oh, it's leaving. It's sad. Oh, this is new.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here,
Now,
it's
your Japanese counterpart.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
no.
In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Juanichi.
Just walk in circles for a
Oh,
minute.
fuck. Juanichi
Okay.
Garza or
So I know that
Junichi.
each door has to lead
Junichi
somewhere,
Garza. I like
which means
Junichi
that
better.
somewhere
It
the
sounds
place where
official.
we're trying to go,
My official
must be a
Japanese
reverse
counterpart.
door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Oh, you don't even give me a chance to go. What the fuck? Confusion ending.
Hold
We've
on,
been playing
what's
the
this?
confusion ending for 17 minutes.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Deviate for maintenance to end
It's
up
all
in the
one
fire.
giant
First
ending?
restart, second restart,
And we're
third
supposed
restart,
to restart
fourth
the game
restart, fifth
eight-
narrator forgets about
eight
previous
times?
restarts.
That's really how all this goes?
After a long time, Stanley dies.
It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes
Find the
blank
confusion ending,
simply
schedule
because it's
narrator
written here
restarts
on
the
this,
game. Fifth
this
restart,
thing.
narrator forgets about previous
wall.
restarts.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Oh, it didn't matter. The
I
choices
could
were all
have
the
seen all
same.
this.
Left or right.
Really?
It's still the room.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want
Stanley
the game
attempts to
keep
play the story, but is
restarting.
prevented
I
unable to
don't
go
want
anywhere or
forget
do
what's
anything. The
going on.
game restarts on
I
its
don't
own.
want to be
Sixth
trapped like
restart.
this.
Find the
I
line
won't
again. Begin following the
restart
line
the
in
game. I
identical
won't
replica of the
do
office
it. I
that
won't
has begun to
do it.
deteriorate.
I
Attempt to make a
won't
story
do
up
it.
here. Narrator starts the game. Seventh
And
restart.
the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The,
I think we broke the
whatever
cycle.
it
I
is
think we
that made
broke
this
something.
schedule? How would we even
This game is
know?
breaking what I'm supposed to be
someone
doing, and I have no
confess?
idea what to be doing.
Will something happen?
I'm not drunk enough to deal with this.
So, okay.
Ugh.
I guess now we just wait. You know.
What if I put
suppose
more
in
Jack
some
and
way
less
that
Coke?
This is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Restart.
Well, in the meantime, if you...
Jesus Christ, why that scared me. Fifth restart. Forget. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're gonna find the line again eventually. There's the line! It's different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's the line again, I think. No, that's not the line. That's just a piece of paper. You think I'm gonna find the bucket in the maintenance closet?
Yet there was not a single person here.
Because while I was
either.
looking for the button
Feeling
ending,
a wave of disbelief, Stanley
It mentioned
decided
a
to go up
bucket.
to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around.
what if I went
Coming to the
downstairs?
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
why does it look like hell? Okay, we're down here now.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
Hey,
His
you
boss
sit there
would
getting
think
paid
he
to
was
do nothing.
crazy.
I'll take it.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Oh no.
All of my co-workers
repeating.
blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this,
It's not
he
even letting
began
me
to
go
make
back.
other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Wait,
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
I didn't notice that.
And for
Why'd
that
you mention
matter,
it?
These rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley
1, 2,
said to himself,
B4.
this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last,
Hey.
he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers
the
weren't
dream logic.
actually gone.
Someone please
He
help.
wasn't
I'm very
going to lose
lost.
his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space
What?
on a magical starfield.
What?
And it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself?
Maybe.
Believing that if he's asleep,
This man has
he
not
doesn't
stopped
have to
talking this
take
entire time. I'm
responsibility
just
for
kind of waiting
himself.
to interject at this point, but I got
Stanley is as
nothing.
awake right
I might
now
actually be
as he's ever
given
been
that
in
I'm
his
not
life.
nothing new is happening. I might have time
Now,
to just
hearing the
make
voice
another
speak
drink
these words was quite a shock to
because I'm
Stanley.
feeling kind of
After all,
woozy.
he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Please
So
stop
he
closing
closed
behind
his
me.
eyes gently.
No, don't
and
close
he
the eyes. No,
invited
no, no, no,
himself
no,
to
no, no,
wake
no.
up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press
Oh,
of the
your blanket's
mattress on his
cold,
back,
ew.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my
We would
job.
say my Japanese name is
All
spelled
I
I'm
want is
fucking
my
sick.
life
Gunichi
exactly
Wagaza.
the way it's
Could
always
be loosely
been.
interpreted as first in the military,
My
seat of
life
the
is
self. What the
normal.
fuck?
I am
Seat
normal.
of the self.
Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Then he opened his eyes and realized not everything is okay, and he might actually be trapped here forever.
Stanley began screaming.
Okay.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
And then we restarted. What did I do to get down? Oh yeah, I went down the stairs.
This
Yep.
is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Well, I guess I just died.
Mariella woke
Apparently
up
they
on
don't
a
have
day
the
like
June.
any other.
They don't have June in the
Rose
Japanese
got
with the
dressed,
G's used
gathered her
gun.
belongings,
Nice.
and walked to
What
her
the fuck?
place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Sure about that?
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
And then we're back. Back to the Stanley Parable.
All of
I
his
died.
coworkers were gone. What could it
I
mean?
died.
Stanley decided to go
I
to
didn't
the
think I
meeting
could
room.
die, but then again,
Perhaps he had
I wonder what my
seen the
Half-Life
memo.
looking ass looks like. My face. Oh,
Oh, new content?
new
What
content.
does that mean, new content?
I like new content. Go left, go left, go left. Come on, we're playing like Donkey Kong
and
Country.
Thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I think we accidentally
As you may
walked
know,
into the
Stanley
DLC.
Parable was a video game released in 2013
Damn, a decade
on home
ago.
computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Huh.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world
I can't get over 2014 was 10 years ago. Hello, my handsome, sexy bullblood haver, also my
and see
man.
what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable
And-
Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very
Hi, Kira.
excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe
How you doing, hon?
content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet.
All I
but
did
I'm
was
sure
mention
it's
Blake
just
once
the
and be like,
beginning of
"Hello,
a
my handsome, sexy
mesmerizing
man."
adventure.
Hey. Wait, I'm stuck in an elevator. Wait, hold on, no.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we...
We blamed DLC
should
too
we be
soon, sorry I had
moving
to.
somewhere or-
I didn't mean
Oh,
to, I just
here
saw
we
a
go.
door that said
All
new
right, finally,
content.
At long last,
Oh
it's
yeah,
on
you
to
can
the
post your
new
fanfics of him in the
content.
new
I've never
fanfic
been
channel.
more ready. Let's do it.
I'm stuck in an elevator.
Initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra.
By playing it too soon, I need to begin again. Ignore the new content for now. I am his fanfic, giggity. She ain't wrong.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
She has
he
to
had
deal with
simply
me
missed a
every
memo.
morning. And every morning she does. Ignore the new content. Find the bucket.
When Stanley
Bread.
came to a set of
No,
two
but like,
open doors,
I need to actually
he entered
find
the
this bucket
door
and I have no idea where it is. Okay, Quagmire. I only found, whenever I looked up the
Yet
button
there was
ending,
not a single
I
person
was
here
supposed to
either.
find a bucket that could
Feeling
just
a wave of
plop it down
disbelief,
with.
Stanley decided to go up to his
Don't go
boss's
downstairs.
office.
That's-
Coming to a
that's-
staircase,
it's a little
Stanley
bit too
walked
much.
upstairs to his boss's office.
There's a bucket. I ain't no slut. Is this the bucket? Oh yeah, I apologize. She ain't a slut, she's a man whore. Alright, we're gonna listen to elevator music while I make another drink. This time, just a little bit more Jack. A little less Coke. I wanna remember that. Remember, I wanna be the best guy at the wedding. We gotta figure out a day we gotta do the wedding then. I still also gotta buy the ring. Ow. I'll be right back. Alright, this next drink, it's only been an hour in, unlikely. If he ain't drunk, then the jiggled his butt on purpose, then turning away from the chair. That doesn't, I don't do that shit on purpose. That shit just happens.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
I wish I
to
could
discover
control
not
that.
an
Wait, how
indication
much
of
did it
any
jiggle?
human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to
Whew,
nobody.
yeah, that's definitely
He
stronger.
began wildly tearing through papers
It wasn't
on the
looking-
boss's
I
desk,
wasn't looking at that.
pulling books
Yeah,
off
sure.
the shelf, looking behind paintings,
Looking
desperate
at a
for
man's
clues
ass.
to his situation.
Yo, what's this?
But his
Shantae.
attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be?
It looked like you tweaked
In
it for a
fact,
couple
this
seconds.
keypad guarded the terrible secret
ass be
that
tweaking.
lay buried below his feet. And so the
Yeah.
boss had assigned it
Gays
an
in my
extra secret
chat.
pin number.
There are gays in my chat.
2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
So you're saying my
by
ass
sheer
shakes more than yours.
Amazing. He stepped into the
Disappointed.
newly opened passageway.
Oh yeah, that is definitely the right amount of Jack. And I'm almost out, and I couldn't get it from the store this morning because Walmart doesn't sell liquor. Sam's Club was closed, and so was the actual liquor store. I am running on fumes right now. Now where is that damn bucket?
Through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I have a feeling I might find it soon. Bucket?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to
That is
find
just the
out?
best elevator music. There's no way out of it. Also, Tatsu, all the advice about girls you gave me doesn't work. I decided to give up and commit Japanese ritual suicide in front of the Senate. Nice.
Now
Listen.
the monitors jumped to life. Their true
We
nature
still have the
revealed.
joke.
Each bore
If
the number
the military
of an
wanted you to
employee
have
in
a
the
wife,
building.
they would have issued you one.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many
Bruh.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them.
So this is
eternally
the,
monitored in this place where freedom
Men and
meant
women
nothing.
want two different things, so when a woman gives advice on how to get a woman, it's usually not good advice. Save for, like,
This
a
mind
straight guy
control
saying, yeah,
facility,
bro,
It was too horrible to believe.
you
It
want to get a
couldn't be
dude? Suck his
true.
dick. Like,
Had
that,
Stanley really been under someone's
terrible
control
idea.
all this time? Was this the
Not
only
in the military
reason he
anymore.
was
You
happy
were,
with his
and you're a
boring
sergeant.
job?
Get over it.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept
There's
it
too many fish in the
blindly?
sea. You just got to get them hooked. You just got to know how to hook them. You just got to know how to be a hooker.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it
Oh, yeah,
even
I forgot,
possible?
Sergeant. How do you
Had
forget?
he
You
truly
changed your own
spent
name.
his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Male hookers are popular with women.
But here
Maybe
was the
gigolos.
proof, the
But
heart of
usually
the
that
operation.
happens
Controls labeled with emotions.
in the bachelorette party, which usually
or
calls
sad,
off a lot of
or
weddings.
content. Walking, eating, working. All
Because
of it
that's like a
monitored
common
and
thing
commanded from
with
this
American
very
bachelorette
place.
parties.
And as the
One
cold
more night of
reality
fun
his
before I'm
past
married. She
began to
she
sink
cheats
in,
on her husband,
Stanley
and then
decided
husband
that
calls
this
wedding off.
machinery would
I'm
never
shocked.
again exert its terrible power.
I've
over
seen too
another
many
human
episodes
life.
of The Bachelorette to
For
know,
he
to not
would
know.
dismantle the controls once and for all.
There's supposed to be a bucket in here. Let's look up this. Hold on. Let's look up the solution to this. Stanley Parable button puzzle solution. Enter. Not that one. Once you get the 2845, then go to the message in the elevator control. There, push the on button. That's the countdown. But how do you like not get that shit? I don't think you can. I think that's it. Bottom of the mind control room. Mostly the women who get male hookers are those who can't get men the conventional way for whatever reason. Wait, what's the conventional way?
And when at last he found the source... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that
Yes.
what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off,
Yes,
and
I'm
leave.
gonna find a bucket.
If you
That's-
want to
that's
throw
what
my
to do with it.
story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
There,
I'm
I
afraid
made
you
my
don't
point.
have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say...
Like dating.
2 minutes.
Hold on, door might open.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
Fuck.
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is
But
much
content.
better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to
All right,
enjoy
so
it.
blue 3.
Mere
3 is
moments
over
until
here,
the
and I need to
bomb
find
goes
blue
off.
in the
But
process.
what precious moments each one of them is. More time
3.
to talk about you, about me, where we're
Blue.
going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
3 blue,
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace
safe.
before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to
Like
them.
this button?
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of
First
the
thing
story.
you to send power
Sometimes
surge.
when I tell it, I simply let you sit there.
Shit,
in
I
your
think I
office
just broke
forever,
it.
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away
So
from
yeah,
you
I think that's
is
busted.
quite rich.
There's gotta be
You must
something about
hate
this
to
I
see
can
it
do.
go.
There's got to be an
I'm
actual
sure whatever
thing
come
I
up
don't
with
know
on the
about.
next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
Why is it
You know
incorrect?
what?
Too
To hell
blue.
with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the
Pinkish
clock. Why
purple
not?
4.
These
Four.
are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Pinkish
Oh,
purple
dear me,
4.
What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you
Okay.
have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Yes.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones.
pinkish
Or maybe
purple.
this big red button, or this door.
Pinkish
Everything,
purple.
anything,
Ah.
something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer?
Hold on, I think I
How
can get
many
something
times
here.
will you replay this bit, looking desperately
Damn.
for a...
Alright, well. Unfortunately, that isn't working. However, I have another idea. We're going to go through the escape route.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer
I
recall.
ignore new content. I don't want it, but I gotta ignore it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So remember the elevator area or the
Yet
not really an
there was
elevator,
not
like
a
a
single
Segway
person
section.
here
I
either.
jumped off thinking, oh yeah, I can
Feeling
touch the
a
ground,
wave
and
of
died.
disbelief, Stanley decided
sure
to go up
that's-
to his boss's office.
Pretty
Coming
sure
to a
I gotta do
staircase,
something with that. I
Stanley
think that's the
walked
escape route.
upstairs to his boss's office.
I just gotta remember how I got there.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Getting a headache. I don't know if there's an actual ending to this game.
Feeling
There's several
soothed
endings, but
and
is there like a
rejuvenated,
true ending, or
Stanley
is just
calmly
the
walked
escape the
forward
true ending?
into the open
Also, there was a
passageway.
frog up there. Oh, excuse me. The sody does it to me. The sody pop. Dating apps at work. I do think women can get any man they want if they tried. A guy would talk to a tree if you approached him first.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
True
Mind
that. Escape
Control
room.
Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth, but of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized nope, still on board with death.
Yes, still on board with death. Hold on, it's definitely not this way. I definitely did something wrong. No, we have a plan. I just need to know how I did it. I've taken so many bloody alternate routes. I have no
The
idea
meeting room.
where.
Yes, that's where everyone would be.
Where on
Stanley
earth
just
it's
needed to
supposed
get
to
the
be.
meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
God damn it. The TM line
When
is gone.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, employee lounge.
Wow.
Admiration.
Yes,
Enjoy.
this room. But eager to get
Oh,
back
I think
to
it was down
business,
this way.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah! Fuck that door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Penalty for misuse of cargo, $1,000. Penalty for jumping, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
It
I'm
feels
not
like
your
there's
enemy,
a door down there, and the door over there.
I
It feels like
realize
there's
that
supposed to be a
investing
way
your
I'm
trust
supposed
in
to,
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've
I'll go
been
that route
neglecting,
later.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Was it me?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
No.
I'm not asking for me. I'm asking. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her
432.
back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's waiting? What? The darkness. It calls me. The phone call.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Is it Marilla?
If you can truly play...
Hello? Marilyn? Muriel? Muriel? Oh no, 427. What? No, is it? Is
Oh,
this
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie.
427.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Wait, that's my
I'm just
number.
pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
I knew you were alive.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you?
Damn.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No, I don't think
Sorry,
Fuck!
but you're in my story now.
I'm just trying to leave.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Hello, good morning. Press L on your keyboard. L.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press M. Never. You can't make me. I'll sit here forever. Drinking. Okay, you convinced me.
Look at him there.
Yo,
pushing
my
buttons,
desk.
Doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
I like lunch.
Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
Not to
One
work.
might even feel sorry for him, except that he's
Desk
chosen this
jockey.
life.
I accept my life. Press G. Oh no,
But
it's
in his
making me spell my
mind,
name.
In his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Have you tried quitting? I have to watch TV.
So he
Where?
began
Where's
to
the TV?
fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Jay, to spend time with the boys.
So he went further.
You should play Job
He
Simulator.
imagined
Isn't
he
that
came
a
to two
VR
open
game?
doors, and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Why? To prepare dinner. But
As
why?
he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
Game with a
and he
baby?
called it the Stanley Parable.
Game with a baby. Tell your kids a story.
It
You
was
have
such
kids?
a wonderful
That means that you had a loving
fantasy,
wife,
and
or at least
so
a
in his
wife.
head, he relived it again, and then again, and again, over
No,
and
no,
over.
no. We gotta find the
wishing
baby.
beyond
This
hope that
no.
it would never
It's referring
end.
to things that
He
are
would
in the game.
always feel this
Where's the
free.
baby game?
Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
See.
Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Tell your wife you love her. She
But there
sends you
is no
divorce
answer.
papers.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has
Society,
changed.
Batman. When a
The
woman
longer
look
he
at each other's
spends here,
ass
the
for too
more
long, no one
invested
bothers to
he
care. But when
gets.
I
The more he
do it,
forgets which life
it's
is the
gay.
real one.
go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can
What
never be
this bed?
anything but an observer.
This looks kind
But as
of
long as
like
he remains here,
this is the
he's
apartment.
slowly
Where's your
killing
where is
himself.
your there's probably
He
your
won't
bath
listen to
bedroom
me.
bathroom
He won't stop.
and your
Here,
kitchen I
watch
think was
this.
over here and your
Stanley,
living space.
the
That's
next
it.
time the
Nothing
screen
else.
asks you to push a
I think
button,
my room
do
is bigger than
not
that and it doesn't
do
have
it.
extra walls in the way. You
You
need to wake
see?
up at the work in the morning.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Question
I
nothing.
suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please don't.
And Stanley pushed a button.
What button?
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
So this is the Stanley became content with his job. All he did was push a button. Also, I need to find out why my jar is not filling up. Not because no one's doing anything with it. It's actually actively taking things out, and I don't know why.
his
I
coworkers
feel like it's
gone.
resetting itself, and
What
I'm
could
a
it
little
mean?
upset.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Because there
Perhaps
should
he
be
had
at least
simply missed a
halfway
memo.
filled up by now with how much shit I've already gotten. Ignore the contents. However, the baby game. I
Stanley
might
came
know where the
to a
baby
set of
game is.
two open doors. This was not
What is the
correct
jaw
way to
supposed to do?
meeting
The
room, and
jaw?
Stanley
What
knew it
jaw?
perfectly well. Perhaps he
Oh,
wanted
jar.
to stop by the employee
The jar
lounge
is just-
first, just to admire it.
The jar is more like a trinket. It doesn't
The
actually do
lounge
anything.
was
It's just there to see
sublime,
what
a
people
work of
like
art.
filling things up.
But eager to get back to
Remember,
business,
every hole's a
Stanley
goal.
took the
That's why you
first
need a
open
nut in the
door on his
jar.
left.
Jar shit, I can't spell.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible.
I got
he
so
wasn't
used to
5
using
years
right click to
ago.
move forward that nothing else matters.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I don't
I
get-
realize that investing your trust in someone
You
else.
know how
can be
people
difficult,
have
but
a-
the fact is that the story has been about nothing
Wait,
but you.
I don't even need
all
to
this
jump. I can be over the
time.
damn thing. You know,
There's
some people, the
someone
whole
you've been
nutting in a jar
neglecting,
thing. Oh, that, I think it's just a
Someone
4chan
you've
meme.
forgotten. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
Danger
that convinced that
everywhere.
I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Beautiful?
Let me
Like
prove
my
it.
loving
Let me
wife?
prove that I'm on your
I think
side.
the
Give me a chance.
nutting in a jar
Now listen
started
carefully,
with
this is important.
what is it like a
Stanley
fucking
walked
My Little
through
Pony
the
thing? See who
red
dies
door.
after 30 minutes of touching the air. I thought it was like instantaneous of touching the air. Oh wait, no, that was the story of the dude who nutted
Aha, perhaps you
in
misunderstood. Stanley
a
walked
public
through
pool,
the red door.
and it got someone pregnant. Someone had to do the math on that, and they basically said, "Yeah, that's if it's an actual public pool, that shit's got
I still
chlorine in
don't
it,
think we're
and there ain't no
communicating
fucking way you're gonna nut. Oh my god,
Stanley
nut in a
walked
chlorine-based
through the
water
red
with your sperm surviving."
door.
My girl was telling me a story about that, and she was super scared of going to public
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley.
pools because
you
of that
wanna
shit.
know so
She
badly
thought, oh,
what's
someone's
out
gonna
there,
nut in the
you
water and
wanna
I'll get
find
pregnant. No,
out
the
what lies at
chlorine
the
will
end
kill
of
that
this
shit
road?
instantly.
You've chosen well. Don't let me stop you.
The fuck?
You see? There's nothing here.
This just.
I haven't
Oh
even
yeah, this is
finished
definitely a
building this
Half-Life
section
game.
of the
Look
map,
at all those
because
oranges.
you were never supposed to be
You
here
gotta
in the
think
first
logically.
place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable
Sperms
desires
aren't
of
intelligent.
yours.
It's not a
What
homing
would have
missile
made
going
this game
towards a
better?
uterus.
What
It
did
just
you want
detects
to
the
see?
womb and it says
Vehicles?
activating.
Skill trees? Work with me.
Maximum
You've given me
overdrive.
Absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Yo!
This already feels
Third
leaps ahead of where we
incomplete
were
option?
before. Good. Okay.
Please
I'm
rate
going
your
to stop you
experience.
there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
More choices? Yes.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something.
And then meant to
Where
survive
do
in,
these flashes
it
of
wasn't meant to
inspiration
survive in
come
water
from?
either.
How did I know the game needed a third door?
How do you know this?
Well, it's instinct mostly. A calling in your gut.
Your guts.
I really couldn't say where the idea came
Guts?
from, except that
Berserk?
I felt it in my soul.
An anime I have never watched, nor do I have any interest in, but I hear is really good.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've
I
knocked
really
it
do
out of
hear
the
Guts
park
is
with
good.
this
I
one.
just don't
Let's take a look.
care. What? Oh. Oh! The Stanley Parable Worldwide. Ooh, a leaderboard. Yo, how good am I doing? Good old Neil is all. Oh, what? 2 seconds. Okay, that motherfucker cheated. 4 cheated, 5 cheated. Okay. Why did it go to 0 and then 4? Me. This is you. 7 minutes. How long does it take you to go to the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Yeah, I'm going back to this door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest
So you ever
answers,
seen those
please.
games, the leaderboards?
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've
932
got a prototype of the
terabytes.
new game I've been working on, and now would be
You know
a
those
lovely
games where it
opportunity
says
to give
it's
it
like
some
a
play
speed
testing.
run.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Take a look at what.
In
Oh,
this
the
game,
baby!
The baby crawls.
Okay, so you never have Infantry Division 932 28th. You know those games like racing games that have a time limit or a leaderboard, or actually let's take Dauntless as an example. That's a prime example because that actually has a proper leaderboard, and it's based on how many things you killed, how fast you kill it, and the biggest thing killed. Which I don't think no, it wasn't the biggest thing killed. It was, oh yeah, how many you've killed, how fast you killed it, and with what weapon did you kill it the fastest? And some of the motherfuckers get like 2 seconds. Ain't no fucking way.
Left towards danger.
It takes you at least a minute
You
to
click
find the
button
monster.
to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game.
Plant.
All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So
4 hours?
All
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna be here for 4 hours
to
then.
make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
That was a horrible noise. Oh. Oh god, I pretty much have nothing but Jack now. Although it just resets. Doesn't even smoothly go back. Also, why is this a noise? All you gotta do is turn off your volume for 4 hours and do this and you'll be fine. Either that or make a program that clicks the button every so often. You know what? You don't even need to make a program. There's auto clickers that do this is annoying. Exactly. There's auto clickers that you can use.
You heartless bastard.
There goes the
Did
baby.
you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
So yeah,
Because
you
if
can
it's the latter,
actually
well,
do
I
this
don't
for
know what
4
to do. I'm
hours, by the
completely
way.
out of ideas.
All you need is
I
an
can't
auto
think
clicker
of
since
a
if that thing
single thing
restarts
that might
automatically. You
improve
have
the
that bitch set
experience
to like
for me.
every
I'm
5
not even
seconds.
going
Click
to
the
try.
button,
I'm
turn
out.
off
I'm
your
out.
audio,
I'm done.
and go do fuck
over.
anything. Fuck
Thank
all.
you for
Play
playing.
Kingdom Hearts on
Your
your
input was extremely valuable.
your
Oh,
PlayStation
hey,
4.
since my game was
Go
so
play Metal
awful,
Gear Solid
why don't
on
you
your
play someone
Xbox
else's game,
360s.
just to ease the
Go
pain?
outside. Go touch grass. It doesn't matter. You never have to touch this game, and you'll still win. And the narrator be like, "You actually stayed here for 4 hours, but why would you want to do
Seems like
that?
it'll work.
Just to see if there's
Let's give it a
anything
shot."
else." Why? I don't know. Because you can. That's why. Also, they mentioned the baby. Now that I have to go through that route, what the fuck? Firewatch.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
I actually-
What's our backstory?
I actually know
What is
about
our
Metal Gear. It's a
motivation?
Japanese game on the Xbox. It's cursed. Yeah,
But it
you're
seems
telling me.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
My
Perhaps for
creep
some
tower.
sort of
I've
twisted
seen
erotic
Firewatch. I know what it's about,
Yes,
and I
that
actually
must
want
be.
to play it,
What
but
a
only because.
fascinating venture
But the
into
worst
the
part is I
experience
already
of
know about the
total
story,
mental
sort of.
depravity.
I know the
So
important
far,
plot
I love
points.
everything about this
So
game,
realistically,
Stanley.
it would
And
kind of
seems
defeat
even
the
more.
purpose of the point.
Come, let's
Don't tread
venture
on me.
outward
Interesting.
and see what else is out there.
I didn't even know they made those. Don't tread on me as a doormat. That's honestly hilarious. Don't do this to me. This also reminds me of the liberal version of that flag, which is tread on me, but the snake is ball gagged. Like a fucking kink fetish. You know, if I didn't get married to Kira, or if she died later in my life and it was just me, I probably would end up doing this. I would be going out to a fire watchtower and just being like, yep, this is my life now. I'm gonna sit here, play
it's
cards,
an open
and
world
drink
game.
my beer.
Good God, quickly block it off.
Lock what up? Hey!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just
Honestly,
go
that is
in
my next
any-
plan. Oh no, I'm literally trapped.
Oh, thank heavens.
And if it's just me, the kids are out of the house, I have nothing else.
Okay.
Nothing else to wait for. Nothing else to go home to. I'm just gonna do Firewatch. Invite. I want to do Firewatch job. All right. We'll do the buddy system. It'll be like the military's buddy system. You sign up with a friend. You both get the job. You both go to BMT at the same time. You go to tech school. And if one of you fucks up, you're both out. But Firewatch towers are outdated.
Wonderful.
What the
See, this
fuck
is
is
exactly
this?
what I had in mind.
Is
Just
this
a nice big box for
Rocket
you to
League?
run around?
Is this
in.
the
There isn't
card?
any possibility
It's Rocket
that you
League.
could
Is this
get
a
lost
Pocket
here.
League?
Now this is game design.
I don't like Rocket League. Get me out of
If
here.
you manage to get lost
U.S.
in this
Forestry
game,
Services
I
doesn't
will
pay
be
as much.
phenomenally
I don't care. I'm not
impressed.
there for the pay. I'm just there to have an adventure.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball.
What is
Oh,
sports
fun.
ball?
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball.
Where?
Have fun.
Oh. Bro just remade Rocket League. Alright. I'm going. I'm the car. I'm going fast.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
No.
Is it better than my miserable little...
Oh, shit!
Come on. What are you doing?
There's literally nothing that's in there. Beta? What is... Alright, where did I go? Why am I here?
There. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I'm not even moving. He's just getting farther away. He did this on purpose. He kicked me in that hole. Ugh. It's a sports ball. Who calls it sports ball? I'm falling again! Bruh! What? Oh, an open door. Is this the confusion ending? Is this a dilapidated version of The Office? It is. Why? Speaking of, let's go back to my office. I can't tell if this is made in the Half-Life engine or not. It genuinely looks like it is. 427, there's my office. While you're on Firewatch, while you're on your Firewatch, John, gotcha. While you're on your Firewatch job. Yeah, this is all Half-Life assets. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely a Half-Life game. With different sounds.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted
A spirit will
was to be
try
the
to
leading
conjure your
man in
dead
his own
wife and try
story,
to
well,
kill you,
perhaps
Blair
he's
Witch
gotten
style.
it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if
I
he's
can see
happy
it.
with his choice.
My wife did tell
And
me
if
that
he's
she's gonna
learned
haunt
the
my
heavy
ass when she
cost
dies.
that comes with it.
Just
He'll
because she
understand
can.
soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Better call John Faith from
The end will
Faith
be
from
here
Faith.
soon.
Which one?
Very
Faith
soon.
2D or Faith 3D? There's a
I can
difference.
wait.
John Faith from John Faith 2D, I feel like has a little bit better idea of what he's doing, but John Faith 3D from 2 is who you call if 2D is unavailable. Faith
Stanley knew the
2D,
office
damn.
layout like the back of his hand.
It's
It was
like-
only a matter
it's
of
like
time
Domino's
before he found the
versus,
others, wherever they were.
It's like Domino's
Just a matter of
pizza versus
time.
Papa John's. Yeah, they're technically the same, but
When Stanley
We
came
all
to
know
a
which
set of
one's
two
better.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
I don't
wanted
care
to
which way
stop
the
by
meeting room is.
employee
I have a
lounge
third
first,
option to go
just
through.
admire.
I have to go through the other door.
Standing now
And you
in
know
this
exactly which
incredible
door I'm
room,
going through.
Stanley for the
How long am I going to be here? It's only been 2 hours. Little Caesars. Little Caesars used to be good. Nowadays, Little Caesars just tastes. It's
Stanley
not
was so
even
bad at
cheap
following
anymore.
directions, It's incredible
It's like
he wasn't 5 years ago.
$10 for a large
Look,
pizza
Stanley,
now.
I think perhaps we've
Before it
gotten
used to be
off
like
on the
$5.
wrong foot
Little
here.
Caesars was like
I'm not
the
sure
pizza
I
of
really
McDonald's.
am not.
The
I
only
realize that investing in your
The
trust
only
in
reason
someone else can
people
be
ever
difficult,
got
but the
McDonald's and
fact
Little
is that the
Caesars
story has
is not
been
because it
about
was
nothing but
good.
you
It's
all
because it
this
was
time.
cheap.
There's
Now
someone you've
McDonald's is
neglected,
expensive.
Stanley.
Now Little Caesars is expensive.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
You can't tell me
consideration for others?
that
Are you
McDonald's
convinced
$10
that
to
I want something
$12
bad
for
to
a
happen
single
to you?
meal
Why?
is
I
cheap.
don't know how to convince
Bitch, I
you
can
of
go
this,
to a
but
I can go
really
to
do
like
want to help you,
their whole thing
to
was
show
like
you
quick,
something
hot,
beautiful.
cheap, but tasted
Look,
mediocre.
Let me prove it.
Yeah,
Let me
exactly.
prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully. This is important.
Now it's just
Stanley walked
hot,
through the red door.
expensive, and taste mediocre.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really
And I used to
have
really
wanted
like
you
Little
to be
Caesars,
happy
when,
all this
especially when they had their
time?
extra most
The
bestest
problem is all these choices.
cheese
The
pizza
two of us
or
always trying
pepperoni,
to
whichever you want to
somewhere
get.
that isn't
I always
here.
get pepperoni. There's
Running and
pepperoni,
running, just the way you're
pepperoni.
doing right now.
Jeez.
Don't you see
Anyway.
that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
No stopping.
And I think I have a solution.
But yeah, McDonald's and Little
Here,
Caesars used to be
let
like,
me show you.
their main thing was they were cheap. That was it. Here in Sweden, we don't have national pizza chains for some reason. Why?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Space!
Yes.
Ooh, this is
it's
soothing.
beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley.
I like this game. There's so
think
much
I
going on.
feel happy.
Yeah, Little Caesars
I
is $10 to
actually
$12 for an
feel
extra most bestest now.
happy.
Actually, I could probably look that up right now and find out. I don't know, the demand is probably small. There's enough people buying pizza every day. Fair enough, but still, pizza's a really good, cheap. I can't say cheap anymore. Pizza's a really good food. I like pizza. However, if I'm going to get pizza, I'm getting ham-boned pizza because they're the best in town. And motherfucker, I will pay that extra $4. Local pizza restaurants dominate the industry. I mean, yeah, because it's just chain pizza. You're usually going to get the same shit. Local pizzerias, each one's going to taste a little bit special because of the seasoning. Little Caesars extra most bestest. Also, I love that it's named that. What is the cost? Oh my god, it's $12. $11.34. Fuck, back in the day when I was in when I lived with my dad, I was like 20 years old. An extra most bestest
where are you
pizza
going?
at max was $6
Oh,
some
no.
change. Now
Stay
it's
away
double
from those
that.
stairs. If you
Damn
hurt
near
yourself,
decade
if you
later.
Die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I am on the edge of this. Also, I really love there's just a suicide jump. That's actually my only option. Alright. But yeah, Little Caesars, I'm not really gonna bother with them anymore. If they were to lower their prices, sure. And I get it, inflation and all. But at the same time, the only reason Little Caesars is people's go-to: cheap, fast, easy. Not anymore.
No! Oh, thank God. You
I'm
lived.
slower.
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Okay. Am I just for
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
killing myself would only do so much. I need to see the space.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I'm going back, boys.
No, perhaps not.
Perhaps not. It's not even a little elevator. That's just death.
My God.
I mean, if you have to
That's
deliver
really
the
how
pizza, it
much
takes
you
more time and
dislike
gas
my
costs. So
game?
most of the time, it most
That you'll
costly
throw
to the
yourself
delivery
from this
time.
platform
Yeah, but the
over and
delivery
over to
time
be
is
rid of
usually,
it?
or the delivery
You're
cost is an
literally
extra
willing to kill
$4
yourself
for
to keep me from
taxes,
being
which I
happy.
still think is
Am I
stupid.
reading the situation
I hate
correctly?
taxes because in America you get double tax. You get an income tax for literally you get your money, they tax your the government tax your money. You spend that money, the government also tax that money. They're double dipping. And they'd be like, "Well, we could tax you more for all these extra things." No, fuck that.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
Let me go back.
I just wanted us to get along.
If pizza horse.
I guess
Well,
that was too much to
excuse
ask.
me.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I like how it's just changing colors in the background. This is still going on. I'm not even looking at it. It's very pretty though.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
If the things were a little higher up, sure, but I guess I'm supposed to just stare at it from here. Now, if I'm gonna get some pizza, it's definitely good for me better quality. I'm going to pay for it anyway. And I don't really do, it's not even that I don't. I can't really do Uber Eats or, what is this? Huh. Lore? I can't do Uber Eats because it doesn't like it doesn't like where I live. Because it's not an apartment, but at the same time it is. It's not like a quad or a duo where it's just one big building and two to four people live there. No, it's literally like how do I put this? Fuck. It's like a hotel. One big building with a fuckloads of room and multiple floors.
Is it over? It's going to restart.
And Uber
isn't
Eats
it?
doesn't like that. And I've tried well, what was the other one from Uber Eats? Dynadash? There's also Skip Editions I never tried, but don't give a shit. So I gave up after 2 apps.
All of his co-workers
You can make your own
gone.
pizza with a pan.
What could it
I know I
mean?
can. But do I
Stanley
have the
decided to
patience?
go to the meeting room.
It probably
Perhaps he had
doesn't
simply
taste
missed
as
a memo.
good. Although I definitely should. Oh yeah, Crunchyroll. Play games free with Crunchyroll. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on, let me look at my Xbox Game Pass real quick. Because I know Xbox Game Pass has this Dynadash and something else. Yeah, I've heard about it, but I never actually used it. Oh no, Dynadash is a game, isn't it? No Flash game. But as I was saying, Xbox Game Pass gave me 90 days of free Crunchyroll. And all of a sudden, I just get an email that says, yeah, play free games with Crunchyroll. And you know what that reminded me of? That reminded me when Discord had their own games. JRPGs, listen. I've had enough of JRPGs. The one I need to play next still has to be Tales of Basario. A game I never actually finished. Dine Dash is the act of eating in a restaurant and then dashing to avoid paying. Ah, that. Honestly, that sounds like it could be an app. Cloud gaming. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Common Hood doesn't work. Also, why do I have that installed? Dude, I played a game called Commonhood, which is supposed to be a resource management game, but it's literally, it's either, I think your dad dies, your mom dies years before, like a decade before, then your dad dies, and then all of a sudden, your home is up for
When
auction.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And then you essentially become homeless. So you go to an old industrial building on
Feeling
Uber Eats,
a wave of
Foodora.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go
no.
up to his boss's
Line Eats,
office,
Food Panda.
hoping he
Personally, I
might
use Food
find an
Panda.
answer there.
What did I use? It was Uber Eats and something
Coming to a
else.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And hold on, let me look up Uber Eats on my phone, see if I can find it, because it's probably in the same. Spill over this. You got DoorDash. That's what it is. We DoorDash, and neither of them worked. They didn't. They said, "Oh yeah, we can't deliver to your place." It's like, why?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passage.
Line
Line
Eats and Food Pandas Asia. Ah, Linears. Linears, no. Oh, there's probably a bucket in here I can grab. Alright, to the achievements. The Magic 8 Ball. Test achievement description. Replace this. Set all sliders in the menu to all available numbers. There's sliders? Field of view. Yes. Or actually put 90. Yeah, actually put that at 0. Show ridicule. Audio. I got nothing for that. Also, why does... Oh my god, my 90
Stanley
field of view.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What if I didn't?
Although
Line
this
Corporation is a
passageway
big
had the
company.
word escape
Mr. Beast had his own,
the truth was that at the end of this
Mr. Beast
hall,
had his own delivery
Stanley would meet
thing,
his
but for some
death.
reason, and I found this out through a game theory, it's kind of like a ghost kitchen thing,
door
where you
behind him
essentially
was not
just
shut.
say, hey, I want to make
Stanley still
a
had
company,
every
but
opportunity
it
to turn
literally
around
is just
and get back
DoorDash
on
or an
track.
Uber Eats. However, it's under my
At this
name
point, Stanley
and
was
my
making a
logo,
conscious, concerted
ergo,
effort
you're
to
not
walk
going to get
forward
the same
and willingly
quality.
confront his
It's
death.
literally, hey, yeah, say McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's all make completely different food, which they kind of do. They make different tasting food, but it's still the same burger. But it's still a burger. If you go to the Mr. Beast food delivery system, the issues with ghost kitchens are difficult. Yeah, quality control. That's literally all it
As the
was.
machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer
It was just,
to his
yeah, we're
demise,
essentially just,
he
we got free
reflected
time,
that
we
his
put
life
more
had
orders
been
in
of
to
no
make
consequence
an extra
whatsoever.
buck, but you're going to
Stanley
get
can't
completely
see
different
the bigger
burgers.
picture. He doesn't know the real story.
Different ingredients,
Trapped
they all don't have
forever
the same
in his
supplier.
narrow vision of what this world is.
It's interesting.
Perhaps
It's-
his death was of
the
no
fact that you
great
can even
loss,
do that
like
legally
plucking
is
the eyeballs
even
from
more
a blind
interesting.
man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this
Ooh.
violent end to his brief and shallow life.
I haven't been hit by like that in a minute. And then I died.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led
Cried.
helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the
Obliterated,
machine
you say?
crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
And then boxes. Honestly,
And
the
yet it
one
would be just a
place
few
that I
minutes
want
before
up
Stanley
north
would
in
restart the
Wyoming is a
game
goddamn
back in his
Whataburger.
office, as alive
The
as ever.
biggest burgers I've
What
ever had for
exactly did the
fairly
narrator
for
think
the
he was
same
going to
cost as
accomplish?
other places, McDonald's, Burger King, but whatever. Burger King
When
tastes the
every
best.
pass you
McDonald's
can
is a
walk has been
lie.
created for you long in
Whataburger is
advance,
just the biggest
death
burgers.
becomes
And if you
meaningless,
have,
making
and for some
life
reason
the
they could
same.
actually make mustard
Do you
taste
see
good.
now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I really love Whataburger. Oh, Fuddruckers was good too, but now they're just way too expensive. That's probably also why they went out of business back in Texas. Whataburger
look
used to
at
be
these two.
fairly
How
cheap,
they wish to
and you can
destroy
choose
one
to
another.
have up to
How
a
they wish to
literal
control one
1
another.
pound
How
burger,
they
an
both
actual
wish to
1
be
pound
free.
burger,
Can you see?
or
Can you see
maybe
how
more. I
much
forgot what
they
it was.
need
It was a
one
really
another?
big goddamn burger,
No.
and they cooked the meat
Perhaps
for
not.
you, and they handed you a
Sometimes
burger
these
on a
things
bun,
cannot
and you
be
went to this
seen.
little bar, and you could just load it up with whatever you want: lettuce, tomatoes,
You can
pickles,
still
onions,
save these
condiment.
two.
Doesn't
You
matter.
can stop the program before they both fail.
Now we'll crush
Push
me.
escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Oh, that
As
reminds
you
me.
move forward, you'll be
Let me get
walking
crushed, and
someone
then I want to
else's
see what
path.
happens if I put in my own
Stop
favorite
now,
time.
your only
Tell
true
me, what is your
choice.
favorite time? I want to put someone else's time in
Choose
here.
it.
Mine's
Don't
currently
let
2
time
p.m.
choose for you. Don't let
Don't let... Squeezed. Can you tell I'm hungry? My favorite time? Yes. Because the game, now that I put in the game a different time, and
All of his co-workers.
now that I put in 2 different times at the beginning of the game twice, it'd be like, wow, most people just put 12 a.m. and just get on with the game. My favorite is 1500. That's the time where I'm allowed to go home. 1500? That's 3 o'clock. The fuck? Usually we're not allowed to go home until like 16:30. On a normal day, 4:30 in the afternoon. Now I gotta put in my favorite time. Okay, crows. What is my favorite time? But you said your favorite time is 3 p.m. Alright. 3 p.m. Your favorite time of day. Ah! Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? I mean, you said it yourself. You can't actually tell what time it is, but after all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious. How accurate is 3 p.m.? 3 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 3 p.m.? Inaccurate. It's only like 12:21. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I am having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. I feel like if I restart the game enough, it'll give me alternate endings. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let's whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. Yo! I can still smell my little wax burner. I love that thing. I probably should have gotten one that wasn't just a jar with a light bulb, because that thing's bright as fuck. I feel like I'm staring at the sun every time I look at it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No! Oh, I guess I better go back now. There's nothing I can do. They'll close the door in front of my face. That's it. Can I just close these? Can I just turn off these computers? Huh.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright, I guess I gotta go forward. I know there's different endings, but I got the most obvious ones. There's a lot of other ones that are a lot less obvious. I just don't want to have to look up a guide to figure out which ones are which. New content, though.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I guess I can go in here. If it closes the door on me, I'm screwed. Okay, can't do it. That's just new content. I can't go in there yet because that's DLC. I remember watching Markiplier play this in the original game, and I remember the new content was just, oh yeah, new content? I guess we could give you that. Man, do you realize how hard it is to make new content?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, I do. I made mini games on Godot.
Godot. Worth admiring, but eager to get back to business.
I don't know how
Stanley
it's
took
pronounced.
The first open door on his left.
Alright, so another ending I'd think of. Do not answer the
Stanley
phone
was
call.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I need a key card to do something.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Wow!
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
My wife?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
Can I go about this thing and go back?
To let her back into your life.
No.
Been waiting.
Once it's there, it's there. I can't do shit with it. I gotta find out where the bucket is. No, I'm not
That's her,
answering that.
Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No. Don't make me do it. I'm not answering it. No. You just... Oh, you can't?
As Stanley picked up
Bro,
the
I didn't even
phone,
know there was
a
one.
white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No.
There's so much. Okay, so you know what this reminds me of? I'm gonna get off the Wikipedia page completely. I know it's reading me like spoilers, spoilers ahead. And the only thing I'm looking at is pictures of things, and I'm thinking it's like looking. Don't need a call. It's like looking at trailer pictures.
Is actually somehow an incorrect course
It's
of
like
action.
Doom. It's like
How is that even
myhouse.wad.
None of these
When you
decisions
just
were
play
supposed
it,
to mean anything.
and you don't think
I
anything of it,
understand. How on earth are you
it
making
seems
meaningful
relatively normal. And
choices?
you play
What
the game, you beat it.
Wait a
Congratulations.
second. Did I just see?
But there's something
No,
a lot
that's
deeper,
not
especially with the
possible. I
Deluxe
can't
Edition.
believe it.
I have a
How did I
lot
not
to
notice it
explore and
sooner?
have no idea
You're
what the
Stanley.
triggers are.
You're a real person.
I just have to keep going until I stumble
I
upon it.
can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely.
Nice.
It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe
What's the real
this
world
helpful
again?
instructional video.
I kind of forgot how to do that. Oh,
Choice.
God, no!
It's the best part of being a real person.
You know what? I'm
But
going to
if
make a
used
choice,
incorrectly,
and I
it
choose to
can
make
also
another
be the
drink.
most
I'll be right back.
dangerous.
Enjoy
For example, in this
moral
scenario,
dilemma.
a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just
Alright, why are we in a Halo 3
and
custom
see what
match?
the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Danger everywhere. Cool. I am not forklift certified, but I think I can learn. Also, I'm out of Jack and Coke, which means after this one, I'll have to start making real drinks. Hey! What's this?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Damn!
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Couldn't
that
be
story
me.
would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, you barricaded more than I remember. I feel like there's gonna be a card here I need to grab. In his room there was also a secret, I guess. In this room there's also a secret, I guess. You mean the getting on the catwalk over there? Yeah, I've done that twice. I saved a baby and then let it die. Just when you think it's over, there's more babies to save. Hey, I'm in the room.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Nice. Oh. I almost spilt my Coke. To the left, to the right. Everybody die on sight. Hello.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Who's Stanley?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. Right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors...
Damn, I just dunked that bitch in nothing. Official Pornhub Discord is just shit full with bots and NFT scams. Oh, that's nice to know. So where's the secondary official Pornhub Discord? That's the actual porn. That's all we need to know.
Yet there was not a single
You damn well know. The first one got abandoned, and the second one is...
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Alright, I don't have a choice.
An answer there.
Oh, you literally
took... Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You took every option away from me. No executive bathroom. Mason, why would you even join? Why wouldn't you,
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
I am the
to
most
discover
expensive
an
boss
of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions.
Why wouldn't it?
And beyond all
First one is
probability,
officially...
he knew the
First one
passcode.
is official,
He had
has
seen
most
it on his
people. Why
boss's
wouldn't it?
computer
Pornography
just
is my
last
middle
week.
name.
Night Shark
Starting to sound like my friend
115.
Brandon. Night Shark
Was this
115.
the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
Wait, voice recognition means
Stanley
you
had
need
been
to
trained
speak
never
voice,
to
which
speak
means
up,
I need a
but
tape
now
recorder.
he
Just
would
like in
draw
Resident
from
Evil
within
3
himself the
remake.
courage to face the unknown. He drew
Night
a
Shark
sharp
115.
breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Hello? Settings. Audio. You're not using my stuff. Show there's a reticule. Show translation labels. Show color labels. Reduce motion. Low dexterity mode. What? Toggle auto wike. I'll walk. Mostly I'm a Discord artist, not safe for work.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Stanley can't
He
talk.
spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I'm a Discord artist,
sorry,
not
is
safe
there
for
a
work
problem?
artist interest.
You didn't mishear me,
What?
did you?
Instead.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Oh, hey, what's this?
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The
My
kind
respect.
of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You
Well,
behave exactly as Stanley would.
Excuse
That means
me.
choosing responsibly and always
You gave
putting
me a
the
new room.
story
I got a
first.
little
I'm
excited.
quite sure you'll be up to the task.
I got
Just
so
follow my
excited I had
lead and
stage
you'll be
fright.
fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left. I want to go back in the room. I want to see if there's anything special.
Yet there was not
What
a
are your
single
dreams of the
person
future?
here
Nature,
either.
such, transcend,
Feeling a
lunch,
wave of disbelief.
plant life, football. Plant life honestly sounds about right. Sorry, not plant life.
Behaving
Yeah, that sounds about
exactly as
right.
Stanley would.
No.
That
Lunch.
means
That
choosing
sounds about right.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
I don't know what happened.
Right. When Stanley came to a set of 2
Oh my
open doors, he
I can
entered
taste the
door on
jack.
his
Oh
left.
my god. Oh my god. Man, I just dumped that bitch in there, didn't I? Holy fuck, holy.
Yet there was
Everyone's
not a single
unique,
person
most of
here
all.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Okay, I'm gonna
quite
keep
sure
doing that
you'll be
until I
up to
reach the
task.
office.
Just follow my
Something's
lead
up,
and
my
you'll be
boy.
fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I gotta keep moving. Fast as fuck.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Okay, so...
is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
It's
I'm
really
quite
getting
sure
tired
you'll
of
be
me
up
and
to the
just
task.
throwing me
Just
back.
follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Alright, game, fine. You want me to act like this? I'll go
Stanley
make
came
some
to
more...
a set
I'll go
of 2
order some
open
pizza.
doors.
Since they don't
He
actually know how to
entered the
make
door on
any.
his left.
I don't know how to make dough. I don't know how to make bread. I don't know how to... Actually, I do know how to make bread. I don't know how to make wine. I'm sad about that.
No! Why
What
did you
the
do that?
fuck?
Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
We're a bit too late. What was up with that room? Oh, fuck.
Ruined.
It's
I
okay.
can't believe after everything
Hold on,
we
hold on,
talked
hold on.
about that you.
I can actually
my
do this.
Story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it?
He's
to know that
British,
my story is now
isn't he?
incorrect? How can I go back to that?
British.
I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its
Push for the
impossibility
funding
forever.
of
I couldn't live that
R&D.
way.
New
Is it
coffee
better to
machine.
shut the game down
Standard
entirely,
grapes.
to willingly destroy all of my work?
40x
I don't
wide.
know.
Not cost
What's the answer?
efficient.
What do I do?
Get Chris
What do I
out
do?
of the broom closet. British.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
Synergize paper. I love how he doesn't know how to spell. Hire some. Calm down. My name's Gordon Freeman. I think I can beat anything you got. Where's my crow? Oh, fuck. I'm defenseless. Ruh. I love how meta this game is.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Maybe if I have
The only
time,
thing in the world that
I'll
is mine,
play
you run
watching
into the
paint
ground.
dry,
Why,
the
did you think
Half-Life
that would be
mod.
funny?
Hello,
You just
Mr.
had to
Freeman.
see.
I
Didn't
love
I
Half-Life
impress upon you
games.
how important it
This
was
is
to
literally
be
just
like
Half-Life
Stanley?
remodeled. I love it.
Actually
It
knows
has
how
a
to do what I
certain
tell him
je ne
to.
sais
He
quoi,
understands that if
and
I say to
I'm
do
way
something,
too into that
there's a damn
shit.
good reason for it.
What was that?
That
What are you getting
thought
mad at?
hadn't
I'm
even
sorry, I wasn't paying
occurred to
attention.
you,
I was
had
talking
it?
about je ne sais
That
quoi.
there's a world
A word I
outside of
enjoy
you.
saying for no reason.
You're a child. Oh.
Well, yes, I am. Oh.
Story. If you'd just
Whew,
gone
I don't
through
think
the
it's supposed
door
to
on
taste
the
like
left,
nail
you would have
polish.
seen it. There was a whole underground
I am a
facility.
bit.
You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
Whew.
It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Do everything I stand. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Stanley? Hello? Are you...
Wait, hold on. No, I can see Stanley's face from here. He looks like one of the cast of Friends.
I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door.
Oh, this ending. Also very meta. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Let's go.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
So if I just stand there, nothing
The
happens.
story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice
Wait,
you
if
make
I
is
just sit in
fine.
my office, then do I
It
get
cannot
do
be
I get
wrong.
another
We can work
ending?
together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do
I love
something.
this. N-word. How dare you act?
This is
How,
more important
sir?
than you can ever know.
Sir, nanites are very polite. Nanites are the future. Nanites, son. The end is never the end, the never the end, never the... Oh, Andrea Jorgensen. Oh, yeah, this is a Swedish game. Blake Robinson, additional voice work, Leslie Staples, Jenny Coughlin's, character skin, Dean
Sure, your
Torg.
choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Sorry, Leroy. Why? What's wrong with Leroy? Valve. Sorry, Leroy. I know it's a Half-Life remodel, but it definitely does not feel like one. This is basically Fallout New Vegas. Completely the same assets, just slightly remodeled. But it's the same engine. It's the same. I'm just sitting here and wait.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
I didn't realize I could
What
close
if
the
he had
door.
to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Ever.
I will be happy.
Forever after.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Every second is a closer
Now
to the
it's even
answer.
closer. Here it comes.
You just end. You didn't even give me a proper ending. What happened? Here it comes. Nothing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
No.
Click
Now
the
I'm
door
leaving.
5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
I hate
can't
Mondays.
just
I
give
hate
these
Sundays.
merits
I
away
hate
for such
Mondays.
little
I hate
effort.
one days.
A
I
measly
hate
5
Wombo.
clicks. When Stanley came to a set
I
of
love
2
how he
open
just
doors,
the
he entered the door on his
the audio
left.
cuts off and just says it next.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
What am I gonna break
Perhaps
next?
he wanted to stop by the
Possibly.
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do like admiration.
Wow.
What if I just sit here for a while?
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room.
It's still stuck
What a
on 1020, which is
gorgeous room.
honestly kind of great
Thank
because the
goodness
first time I
Stanley
looked
had
at that,
taken this
it
detour
was 1020
on his
real
way
time.
to
Did
the
you
meeting room.
complete mind control
Life
room?
without having
I don't know how to do the
experienced this
buttons.
room was now, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Look it up. I did.
Yet there
The
was
only
not a
thing I can
single
find
person
is
here either.
you either use a
Feeling a wave
bucket to
of
press the button,
disbelief,
Or
Stanley
die.
decided to go up to his boss's office.
I
Coming
don't
to a
see
staircase,
any solution.
Stanley
I can't
walked
find a single
upstairs
solution.
To his boss's office.
Maybe it's not in the deluxe edition, or maybe it is in the deluxe edition. Hold on. Nah. I feel like you're lying to me. You're gaslighting me. Deluxe edition. Bomb ending? Bomb puzzle. There is this button solution, I'm sure. You're sure. Turning back the power will prompt the narrator to admonish you for picking the wrong side. Congratulations. Unfortunately, despite all the different colored monitors, levers, and buttons across the circular facility, none of the buttons or switches will have any effect. You'll be forced to listen to the narrator laugh at your attempt to take control. So not in this ending. Bucket is DLC, so not in this ending. Yeah. Even when the narrator puts more time on the clock, you won't be able to find a way to stop the timer. The game itself will restart after it goes white. So yeah, even in... This is regular guide, though. I'm looking for deals. I'm looking for... Ow. I'm looking for the deluxe edition. There's gotta be a solution to this. And as a family, we're gonna watch this. Sit down, child.
Post and let it go.
Can
Turn
count
the
down any no
controls
talking.
Do much better.
Thank God he doesn't say a word.
believe
The last thing I want to hear is
Activated
some
without proper DNA
child
identification.
annoying me.
A heart's desire. I'm left to enjoy it. I almost.
Even in this, it's just die.
Laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
I love how the it stops before it even says after, as it just knows. It knows. Yeah, every single thing I find straight up just says, yeah,
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss, Stanley, was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible.
I actually could have trial and error that bitch now I think about it. But for
now,
now, we're going to listen to the best
That kind of
music.
anxiety isn't healthy.
Music.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Calming, with some calming new age music. I don't believe you, sir.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward.
Damn, that is like 50% jack. There's a reason I measure that shit. Because if I have more jack than Coke, oh my god. It's like drinking nail polish light. You know how Budweiser or Coors Light is essentially the cheapest beer known to man? Or it's meant to be cheap? It's literally cheap. If you ever drink Coors or Bud, it tastes like shit. All you taste is aluminum and warm horse piss.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Fight
as
me.
Though he felt more free
I don't
to
care what
think
anyone
for
says.
himself,
That shit
to
tastes like
question the
garbage.
nature of his job. Why did he feel this now?
It's one of
when
those,
for
it's an
years
acquired
it had
taste.
never occurred to him.
Uh-oh. What'd you find? What did you find?
Hello, I am Biscuit. In this video I will be exploring the mystery of the detonation ending of the Stanley Parable. I opened the game's map file in my favorite editor and read what connects where. Thus, I now know precisely what each button
This is a Linux
For
user, I can
instance,
tell
the
by all the fancy shit.
The ones that
'Cause
are
I
so
use
nicely
Linux.
numbered from 1 to 5, they do nothing. They are of absolutely no consequence whatsoever. They just make a nice little sound, but aside from that, pressing those buttons achieves nothing at all. Now what about the other buttons, such as these 4 right next to the entrance door? Well, this is interesting. These 4 buttons here, called cat butts, they do nothing at all.
Goodness, only 30.
Moving ahead, these 2 buttons, both called front button 1A, They don't do anything either.
To put some extra time on the clock, why not?
That console there, surely it must do something.
What's the matter, Stanley?
Well, yeah, it makes sparks. Then it is disabled for 2 seconds, after which you can make more sparks. That's all that it does.
Nice.
Next, let's see... it's the failsafe. This button is broken because of an error in the map design. I can fix it though. Here's what the failsafe is supposed to do. Yep, it's destined to fail. Next,
that's
the
nice.
code
The only
buttons.
thing that
They
might
are
actually be able to
placed
help
in
you is
sequence
just
of
designed to
4
fuck
sets
you.
of 4 buttons. Each set of 4 buttons activates the next set of 4 buttons. After a selection is made in each of the 4 consoles, the screens will show that the combination was incorrect. There are 256 possible combinations that you might try to enter, but none of them are correct. No combination is ever accepted. Additionally, when the first button is pressed, a 24-second timer is started. When the timer expires, the code button monitors will sparkle and the code buttons will no longer be usable.
That's fine. But
Near the exit, there is a very peculiar set of 4 buttons.
I actually
As it
found this interesting.
stands,
See, this
these
is button,
four
it does
green
nothing.
buttons
These
do
six
not
buttons
do
also do
anything at
nothing.
all.
This button does nothing. That button too does nothing. Stanley cannot jump and Stanley cannot climb either, but I am not Stanley and I am curious. That was my best part. That was the best part. It'd be really, if that monitor on the catwalk led to a secret ending. So yeah, the buttons do fuck all. Gotcha. The secret is there is no secret.
Not go unanswered for long.
What if everything sparks?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the wood, of course, Stanley thought, nope, still on board with death.
I guess so. Well, I definitely know where the flags are. That's nice to know. Like it's an RPG Maker, but in 3D. I'm really shocked there isn't an RPG Maker that does that exact same concept in game, but in 3D, where you have enough assets, enough control, and enough options that you can make your own game with no extra add-ons, no extra plugins, and no extra worry. Ugh.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Yeah, it did something, and then I looked at it. This game is a joke. This game is trolling me.
The lives of so many.
No, I'm gonna leave. Fuck that thing. You know what? No. We're gonna do something new. We're gonna go back to the clock. We're gonna enjoy the sliders. Because apparently this game is so goddamn meta. Just leaving it does it. Begin the game. Does that actually do anything different? Click
This
to
is a
skip. Nope, I gotta leave the game. God, it's like what? It's like playing. I'm scared. It's genuinely like playing I'm scared. Where just when you think you're done, the game closes your game for you. You reopen it. You're stuck in a cage, being circled by the mask. But what do I know? I just play games for enjoyment. Please, aww. I'm more aww. Cats and dogs. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes a number 9. No! Don't do it! That is technically 9. That is also 9. If only every single one of these was just a symbol for the number 9. Please adjust slider until you stop adjusting the slider. I like... Like there. Which of the 2 made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle and Scrumtush. I like Scrumtush because I can pronounce it. Please don't adjust the slider. In at the boss me. Do you know what time it is right now? It's 12:53, yeah. It is time that Is the time that it is now the correct time? Yeah? What time is it anyway? No. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Absolutely. I don't remember what it is, but help. Yes. I don't know what it is, but at some point I will. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. At some point, yes. I will come back to visit him, because I do like the Slider. He seems the most caring of them all. I've only met Muriel once. Stanley's director is an asshole. Stanley is me, so he's also an asshole. But the Slider's true to form. Slider is love. Slider's life. If you're ever mean to Slider, let me know so I can punch you in the dick and or uterus. Man or woman, these fists are rated E for sliding.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
Yes.
But it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any. When Stanley came
No!
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
guess
left.
I got to do the DLC. Everything about this is wrong,
Yet
but
not a
I have an
single
idea.
person here
Instead of wasting
Feeling
my
a wave
time
of disbelief,
with the story, I'm going to
Stanley
waste my time in here.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nah. We're going to make you suffer, narrator. I'm going to play Mega Man.
There was nothing here. No choice to make,
Mega
no
Man
path
X.
to follow.
Everybody,
just an empty broom closet.
yeah.
No reason to stay
I need to put different
here.
games on. I also need to delete a lot of games on here because there's a lot of Chinese games. Also, I do not give a rat's ass about Game Boy games. Let's be honest here.
Baffling that
Game
Stanley
Boy
was still just sitting in the broom closet.
is terrible.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be
Game Boy was
justified in
nothing more
some
than the
way.
portable
As
version
it
of
is,
the Super
he's
Nintendo.
literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Doing sweet FA.
Are
Don't.
you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
The battery.
Please offer me
The
some
battery probably
explanation here.
died.
I'm genuinely
I can see that.
confused.
Yeah, bro. Game Boy Advance has some bangers.
do
Oh,
realize
absolutely.
there's no
But
choice
OG
or
Game Boy
anything
did
in
not.
here, right?
OG Game
If
Boy
I'd
was
said
nothing more than the
Stanley
portable version of the
walked past
console
the
games.
broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
It was
But
probably
didn't even
super
occur to me
dead.
because
That's why this thing didn't
literally
start.
this
It
closet
showed up
is
the
of
main menu.
absolutely
I'm sorry.
no
It showed
significance
up
to
the
story
fuck. What's it
I never
called?
would have thought to mention it.
Essentially the logo when you boot up a computer, like Windows has, and then just stopped. So I assume
Maybe
battery's
to you,
probably
this
dead.
is somehow its own branching path.
Probably.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet
Yeah, it's so
ending
dead.
was
It's
my
stuck in a charging
favorite."
state. The start
I hope
charging
your
stage.
friends find this concerning.
Adorable. Alright, fine. I can't play Mega Man X1, even though I'm on Dr. Wily's
Stanley was
stage.
fat and ugly,
Now
and
I
he
gotta
was
do
stupid.
this.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
That's basically
That
how
or
I got
drug
most of my
money.
jobs until I
Also,
joined the
Stanley's
military.
addicted to drugs and
Hooray!
hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. We
Wow.
got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central
What
nervous
is that
system and you
malady?
collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
That is quite a list.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
We ain't stepping for shit. We are here. We are staying. We have guns. Probably. I have a metal pipe, that's about it. I can't have guns because I live on base and I'm very sad about that. Whenever I live off base, the first thing I'm buying is a short stub Magnum. Actually, I don't need one. I can go back to my dad's house and grab my own. Simply because I actually own that gun. I own a lot of them. I own a shotgun, I own a rifle, I own the short stub revolver. I own a Glock 16, 15, I forgot. I own a Glock, and that's about it. And I can't have none of them right now. I'm very sad about that. Alright, so when do we get the ending? I was told there was an ending in this closet. Ugh! I'm gonna keep making that noise every time I drink nail polish. In Coca-Cola form. No, but seriously, well, damn, I put way too much Jack in this bitch. If I learned anything about video games, is metadata. They're digging into my systems. They're Bitcoin mining me right now. Whenever I play a game that's way too good to be true, it's a Bitcoin miner or a Japanese MMO. I don't know. Japanese MMOs usually have some of the weirdest mechanics I've ever seen, but they always follow the same layout. Yeah, congratulations. We have a store that has way too many cosmetics and a store that also has way too many bonuses, like, oh yeah, double your XP, like half the time it takes to do a mission. Oh yeah, I feel like Japanese games, MMOs, are nothing more than the Facebooks of MMOs. You can't deny, you cannot lie. I know, I've played a lot of them. In fact, a lot of them still get recommended to me via my own Steam. It's kind of embarrassing. Damn. I gotta put a bandage on my forehead now. You gotta stop doing that. The only Japanese MMO that I have ever played that didn't fall into these tropes. Fuck, what was it? It's such a... It's such a non... How do I put this in English terms? God, I wish I could remember the name, but it's one of those games that is just so... It's not obscure, but not as popular. Say something like World of Warcraft, or Terra, or, I don't know, Mobaniga Online. Or, if you were old as shit as me, Luna Online. The only Japanese... At least I think it was Japanese... The only Japanese MMO that I've played that actually had a dating mechanic in the game. And I don't mean like you're dating NPCs. No, you can fill out a card and you actually date other players. That's where I started partying up with a girl, supposedly, a girl from Jordan, like some place in the Middle East. And then I forgot my login. I never saw her again.
Rip. To discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
it wasn't even I lost interest in the game, stopped playing. I genuinely forgot my password.
What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an
MMOs make me meet some of the most interesting people. I met my most Kurt friend. Yeah, Kurt. I met Kevin via Overwatch 1. And then he introduced me to his friends. And now I'm friends with a bunch of Canadians and Europeans. Funny how that works. Oh, yeah.
Stanley just sat around, yet incredibly, by simply...
No. Twiddling his thumbs. I wonder what happens if I actually just sit there and do nothing.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I want to do the DLC!
Stanley decided
but there's something else happened. The twiddling my thumbs, that's something new. I like new. We'll just go over there and twiddle my thumbs for a while and talk about MMOs. A genre game I've loved to play, but it's one of those things where it's like I'm there for a couple months, then I stop, and then I come back. Like World of War... There's only 3 MMOs that I play that I actually pay for. World of Warcraft, RuneScape, Classic, or Old School RuneScape, really, and Wizard 101. And honestly, I'm thinking about Pirates 101, because I'm not gonna lie, that game's actually a lot of fun. It's just... How do I
Stepping
put
into his
this?
manager's
Wizard
office,
101
Stanley
is
was
not a...
once again stunned to
It's
discover
like Team Fortress
not
2.
an
The devs
indication
just
of any
kind of don't
human
exist
life.
anymore.
What
The
could it
game's in a
mean?
good state,
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody.
as far as I can tell.
He began wildly
But
tearing through
realistically,
papers
there's
on
no
the
new
boss's
content,
desk,
so if you
pulling
really
books
beat
off the
everything,
shelf,
you just
looking
really
behind
beat everything. There's
paintings,
nothing else.
Desperate for clues to his situation.
And
But
I
his
kind
attention
of
was
want to...
caught
Maybe
by a
that's what I'll do. Maybe
keypad
I'll just do
behind the
Pirate
boss's
101 next
desk.
after my Wizard
What
101
could its
subscription
purpose
ends.
be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret
I
that
have the
lay
money. I don't
buried
see why
below
not.
his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number.
Pin number?
2845.
Twiddle my thumbs.
But of course,
For me.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Stanley possibly could not have known this. There is no bloody way he would have known this. He isn't smart enough to know this. That's why he sat there and
just
twiddled
sat
his
around
thumbs.
twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I like to think that the first time you're just not paying attention, and it just puts it in again for you.
2845.
You this game's fucking with me. Do it. Say it. Do it for... Put the code in for me, will you? Please? Do it. Just do it.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in. And the door just opened.
Hell yeah!
And Stanley got the
God.
hell along
You
with
know
the
what?
story.
Alright, the door opens for
What
you.
to do.
Congratulations. Now leave. What if I just sit here doing fuck all? Nope. Waiting for it. Come on. Tell me. Do it. I ain't doing it until you do it. Fuck. Fuck. It's like up here, down here. Well, that's too much down there. Damn, I'm gonna get this eventually. 2, 8, 4, 1. Correct. And then nothing happened. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. DLC time, because I can't see anything new happening. The freedom ending, cool, great. The bomb ending,
All of his
awesome, great.
co-workers were
The
gone.
escape ending,
What could it
death.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
The
he had
confusion
simply
ending,
missed a memo.
congratulations. Maybe there's something about the confusion ending I didn't know about. I can't think of anything else when it comes to confusion ending. Also, I don't want to go in this room because he'd be locked out. Let's think of a confusion ending and then just nothing, and then it was... Oh, what if I...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to
Alright,
the
I have an
meeting
idea.
room,
Instead
and
of,
Stanley knew it
when we go back to
perfectly well.
Rocket League,
Perhaps
instead
he
of
wanted to stop by
falling
the
into the
employee
abyss,
lounge
I
first,
wait.
just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a
Then maybe we'll get
room
another
worth
banger.
admiring,
Maybe it'll
but
put us
eager
in
to get
Overwatch
back to
1.
business, Stanley took the first
Free
open
mercy
door on his
nerf.
left.
Because let's be real, Overwatch kind of lost its personality when they
Stanley
made
was so bad at following
when Mercy
directions,
became
it's incredible he
Nerfsy.
wasn't 5 years
When they
ago.
completely removed her ultimate, an extremely powerful
Stanley, I
ultimate,
think
and just
perhaps we've
said,
gotten off on the
let's
wrong
make it a
foot
basic
here.
ability.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone
In all
else can be
honesty,
difficult,
ugh.
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing
I'd rather
but
Mercy's
you
revival
all this time.
be...
There's someone you've been neglecting.
I can say
Stanley.
be earned, because it's ultimate.
Someone you've forgotten about.
Make it harder
Please,
to be earned.
stop
That
trying
probably
to
would have
make
worked
every
better, rather than
decision
just,
by yourself.
yeah, completely removing it,
Not
giving a
asking for
Valkyrie
me.
mode that no one really gives a shit about,
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put
and then
your
making
work
her
aside,
basic
to
ability.
let her back
They
into
really
your
wanted the
life.
res, but they had no
She's
idea
been
how to
waiting.
implement it. At that point, just accept it you can't and remove the
That's her,
res.
Stanley.
Or just keep the res as an
no,
ultimate.
No, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't
No,
supposed to be a choice.
what do
How
I
did you
know?
do that? You
I only
actually
play the damn
chose
games.
incorrectly.
I only
didn't
play
even know
them
that was
well enough to
possible.
get
Let me
fucking...
double check.
What did I get in Overwatch?
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in.
Bronze,
fade to white,
silver, gold,
credits.
diamond, platinum,
Not picking
grandmaster?
up the phone is actually somehow
I think
an
I was close
incorrect
to...
course of action. How is that even possible?
I want to say
None
platinum.
of these decisions were supposed to
Hold
mean
on,
anything.
let me look this
I
up.
don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see...
Ranks.
No, that's not possible.
Gold, bronze,
believe
silver, gold,
it.
platinum, diamond. That's what it was. I was close to diamond. I was in plat. Because I... Oh my god. Fun story. So the way Overwatch's one's ranking system worked was, it just kind of, if you never did it before and you ranked up, it actually put you in a proper place. But if you actually tried to make it to, say you placed bronze in your first attempt, and you did it again the next season, but you actually improved a lot, it would still hold on to bronze, but it wouldn't put you, say you were good enough to be diamond, but it held on to bronze so goddamn hard by the balls that it said, yeah, we're gonna make you gold. Like, what? Wait. I mean, yeah, that's an improvement.
Choice.
No.
Best part
Fuck, I
of
forgot about
being a
this.
real person.
Fine.
But if used incorrectly, can also be
But
the
it basically
most
held on to
dangerous.
bronze so
For
hard that it
example,
dragged you
in
down.
this
You could be
scenario,
in
a
diamond, but it said
hypothetical real
gold because
person
it
named Rupert has a choice.
refused to believe you
He
got
could
that
invent a machine
good.
that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life
It's
better
bullshit.
for all people.
I heard
Or
it's
he could
completely
spend
changed now,
years of
but
hard work
that's what it was
forgetting
when
how
I
to
first
read.
played.
Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic.
Fish.
If you find
What?
yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their
Wait, is
thought,
that,
then provide an
Andrew
excuse why you
Ryan's from
cannot continue
BioShock?
talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What?
Excellent.
Practice what?
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Awesome. Where's my infield exercise? I haven't gotten one in a
You may
while.
have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed...
Yo,
on
whenever
good
I think about
decision-making,
GBA
we're going to
games,
revisit
how
a
can you
choice
drink a
made
protein
just a
shake?
few
This
minutes
stuff
ago,
is
and
horrible.
see
I'm
what
trying to
the
drink it. I
correct
feel
thing
like
to
I come
do
out the
would
same
have
way it
been.
came
This
in.
way, please.
Well, first off, don't be lactose intolerant. Good luck with that. Second of all, what kind of protein shake are you getting? Because the protein shakes I usually get aren't that bad. Also, don't put eggs in there, please. Whenever I think of a protein shake, I usually think milkshake with a little bit of protein put in there. It's like, it's essentially contradictory because you're putting, milkshakes, I guess, are good for you. It's ice, milk, and really if you want sugar in there, you can, but really, I got the vanilla soy. Oh, that's your problem. You got the liberal vegan. Which also, I don't know why. That was what my first fuck. I don't know. That's where my mind went first, because I'm always reminded of the meme. Yeah, fuck them soy boys, and it shows the buffed like bodybuilders drinking soy milk for their protein. Because technically soy milk is good, but if you don't work out, it does jack shit.
Door on the left, back to the correct ending.
Also, why soy? What even is soy?
You'll be home free in the real world.
I feel like soy is a bean, like green or lima. I don't actually like beans.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly
unless
as
it's
Stanley would.
string.
That means choosing
Which goes
responsibly
really well
and
with my
always putting
spaghetti.
the story
I don't know what we're talking.
I'm
Oh
quite
yeah.
sure
Oh
you'll be
wait,
up to
it
the
ain't
task.
soy. What
Just
is it?
follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What door am I left? I don't know why it has beans in it, but it's made out of wheat or some shit. How? Oh, I'm sorry. What? Is it a type of milk?
Here either. Feeling a wave of
What?
disbelief,
Okay.
Stanley decided to go up
Explain
to
to
his
me
boss's office.
what the
Hoping he
protein
might come
shake
into a
is.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Because whenever I think protein shake, and I don't know why, I think milkshake. You could make a milkshake with...
Stepping inside
It's a
his
powder.
manager's office,
It's a powder. It doesn't
Stanley
contain
was
milk.
once again
I'm sorry, what?
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Okay, that's
unraveled,
weird.
Stanley
Alright,
wondered
so
in
the only thing I know about
disbelief
milkshakes
who
is
orchestrated
ice
this,
cream,
until he saw the door
milk,
with a voice receiver next to it.
soy is very
Surely
cheaply
behind this
produced.
door
This is
lay
why
all the
90% of
answers to
animals
his
getting
questions.
soybeans.
And beyond
And they
all
sell to humans
probability,
because
he
they
knew
make
the
more profit
passcode.
than meat
He had seen
products.
it on his boss's computer
So it's a
just
corporate
last week.
thing.
Night Shark
Interesting. So what you're telling me
115.
is
Was this the
soy
code to open the door?
beans.
Would
So
it still
boy
work?
beans?
There was only
Sabine
one way to
boys.
find out.
Oh yeah, I love
Stanley
I
had
love
been
Beanie
trained
Boys.
never to speak
Wait.
up, but now he would draw from within
fuck, sorry, I'm
himself
getting off
the
track.
courage to face the unknown.
Shut up, narrator.
He
I'm talking
drew
about
a sharp
beans.
breath,
Beans and
and then
boys.
spoke the code.
Spoke the code. My ear itches. So I don't actually know much about different types of milk. Like soy milk, almond milk,
Stanley spoke
milk.
the code.
I
Night
really hope this is
Shark
wheat milk because I can make fun of that.
115. He spoke it into the receiver.
It's made out of
right
blended
there on
peas
the
and
wall.
oats. That sounds interesting. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the football player in
I'm sorry, is there
middle
a
to
problem?
high school
You didn't
whose
mishear me,
entire
did you?
life revolved
Please
around football.
speak the
And in
code into
order
the
for him to
receiver.
gain the
Otherwise
gains
we
he
can't get
needed
on
to
with the
win
story.
football,
This is a crucial step.
excuse me, he blended eggs,
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty
protein,
humiliating to bring you this far.
milk,
only for you to suddenly decide
and
you have better things to
Gatorade.
do. I asked you
The
for
first
this
three,
one
okay, sure, I
single
can see it. And then
thing,
they
for
had a
your
Gatorade, and I'm
respect.
thinking to myself,
The kind
"Oh."
of respect Stanley shows for his choices.
Made out of blend peas,
He
oats, and
knows
vanilla
what it
flavoring.
means to
Oh,
take a
vanilla
story
extract.
seriously.
Yuck.
If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on
This
the right.
makes me
You
want to
could have
play the
done whatever
Half-Life
the
mod,
hell you wanted over there. Why
watching
did you
paint
come this
dry.
way? Speak.
But I
Say
also have to
something
play the
me.
Half-Life
Explain
mod,
yourself, you
The
coward.
Suffering. It's not actually called The Suffering. What's it called?
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
What do I have?
choosing
I have it in my
responsibly
favorites.
and always
Half-Life mods.
putting the story
Afraid
first.
They
I'm
Hunger.
quite
That's
sure
what
you'll
it
be up to
is.
the task. Just follow
Because
my
I have
lead,
Half-Life
you'll be
mods.
fine.
This is horrible.
All right.
Ugh. Stop drinking that. Make
When
milkshake.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I don't act. I should probably make a protein shake of milk, protein, milk and I feel like if you have a certain amount of
It's
protein,
ruined.
certain amount of milk, certain amount of protein, you'd be doing good.
My story. You've destroyed
Tomorrow,
my
complete
work.
today's unfinished agenda
Why?
items.
For what?
Right
What
next
did you get
day's
out of
agenda.
that?
Reflect.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone?
Fire paper
Left
guy.
here like so
Hire
much
somebody to
garbage?
fire the
Well,
paper guy.
it's
Synergizing
worthless
guy.
now. And what am I supposed to do?
My
Even if
desk?
there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To
What
know
the
that my
fuck, my
story
desk?
is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that
Ongoing.
knowledge. I'll have to
I
live
love
with it
whiteboards.
forever.
That's why when I get my own place, I want a
Impossibility
whiteboard so I can have
forever.
shit
couldn't
like
live
this
that
up
way.
here.
Is it better to shut
Or
the game
other
down
shit
entirely,
like this.
to willingly
What does it say up
destroy
here?
all of my work?
Who
I don't
moved
know.
my desk?
What's the answer?
Please
What do
keep
I
the
do?
targets on the
What do I
topic
do?
of blank.
What do I do?
Employee
No, I
417,
have to.
4,
I have to shut the
405,
game
416
down.
gym.
I have to.
Meeting room. No, hold on. I'm not reading. I'm not reading. Do not what? Listen, you can't do that shit to me, man. I got things to read.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now
We've
look
been only
where
met
we
this
are.
for 3.5
The
hours.
entire game is destroyed. It was
Wild.
the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run
You
it
know what
into
I
the
need to
ground.
do? I
What, did
need
you think
to
that would be funny?
download
You
the
just had to
program.
see? Didn't I
Not
impress upon you how
Rumble. What
important
was
it
it?
was to be like Stanley? He
Hold on,
actually
let me
knows how to
finish.
do what I
Let
tell
me
him
wait
to.
for this guy
He
to stop
understands
talking
that if I say to
so I
do
can
something,
drink.
there's a damn good reason for it. That
Because
thought
double
hadn't
hearing
even
both
occurred
me
to you,
and
had
him
it?
has probably got to be
That there's a
super
world
annoying.
outside of you. You're a child. Oh, my
Baby
story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
What'd you make? What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. This isn't the... Okay, no, this isn't it. This is not it. Shit. I forgot what ending it was. Oh, what if... Okay. Ow. What if I were to do the feedback ending?
All of his co-workers were gone.
I feel
what could
fast.
it mean?
Now I
Stanley
genuinely
decided to
can't
go
remember
to
what
the
I was going
meeting
to
room.
talk about.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But yeah, protein and milkshake. It's technically good for you because ice cream is made of milk, usually.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
Wow.
This room. But eager to get back to
The
business,
thing about this game is
Stanley
you can't,
took the
even if you
first
go on the
open door
Wikipedia
his
and look up
left.
the endings, it's a rabbit hole. Because as soon as you
Stanley
look up
was so
one
bad
ending, it
at
says you
following
need this ending, and then you look
directions,
up that
it's
ending, you need
incredible
that
it
ending, you
wasn't
need this
5
ending, you
years
need
ago.
that ending. Essentially, it all spirals into madness when you
Stanley,
realize
I think
you
perhaps
need
we've
several
gotten off on
different
the
types of
wrong
endings to
foot
get
here.
a different ending.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I
And the only
realize
thing
that
I
investing your
can
trust
think
in
of
someone
is the
else can be
DLC room
difficult,
right now,
but the
which
fact
apparently
is that the
equips
story has
equips
been about
the
nothing
buckets.
but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
Hold on.
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Sorry, I
Give me a
had to...
chance.
I did think about
Now
something, and
listen
I don't know why
carefully,
my
this is
finger immediately
important.
wanted to go on my ear to like
Stanley
mute
walked
myself.
through the
My
red
brain
door.
just said, hold on, I'm going to silence myself so I can think. And then I realized, wait, this guy's the one who's talking.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I actually don't remember what I needed to
Oh,
do.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
This is
The
just
problem
my
is all
house
these
that wad.
choices.
I have no
The
idea
two
what's
of us
going
always
on.
trying
I'm
to get
wandering
somewhere
around
that
hoping I
isn't
hit
here.
the right
running
button.
and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Yes.
I
Oh
wanted to
fuck!
stop.
Now you won't let me out. I'm
I
stuck
would-
here in a
we would
circle.
both be so much happier
God
if we
damn
just
Euclidean portals.
stopped. And I think, well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
What's your solution, sir? Yo,
What do we want? What are we looking for?
this isn't it either.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No.
I had to
wait.
pour it out. I'd
Where are you
imagine
going?
if it's as bad as you say, I wouldn't drink it either.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die,
But yeah,
the game will
protein and milk.
reset.
That probably
We'll
would be
lose
pretty
all
good.
of this.
Since ice cream, protein and ice cream,
Please, no,
and milk,
Stanley, let me
because
stay
ice cream's
here.
already made of
Don't
milk if
take
it's
this
real ice
from
cream.
me.
My
Please,
father got
Stanley,
one of those
no!
oats and peas flavored. Oof.
Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley?
Why?
Please,
One
I'm
of those
asking
oats
you
and
not to
peas
take
flavored.
this away from me. I can't
Oh
go
yeah,
back
it was
to
your
what I
mom
was
you don't
before.
talk to.
If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing
How's your
this?
relationship with your father? I'm
Stanley,
gonna keep breaking my legs, I guess.
let's
I'd
go
rather
back
get
to the
protein
other
through like
room.
meat and milk.
My God.
Does milk
Is
have
this
protein?
really
I thought
how
milk
much
was
you
more
dislike
calcium
my
for your
game?
bones.
That you'll
And
throw
I have to
yourself
get
from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
lactose-free
willing to
milk,
kill yourself
which
to
I
keep
don't
me
know
from
if it's
being
gonna be
happy?
the.
Am I reading the
I
situation
really do not
correctly?
know if it's as good for me as regular milk. Granted, most adults can't
Maybe
drink
you're
milk
just
because
getting a
once,
kick
for
out
some
of it.
reason, the body just says,
don't know
"Hey, yeah,
anymore.
you're a grown-ass man
just
now."
wanted us to get
You can know
along.
most Asians are lactose intolerant. Yeah, and I
guess that
don't
was too
understand
much to
why.
ask.
Milk is important, so
It
why
looks
did the
like
body
you
say,
wanted to
"Yeah,
make a
fuck that
choice after
shit"?
all.
But I could drink milk
Well,
without
which
issue.
one is yours?
Oh, you must be lucky then. I can drink milk, but it gives me diarrhea.
Is it over?
No, it's never
It's going
over.
to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I forgot how to get to the damn. feedback room. I genuinely wonder. Oh my god. Oh, it's in my eye. I genuinely wonder if... What?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I can do anything, and this game will fuck with me. Cool. The dangerous recorded messages. But they lack the mutation that allows them to consume milk. The issue is most Asians in the rest of the world didn't have access to cows, let alone the milk, so it probably wasn't widely consumed. I thought it because with Americans, it usually boils down to... Oh, my back. It usually boils down to... You can drink milk growing up, but as soon as you reach a certain age, or your body just says enough, you would switch on the gene that makes you lactose intolerant. And you can still drink milk, but it just doesn't accept it. It's like putting in something and nothing happens and then it comes out the same. As for I know European ancestors, but I can drink milk just fine. Then I guess you got lucky. You must have some Attila the Hun DNA in you, lactose intolerance. Shut up. I tried not to say the word and it just came out. Fine,
Oh,
DLC.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
It's not... It's late enough. We're 3.5 hours in. I think I can do DLC now.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Like in France, bone apple tea.
After
I
receiving
love
critical
boning apple
and commercial
teas.
success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra
That is
Deluxe,
such a super... Not
reimagining of the
super
game for consoles and
That
home
is such
computers.
a, Sackboy animation.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
The world over, you
Please,
say?
step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable.
It's a huge
Ultra
gap between the
Deluxe.
game and the Ultra Deluxe
Oh,
DLC.
well, this sounds
Is it?
delightful. I'm very excited to see
Have
the thrilling
I
new
discovered
Ultra
enough
Deluxe
to actually
content.
be worthy of the DLC? That's the real question. Because I swear to God, if I just go, if I go to the DLC and start something I'm not supposed to know about, I'm gonna be mad. 2014 to 2012.
All of his
Oh,
players
you mean
gone.
that?
What could it mean?
I thought you meant
Stanley decided
content-wise.
to go to the meeting room.
Where it goes
Perhaps
from
he had
meta
something
to,
missed the memo.
well, this is happening, like Battle Box Theater. I really feel like I'm forgetting something. I want to
When Stanley
know...
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Alright,
it.
I have an idea.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
Sublime.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
You think at
first
some
open
point they
door
just
on his
said,
left.
Alright, we're just going to add some content to our game 6 years later, and we're
Stanley
going
was
to
so
make it
bad at
more
following
expensive
directions,
than
it's
the game
incredible he
that we're
wasn't
selling
5
right
years
now.
ago.
Almost
Look,
feels like a
Stanley, I
cash
think
grab, but at the
perhaps
same
we've
time, the
gotten off
content's
on
good
the
enough that I
wrong
can't
foot
really
here. I'm not sure
bitch about it.
Henry, really,
I'm
I'm not.
gonna,
I
somehow,
realize
some
that
way,
investing
somewhere.
your trust in
But-
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the
Later.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you
Yeah.
have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want
Well,
to
homeless
help
are
you,
really
to
stealing
show you
hand
something
sanitizers to get
beautiful.
drunk off of it. Oh yeah, you can put hand sanitizers in like
I'm
Brita
on your
filters,
side. Give me a
and
chance.
it'll actually fuck you up.
Now listen carefully, this is
The
important.
blue door.
Stanley walked through the red door. Aha. Perhaps you misunderstood.
No.
Stanley walked through the
You
red
misunderstood.
door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so
like how I'm
badly
named.
what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop
Yeah,
you.
here it is.
You
What
see?
is a Brita
There's
filter?
nothing here.
So a Brita
Haven't even
filter
finished building this
is
section of the map
so there's this
because
big
you were never supposed to be
plastic
here in the
container,
first place.
and you put the Brita filter.
Broken
You put
rooms,
that
exposed
in the very
developer
top has a
textures.
Brita
Is
filter.
this what
You
you
pour
wanted?
water in it, and it
Was it
filters
worth
through like
ruining
charcoal,
the
sand,
entire
whatever.
story I'd written out
Why does
specifically
why
for
doesn't
you?
he assume you're
I think I
colorblind?
put a lot of time into that.
Because he's
I did.
ableist, I guess.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this
What do
is
I
what
know?
you
I
wanted to see.
assume I'm colorblind
Help
too
me
until
here,
I'm not.
Stanley. Help
Fuck,
elucidate
Meps
this
assumed I
strange
was
unknown
colorblind until I
desires
said,
of
no,
yours.
fuck that.
What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Boobs.
Skill trees? Work with me. You
I
gave me
would actually like
absolutely
skill
nothing so
trees.
far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This
third?
already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley.
Do you have to
Take it
worry?
for
You
a
don't live
spin.
in like Flint, Michigan.
Okay,
Yes
I'm
and
going to
no.
stop you
I
there.
primarily
Now, tell me
it's not so
about
much of
your
a worry,
experience
it's
with
more
this
of a
invention. Would you say that
there's
the
so
game
much
benefited
shit
from
in the
allowing
water,
more choices?
not
Feel
because it's
free to
tainted
be
or
honest.
bad, but
Looking for
because
some real critical feedback here.
putting softeners in the water tend to fuck it up too. Like and still got calcium deposits. You essentially put it in there to just
A one? I mean, I can understand if you had
Peace of mind, I
reservations,
guess?
you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one? That's not even helpful.
Frickin' gal
what am I supposed
frogs.
to do with that?
turn the frickin'
I
frogs
guess it isn't my
gay.
place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Gay frogs.
And to be perfectly
Not the frog
candid,
gays.
I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
the fake
Let's
rocks.
take a look.
Hey! I'm going back into this room.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I
Perfect.
love how
Let
it's
me
all
boot it up.
just generic ass Half-Life models.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
I'm not even gonna bother
You click
saving the
button to
child.
move him
The
back
child
to the
deserves to
right,
die.
And if he reaches the
The
fire,
child did something
you
wrong in his
fail.
previous life.
It's a
The
very
child is just
meaningful
probably a
game.
reincarnation of
All about
Hitler.
the
You never
desperation
know.
and tedium
Kill
of
all children,
endlessly
I guess.
confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep
This
notes on your
is my
experience.
argument of a game isn't good if you can't hook you in the first hour.
You heartless bastard.
His little journey is
Did you
literally
do the
Hitler.
little baby
Oh
without
no,
trying to spite
they're on to me. Ooh,
Because if
houseplant.
it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's
I'm done.
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to
Ooh.
ease the pain.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
Minecraft. With mods, obviously. Base Minecraft, boring. Minecraft mods,
Seems
uber.
like it'll work.
Remember
Let's
the
give it a
personality
shot.
test I did where I gave me Hitler even though the lines don't line up? Yeah, I know, because I did a Hunter. Oh yeah, this Firewatch. I did a Hunter. What's your skill?
What do you think this game
What's
is
your
about,
ability
Stan?
quiz? And it gave me
What's our
Transmuter.
backstory? What is our
Saying you're
motivation?
whimsical, unique, and interesting,
But it seems
despite the fact that I
obvious to
put
me that
not
your
really
main
for
players are
10 out of
creepy
20
men
questions.
spying on innocent civilians below
Especially
you
one that
from
says,
up high in
do
your
you have an
tower,
outgoing
perhaps for some
and
sort
interesting
of
personality?
twisted,
Not really.
erotic
You're
purpose.
interesting.
Yes,
Why?
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far,
Stop.
I love everything about this game.
Not
Stanley.
mental
And it seems there's
depravity.
even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
That was a Minecraft door sound. Oh, hold on. There's something. Can't do that. You know, if I wanted to play Firewatch for free, I probably would have done it on Roblox. God damn it. Why would you let me through here? Also, who puts their propane right there? Why not, I don't know, in your house?
Oh, no. No, 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 it can't be.
What do you mean? What do you mean it can't be?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Wait, I can squeeze through that.
Goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That
Damn
big,
it.
open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided
Groaning, you say?
it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
I wonder if there's a way for
Preferably
me to
something
break
with
this.
walls. Something with nice, big,
I got
insurmountable
conjuration.
walls.
Nice. I got transmuter. I don't know what conjuration is, like summoning things, like ghosts.
Just the thing.
I think. I can't remember. Ghosts. I love ghosts.
Wonderful. See, this is
Wunderbar.
exactly what I had in
Uh-oh.
mind.
I am
Just
Hitler.
a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
No, this is
if you
gaming.
manage to get
What
lost
about
in this
what
game,
should it be
I will
about? Give me a tip.
phenomenally
I got
impressed.
myself. I gotta give myself a non ability. Conjuration. You can summon any
Okay,
military
so
uniform
exactly
you
what do we do
want
here?
and infiltrate any
There are
military
lots of cars
base
here in the back, but obviously there's no
because
racetrack.
of said
Okay, I'm seeing that There's a
conjuration.
ball of some kind back here. Is this game
But
sports ball?
You have to put in some
Stanley,
effort.
I think it's
You have to
sports
learn the
ball.
language.
Oh,
You
what
have to learn
fun.
the accents.
We shall
You
run
have
the
to
bases
learn
and do a touchdown together.
the skills.
Yes, I think surely
Whatever
we
base
must.
you infiltrate, you
Okay,
have to
Stanley,
know
here's
about
the
that
ball.
base.
Have
Wow, that
fun.
fucking sucks. Yeah, you're telling me. Mine was literally, yeah, my organs are on fire because I drink too much. People summon ghosts and demons. People summon ghosts and demons. I summon clothes. Listen, those clothes are authentic. Fine.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so
You
hard
can summon
on?
clothes and sell it
I have a thought.
and make
And I
infinite
realize I'm not a
money. I don't know,
sportsologist,
man.
But if one
Why am I so
ball generates a
fast?
certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
No.
Yes.
Not another
Oh,
one.
goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
You literally
Stanley,
turn
I'm
water
like a
into
child in a
Everclear
confectionery
and
shop.
sell
I
it
simply
off.
have to have more.
I'm Jesus after
insatiable.
all.
More balls.
I feel like John Lennon. What the fuck? That's too many balls. Get the shit out of here. That's a load of balls. Nice balls. Nice cock. Oh shit, they're all blue. I will
Enjoy
never
this,
enjoy Rocket League.
Having fun.
I do not like the
Is
controls.
this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Aw.
That's right.
Hey!
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes.
Aw.
You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides,
Aw.
you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I
Nothing.
am. I am structure.
I'm
your
sorry, have you
sense of
played Gary's
purpose.
mod?
And since
The
you decided you
overnight
didn't want to play my
fanatic
game,
money-making
now I don't
or
want to
money
play with you
laundering
either.
machine?
So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving.
That
See
ended
how
up
you
spawning
like it
so
when
many
I'm
good
around
games.
to
They
set
ended up
the
being their own
rules.
goddamn games like
Somehow, I
DVD
don't
Prop
think
Hunt
you'll enjoy
or
it
my
as much.
personal
Who
favorite
knows?
Towers
You're an
Unite.
inventive kid.
I really
You'll
love
come up
Towers
with
Unite, mostly
something.
because I stick to the
After all,
arcade and
you're
bingo.
the one
And I
who
piss
knows
people off with the
best.
bingo because I buy all four
Take
cards and
care,
steal their
Stanley.
money. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Oh. Something about this don't seem right. I feel like I'm supposed to jump into the land of make-believe. Why do I hear construction in the background? You know what? I'm doing it.
Hold on. What are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? You wouldn't let me leave until I fell down the only hole that's a goal in this game. Hey!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Stanley, come back. I'm sorry, I fell down a hole. I can't come back. There's no coming. There's no nut. There's no nut left to give. I'm dry. Hold on. Fuck! Well, I guess I'm just gonna die now. I fell down a hole, which means I need to go down this direction. It's empty. Wait, there was a... Ah, shit, no. Room 600 was somewhere. I just don't know where. I was waiting for something, but now I can put my phone away simply because I'm no longer waiting. I actually don't know what to do anymore. I genuinely feel like the only path is DLC now. 424, 425, 427 is going to show up soon. Yep, there it is. Well, ho, ho, ho. Oh. Well, DLC
I wonder
time.
what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. Alright, back in my little room. Anything in the fanfic channel yet? No? Sad. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps you simply missed a memo. No, fuck you. We're going to the DLC now.
Content? What does that mean? New content.
I'll go in DLC because I can't think of anywhere else to actually go. I genuinely think I feel like I've hit everything after roughly 4 hours. Now, we're getting to new content. Can't stop me. I don't actually know what to do. This is literally all I can think of.
Playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
2013, I was actually still in high school then.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Wait, this game is on consoles? RIP.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator.
Imagine having to call the bad guy up
sure it's just
10 years later, like, alright, we got an idea. DLC Ultra Deluxe, we need you back in.
Is it broken?
He's in the middle of giving his children
should we be
a
moving
gun.
somewhere? Oh, there we go. Alright, finally.
Hold on. We have a singular burrito in my hands.
Long last, it's on to the new
I'm not gonna lie,
I've
sausage,
never
egg, and
been
cheese
more ready.
sounds
Let's do
good.
it.
It's actually terrible. You know why? Because more egg and cheese than sausage. It's like 1% sausage, the rest egg and
initial
cheese.
impressions
So
of
49 and
Stanley
49.
Parable Ultra Deluxe. Mostly
And unfortunately,
tedious.
the egg
It's
is
as
very
if the-
runny.
Oh,
It's almost like someone didn't know how to cook
let's
a
see the
goddamn
content.
egg.
Give me the content, Stanley.
The content. The content. Shut up about the content. No one cares about your content. Content? What's in the content? The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump finally. I love this content. Okay, but like, what's my reward though? Woo! Oh. Next DLC, more jumping.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Probably.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
writing.
now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to
I love
be
how I did a
something else.
360,
Let's see it.
a 180.
I'm ready for whatever it is.
It goes up. Alright. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it?
I loved it.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fans
I am the
drive
one
a
who
cheap
contents.
expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Not Twitter.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Sauce.
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
DLC.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Aw,
What do you
friends
say,
forever.
friend?
I don't even get a choice. Wow, okay, well, I guess we're just done here. What the fuck is this? I'm assuming that's where I'm supposed to be. But I'm not very good at understanding DLC content.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
How can I say no to a vent? Why is there a wrench there? Is the narrator a physical manifestation? Damn it, I've been tricked. Bamboozled, even.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
I'm sorry,
Just
am I
our
playing Dark
little
Souls?
secret. Take a look.
No, oh
I call
no,
it
it's
the memory zone.
Breath of the Wild?
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
the memory zone. Oh. Y'all motherfuckers just love putting these wires in random spots. I know they don't work. Don't lie
You
to
see,
me.
Stanley, doesn't the memory
Zone,
zone
sweet
remind
zone.
you of how
Don't forget
wonderful
the Stanley
Stanley Parable was before it was solid with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had
Collector's
integrity.
Edition.
Back then, it all
Audience
meant
Award.
something. Oh, the waste.
The Stanley Parable. Oh, but they just put the name over that. There's science. 2013 when the Stanley Parable was released. They took a picture of the actual Steam. Oh, Steam looked a little bit different back then. Nice. Sorry, that burrito was actually really good. A trip down memory lane. $1? Wow, it's on computers. Play the demo. A smile because it happened. Unachievable. It isn't possible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. They doubled that, by the way. Fuck that. New video game releasing today by me, creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutger goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. 50% off. Designer has his business leaders pushing election on council allies. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. Nominee for story. For debut game. For game innovation. For nothing. And there's me, dead on the ground. Good times, good times. Deals tough choices. Well, this looks like the German, this looks like the German, strip in California. I'm sorry, you speaking French?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
That is such
Did you
a
hear that,
non-sentence.
Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them.
I forgot
And now,
Persona 3 showed
it's
up in like
nothing.
2003.
It's no games at all.
2013.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Only an hour? Damn, that's kind of wild. Kind of rough. You could have given me more, but no. I guess you just skimped out. Picture of me, picture of hallways, picture of doors, pictures of the good times. Is that, wait, no, that's just Minecraft. I'm very confused. Why do you have a picture of Minecraft in here? Why do you have a picture of Portal? I get it's a Half-Life game, but goddamn. Memory zone maintenance. Something here ate rats. Oh, it's the hammer editor of... Oh my god, not the hammer editor. Person of the year. Me. Yeah, I don't even want to think about the hammer editor. I've used that shit before, and it's... Ugh. Not good.
Here's another moving passage, this time
Source
from
SDK.
GameSpot.com.
Move objects, create levels,
The Stanley
graphics.
Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of
People
choice in
correct pictures.
games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
I'm sorry,
It didn't
9
need
out of
anything
10 is
else.
perfect?
It didn't need new content.
Lies.
It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
In the howling home of lies incarnate. There, the Serious Room 2013. Oh no, they mentioned the Serious Room. I could probably fly.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait.
Let's do it.
Hang on.
Let's do it then.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh, it's decrepit.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Not Steam
I haven't
reviews.
looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where
Oh
I'd
no,
have
it's
the room to
toxic rate
stick
for
them.
Fallout 4? I really need to complete the Fallout 4. I really do need to complete Fallout 4. I've started the game. I like the game, but as soon as they say like, a new settlement needs your help, I just die a little bit inside. Why does my elbow hurt so much? My elbow is like a specific point of contention right now. You know what? Let me just use my controller because I feel like doing so.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast.
Okay, I'm right in the clothing thing.
Stanley,
Oh boy!
I'm not preachy, am I? You can
Military
tell me if
clothes,
I'm preachy.
Maverick.
Honestly, you can.
Let's go! Sneak into those
It's
military
actually quite
bases.
shocking for
Steal
me.
those codes.
I
Look at
always
Noodle
thought, to be
Shaft.
honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
I don't know what terse
You
means.
can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear.
Oh.
What an awful memory to have to hold
I'm out of Jack
on
and
to.
Coke now.
These black marks
All I
on
have
my
is
otherwise
cock.
unimpeachable track
Right.
record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
I can't run, so it doesn't
Perhaps
matter.
the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Ugh. Look at all these reviews.
This one got to say. You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish.
Well, I love how you have 10 hours and then you give it a bad review.
skip button.
If you don't give it a bad review within
Well,
an
yes.
hour or
Yes,
two
I think
tops,
we can do that. If I'm truly
something's
too
up.
preachy,
You
then,
like the game,
then
you just
maybe
didn't want to
letting
hate
skip
on it.
ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Me reviewing Dead by
Not if it
Daylight.
means we can strike these negative
900
reviews
some
from
hours,
record.
bad
Only
review.
positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Skip button. Now that my elbow has stopped hurting, I can now. Ooh. I was saying, why is my mouse on the screen? I don't know if y'all saw it, but it was definitely there. It's just weird.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you
Let's see,
forward
this
in
is
time
110.
so that the second
You're
my
wrong.
incessant
It's
droning
2
starts to
o'clock.
bore you with just the... Oh, you're back, you see? You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should
But the
say
door's
that
gone.
the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
12 hours?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no...
I'm just hitting the button in a circle.
You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
There's something happening
and
back here.
And you think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I need...
What? Where'd everything go?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a
What happens if I actually just let him talk?
It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously.
Next time I press buttons, it's gonna be 10 years. I'm gonna get an achievement.
I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now...
There's no one left to talk to, it's just me. Ooh, the button. Now this is a video game. Just me. No talking. No thoughts. Just me. This man's actually dead, isn't he? This is just gone. Oh, the clock broke. Oh, there's a fire. Oh no, the alarm has gone off. Decrepit.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside
almost
ourselves.
kind
We
of
would turn
sad,
to look at our
actually.
deeper nature
And you realize the
find
narrator is just
resounding
stuck on his own
emptiness
for
gazing
what,
back
like
with
100
unyielding
years?
aggression.
What can you
And
really
so,
do with no one to talk to
because
for
of
100
this,
years other
we
than go
require that our
insane?
amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they
How long
project.
is he gonna
I'm
go
not mad.
for?
I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse.
Didn't they
They're
lock
the
this
ones who are
man
mad.
in a broom
They're the ones who
closet
couldn't stand
by
the idea
himself
of me using my
for
game
a
to try to
month?
say something. Maybe
And
they were
just said,
jealous of
well,
me. Yeah.
we won't talk to you,
Yes,
but
of
we'll
course.
record what you say
They've
afterwards.
been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of
course, it
affairs.
goes to
When
real
you
question.
read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the
I'm just
need
waiting.
to
I'm
expect
waiting
that the
for him to
game be
realize
funny.
I'm here.
That it be filled
At
with
that point, he's
yucks
just talking to
and
nothing but
whimsical
himself. He
humor,
can't do anything
that
but
it
talk to
amused them
himself.
endlessly
He
from
just
start to
assumes
finish.
I'm gone
But
forever
they didn't
now.
understand
There's
the game
nothing
was
left.
never meant
There's
to be
no
funny.
coming
It was
back.
meant to have a point.
It's just
it was
him.
meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little
is it just
thumbs
gonna
down
repeat?
review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he...
Who's gonna take this ladder? Who's gonna fix this ladder? There's literally no one here. There's no narrator. There's nothing. There's just me waiting. I assume it's exponential. After a while,
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
He's lost
end,
it, he's
is never
gone.
the end, is never 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 the end, is...
there's nothing I can do. I've grown old. I've become an eternity. I am, just because people wanted a skip button. And now he's lost his mind. The narrator is gone. Oh, so is the wall. Is there gonna be a door soon? Something crashed, broke. The filaments of society, the remnants of reality. The world around me has become nothing more than a frail scripture of what it once was. There is nothing more than me, myself, and I. No one to judge, no one to demand, no one to seek anything more than what I desire. No one here to tell me what to do. No one here to tell me, oh, I want a skip button. No one here to demand insecure, unfrail, irrational, illogical, nonsensical demands. I'm gonna go play Portal now. Hey, there's the sun. I think the narrator actually died. There's no narrator anymore. He's gone. Hey, yo, it's green. I've entered the Fruitigo Arrow realm. Either the narrator has actually died, or he found a way to escape. Even the plants died. Wow, there's no reality left. I'm caved in by something. People wanted a skip button. Maybe we should be careful of what we want. I got it. Uh-oh. What do you got? Oh, I'm sideways now. Oh, an escape. You know what? I don't think we deserve an escape. After what we did? What do we truly want? I got it, fanfic. Okay. Hunter Mason, Nen type, conjuration, name, uniform, armament, Nen ability. Battle dress, uniform, New York concrete jungle where names are made of. Nice. Mason can conjure a battle dress uniform of any nation and time period. This uniform enhances his physical abilities, providing increased agility, strength, and endurance. The material of the uniform can also adapt to the different environments, offering camouflage in natural settings or urban landscapes. Patch transformation, conjuration. Mason can affix any military insignia to his uniform that, 1, transforms one-to-one replica of the uniform. The transformation is not just visual, it imbues Mason... Did my game just kind of... No! I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to see it. I've been duped. Mason steals the patches from Delta Force operators, who is a lieutenant colonel. He will gain motif, the skills and knowledge the person had over their entire career. However, there is a huge weakness to this. See limits and cons. Good looking conjuration. No matter what kind of uniform it is, it will always be worn perfectly and properly on Mason, and it will be ironed and in great condition every time. This is a passive skill, active every time. Unknown Soldier Conjuration. Mason conjures ghastly apparition known as Unknown Soldiers. These spectral entities draw upon the trauma and PTSD of his opponents. It's, in some instances, the Unknown Soldier manifests an eerie representation of individuals close to Mason target. Evan's gone. Need to know. Most Mason's proficiency with each uniform or rank insignia is directionally proportionate to his knowledge of military tactics and history. Example, he will not know how any secrets of the uniform. He will not know any secrets of the uniform he has taken unless he has a vague knowledge about it. If he doesn't know about any secret codes, he will not know it unless he has vague information about it. Limited use. Conjuration items have a finite duration of use and require periodic recharging. It also consumes his Nen. The entirety of it. No Nen. Gone. I assume there was just white land and then you just done. Stuck. Nothing left.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
So, right here. Cool. Which mean we're going back to the closet, boys! I just look very good. You can set stuff on fire. I just look good. New content! Sure about that? Last time we did new content?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
As soon as... Okay. You can set stuff on fire. I just look very good. Hey, you told me to give you stuff. I didn't say it was going to be good stuff. I just gave you stuff.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, not again.
Do you have a bucket? I don't know how to get the bucket.
I'm not going to say anything.
I did get the skip button ending though.
I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I am taking my time. What are you gonna do about it, sir? Sir, I don't believe you're a real person. You're nothing more than my conscious... Actually, now that I think about it, you know what? If anyone says, yeah, Stanley doesn't actually have a voice, he's an unvoiced, unvoiced protagonist. No. The narrator is Stanley. You need a bucket for the bucket timeline and singularity. Yeah, I don't know how to get it. And I don't think I'm gonna for a hot minute. We're already 4 hours into this. We have at least 2 to go. And another 4 if I'm feeling zesty. Like I could order something from Zaxby's. I always have to remember the name because it genuinely sounds like a Kingdom Hearts enemy name. DLC room maybe. Ugh. Well, I can't go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we're just restarting the thing, just app. Oh, no, this is
Oh,
definitely...
good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting.
Okay, so
to
even
share.
if I hit restart game, it still gives me pseudo power. Why am I going so fast? Did you went secret room? You mean the skip button room? Yes. No, straightforward. Straightforward. I don't know what you mean,
You see, Stanley,
sir.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this
Not
ultra
straightforward.
deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to
I
announce
need to get
for
to
the
bed
first
since
time
Sleepy Girls
ever,
games.
the Stanley Parable 2.
2? Yo, we got DLC. Oh, yo, this thing needs to be put up.
Yes, you see, isn't this
The end
far
is never the
superior
end.
to a
Again,
measly re-release with a few
427.
minor additions? Think of all the new
Investor
territory we'll cover
Showcase.
with a fully fledged sequel.
See you, buddy.
An entirely
See you,
new
Mason. We'll see you
experience
next
built
week,
from the
and
ground
or
up.
in Discord.
Why, there are so many
Preferably in
possibilities.
Discord.
It could go in
I like reading
so
the
many
fanfic.
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2 twee. Oh, it's in sorry, Russian. Tu de du zue dos. Oh, it's just saying 2 in several different languages. Dos. Oh no, Mason. Mason, no. No,
Calling
don't
it
go.
the Stanley
No.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it
Photos.
even mean?
Fucking
But
photos.
the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and
Before I enter this door, I'm gonna
innovation
make another
and
drink.
long-term
I'm gonna make exactly
franchising potential.
several more drinks. I lied. That finger? That was nothing more than a lying finger. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Wait. They're back. 2 doors. Ow. There was no measurement. There was no thought. This drink is gonna suck. But by how much? Oh. Damn. There's so much grape in there I can't actually taste the tequila. Two. Oh, the ferns. 2 ferns. It's adorable. Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable 2. The Stanley Parable doubles. Thanks for attending my meeting. It was completely optional, but if you didn't go, you were fired. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old plus busted. New hotness. 2 more TSP, better TSP. Tablespoon? Sequel mindshare. Paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Why do you love the word synergy?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of
2 arms, 2 legs, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes.
It'll work itself out.
Who took the red marker?
Much
Me.
more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical.
Meeting plan. Goo. Scrum. 10. Design pitch. 11:30. Oh, it's not. It's fucking goo. 11:30. Break. 11:35. Pitch design. 12:02. Number 2 chat. I have no idea what's going on. Send help. Valued investors, this way. I am an investor. New features. Also, I realized the features are just kind of floating there. They really said fuck it to gravity. 2. Cool. I love double it, pass it to the next guy.
Here we are. Go on.
No, don't trap me.
The new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Enjoy the new features. Taste the sequel. Cold drinks. But please, no screenshots. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. Updated ray traced, more of the same, but in a good way. New features, new content, new ideas. The button that says the jump circle, infinite, fucking infinite hole. I'm sorry. No, let me go back into this decrepit ass button over here. We all need to know what the button is. We all need to know our name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And
too small.
Course, the first and most
just
obvious
right.
answer
Too big.
is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Sure.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Sleeping and waking as Jim. I don't want to be a Jimbo.
And being heartbroken
Jimbo.
as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And asIm.
We played too many games now. I think after this game we need to play something terrible. Like Jimmy Neutron, Attack of the Twonkies.
Really, truly Jim right now?
By the way, that's actually
so,
not a bad game. It's just so fucking dated. It's What about the button?
Jim.
Hell yeah.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
What is emotionally drained anyway? I never did figure that one out. I'm just a psychopath through and through. Emotionally drained doesn't operate with me. It doesn't vibe with me. Now, my girl, she tells me she gets emotionally drained sometimes, and I usually just give her a cup of cocoa and wrap her in a blanket and put on, like, what was that horror game with Art the Clown? Horror movie with Art the Clown.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No, I want to see what's over here in the new feature section.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Prequel. Okay, so what's before... So there's main game and epilogue. Setting world champion? Setting world champion. What? Settings world champion. Why is it locked, though? Just gave Kira a hot cocoa, throw her in bed, wrap her in a blanket like a little child.
You know what?
And just put
Let's
on,
bring the jump circle back for
Terrifier, that's what it was.
Well, it's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Damn.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I also like that as a really shitty circle. Damn, oh. Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. The Stanley Parable 2. Let's go. I love free, new, and easy stuff. Pull the lever to receive your new achievement. No more step. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, I'm gonna keep pressing this button until it happens, so give me my damn achievements. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta cock block me like that, bitch? Why you gotta be such a negative Nancy? Why you gotta be such a type B personality? Just please give me my fucking achievement. God damn it. Okay, I guess I get nothing. Nothing, I say. I was excited for a little achievement to add to my gamer score, like Xbox. Which, in all honesty, I genuinely wish Xbox did something with their gamer score other than be like a dick measuring competition that nobody measured.
What other
because everyone didn't. Nobody had dicks. There were no boys online on Xbox. It was all women. Women are the real gamers. Jump circle, exit, collectibles. That's a nice collectible.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
What the
In
fuck?
the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
This
and
looks
what's
terrifying.
truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Nice. 1 of 6. Don't do it. Okay, it's gone. Collect them all. You can find them. You can find them. You can find them. Well, I don't think I can
God,
for
it really
several
is the
reasons.
worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Exit. Not yet. We're not done here. 5 this map. Free achievement, which I've already tried. Let me go for it again. Collectibles are pretty cool, I guess. Infinite hole, though, those that way. I love the infinite hole. You know, when they say any holes a goal, I guess infinite holes count too, because you're just been falling in deeper and deeper. This is the ultimate hot dog down a hallway. God damn it, why do you gotta do this? Why do you gotta take away everything I love? I'm not making another drink out of that. That was just so bad it put me off. Oh. Whew. Buh. And this is what I get for not doing measurements. This is what I get for not doing science. Everything tastes terrible. Is that Maryland? So his level is 1 of 6. Complete the sand pyramid under 4 minutes, not including load times. Cool. I might actually do that one next. What the whole, like, infinity. Time and depth. Time, deeper. Distant space-time, distant future. Distant space-time, distant past. So you're telling me if I go deeper with less time, I go into the past. Deeper with more future, I go into the future. Oh, okay, I see how it is. Hole entrance, infinity. Wormhole. Infinite hole chart. Hole, depth, space. More hole, infinity. Question mark, science. Falling, more. Education use only. It just keeps going. This is the, if you fall down a hole and you enter
Stanley,
and you go out the other side of the earth, you essentially fall down infinitely because gravity just keeps pulling you down same hole until you equalize and you're just kind of floating there.
Forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I love mediums. It's just the hole from Gary's mod. I wonder if it's just as deep.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
Oh,
now then,
because it's small enough, you just said fuck it, and you made a Euclidean
you can
portal.
press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now,
No, I think I'm just gonna stay here. I like this.
But
This is
I do
nice.
recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of
But
things.
time space. The further I fall, the further. Oh my god, that's
Okay,
actually getting
Stanley,
smaller.
I don't know
This is
quite how
not
to say
infinite. This is
tactfully,
actually a
but it's
bottom to
possible
this.
that I
Given that the
slightly
hole is getting
exaggerated
smaller,
the
that leads me to
infinite
believe
hole.
something is
Is it
actually.
a very, very deep hole?
This isn't a Euclidean portal. This is
It's an
me
extremely
genuinely
deep
going
hole.
down.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Yeah, there is a bottom. I knew
Okay,
it.
well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
You're not
A
wrong.
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely.
Yes.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Maybe I am. It doesn't matter. I can still see the top. We're not deep enough. Until I'm in the Mariana Trench, I don't give a
Why
fuck.
don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top
No.
of the hole.
We're
We can move on.
We're gonna
I'll
get
just be
the
up
infinite
here
hole
on
we
your
were promised. Fuck the mostly infinite infinite. Don't talk to me about a return to the surface. You know what? Don't even talk to me. I'm gonna sit here. I'm just gonna sit here and wait until this hole becomes infinite. Nice hole, but nice. The hole is one of my favorite secrets in the game. I love that. I damn well knew it wasn't infinite because it wasn't giving me the weird clipping that was the Euclidean portal. It just kept going down, and the hole kept getting smaller. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm genuinely falling down. There's nothing but down, meaning either the entrance becomes so small you physically cannot see it, not even with a single pixel on your screen, or this has a bottom. Also, I feel like I'm at the bottom of the Silent Hill well. And stuff hones. Jumping again and again.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Who doesn't?
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of...
Sort of what?
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah,
I
the
can't help
hole
but
is
feel
bigger
like
too.
You spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide
The fact that I don't break my legs is really impressive. You know this is Portal 2. Simply, I'm just I'm literally a penis haver version of Shell. Because as soon as I touch the ground, it's got the weird boots on that make me not
enough? I'm
die.
Positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely bigger.
Yes. I'm
At some point,
starting to
there's not
become
going to be a
extremely
hole.
certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
We'll make it
even
deeper.
when it lacks overall standards for accountability
my
and
arms.
marketing. What's going on here? Stanley,
Is that
I have
cigarette
no
butt? Someone
explanation
smoked
for
the
the
shit out of this
uncertain
place.
nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Hell yeah.
Well, there it is.
Oh, fuck.
Shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're
Stay
here
in.
to do and hit the
Gladly.
teleport button when you're ready to move on.
No, we're in here. I'm going to stay in here until both my drink ends and my wax burner dies. Needless to say, whichever comes first. It's Phasm times playing Dead by Daylight. I think I just doxed someone. Wasn't there a saying? Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, you've never been sicker. I can definitely see. What is this? Every button, every pause button is in Roman numerals. Is it? Mine isn't. I wish I could read that, but I don't have the power. You know when I end the stream, you know what I'm going to do next? Because I've been meaning to play Kingdom Hearts for the longest time. I'm going to go back to the baby thing. I'm going to turn on my auto clicker for every single Steam game I have that is quite literally just an idle game. And I'm just going to wait 4 hours. I'm going to win. I can't lose. The computer's doing it for me. Okay, jumping again. Uh-oh.
Is the, teleport button not working?
It's not.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Around the world, around the world. Why do I feel like I'm just...
Still nothing?
Why do I feel like my stream basically devolves after a couple of drinks into just pop culture references?
Goodbye, Stanley.
Of everything except for Michael
Now you'll get more time with
Jackson,
it than you
Jordan,
could ever have
Michael
asked for.
Myers,
It's a win
no.
for everyone.
The
You
king
get
of
to be
pop.
with the whole,
Like, I want to say
get
Michael
do
Jackson.
literally
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
anything else.
Literally
Take
every
care,
pop culture
Stanley.
reference except
I
Michael
hope
Jackson,
you and
simply
the
because
whole-
you cannot reference the king without being in the presence of royalty. Well, I guess this is the game now. I'm just gonna... Okay. You would think I'd have arms and legs to climb out of this bitch, but I guess not. We're just stuck here, facing this door. Like a man! It's like when I play Lethal. It's like when I play Lethal Company. I'm the only one who could counter a bracken. Oh shit, it's getting deeper. Oh my god. I'm not going to make the reference I just thought about because I'm pretty sure that's inappropriate. This music is nice though. Okay, the real question. Is the hole getting deeper or is the building getting taller? You can't unsee it. Get over it. Best secret in the game. Change your perspective. What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just... okay. Oh, so that's his face. Nah, he's too handsome to be a Half-Life model. This is a screenshot of someone's face. Metal Gear would be proud. Change your perception.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
I'm sorry, is this copyright music put through a filter? Change your reality. Oh, yo, I actually like that. Oh. Yo. Oh, puppies. Alright, I found the perfect perspective. No, worst perspective. Give me back the puppies. Hell yeah. What does it say backwards? I don't know. Oh yeah, I just realized I can't change yourself. I just realized I don't understand backwards text. Yo! Oh shit, that's the wrong button. I'm upside down. That's reality. We're changing that. Aww. There's the beach. There's... Yo! I like that. That's pretty good too. Let me go through all of them. Too cartoony. Too basic.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Too flash game.
Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Can I go back to the puppies?
Can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Cool.
You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I
so
just
fucked,
pop
I
in
love it.
from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
And then I will be leaving immediately. Bye. Here we go. Back to the mesmerizing. Damn it! I was hoping I would go back in the hole and see the puppies again, but I guess there is no God. Oh, fuck. We're back in the second City. Second City. Alright, sure, whatever.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
No. Ooh, the bucket. The reassurance bucket. I actually like that idea. Hold on. Office decoration, mostly infinite hole. I like that you actually changed the name. But I'm actually kind of curious as to what the reassurance bucket is.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
To be fair, yeah,
that
kind
it
of.
engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration...
Well, I think the DLC deleted bucket because it was too much fun, so, 1 out of 10, only because I can't get this game as 0.
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Why is that pirate? Bucket is the perfect storytelling
Can
tool
you
and
feel
meta object.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Why did it sound like both Stanley and the bucket was
the
laughing at
bucket
me as
lends
one
you
entity?
an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I love Dos Equis. There's a nice... Can I do anything with this? Why is everything just randomly placed? Book it, nice. Ow, my neck is gonna snap. You know what? I'm not gonna die from radiation or falling down a hole. I'm gonna die from a neck snapping injury of my own volition. Why? Because I choose to die. Just like that. Also, I've been snapping my neck since I was like 12 years old. That shit feels good to me. To the point it only pops the bone. The nerves around it don't feel a damn thing unless it's forced out the ass. Maybe I'm just really good at this stuff. The bucket was told to me to be perfect. It was told to me to be everything. Why am I being lied to? God damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to believe people. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe it was my fault that I trusted the world. What's over here? Maybe it was my fault I trusted the world and all those around me. Maybe I need to go to therapy for those all around me. How much does therapy actually cost? Save Bucket Coon at all costs. Gotcha! I do like the noise it makes, though. It is kind of nice. Which reminds me, why do I have an extra bloody tab just built into my bullshit? Oops, wrong button. B. What do you mean B? Oh, B. B. B squared? The Stanley Parable Reassurance Buckets. We already got B. So, we got Office Decorations. We get Epilogue. We have a really, really shitty map. Ooh, merch. Where's merch? Z, 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 Z. Well, I don't see a Z, so I think we might actually have a problem here. Now, the jump circles things have already been... I love how you're just building up to a fucking half of something.
All right. Have you seen everything
Why
you
does this
wanted
look like a
to?
warship?
Ready to
That's an
move on
X.
now?
That looks like a bug, and that looks like... There's not really a name for it. I see a coffee mug, some splatter, more coffee mugs, and like a turkey, not a turkey, like a chicken leg. You know, it's like a 90-degree chicken leg you get at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's what that reminds me of. And a bucket on their head. I really don't like me staring at me. It kind of makes me uncomfortable.
So, Stanley,
Thank God.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
Somewhere.
Say, let's do an experiment.
I love experimenting.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful game.
You're gonna make me jump inside of a mostly infinite hole. I actually smacked my mouse, and all of a sudden I just did a 360.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
I love it!
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Why is it so red?
Hold
Oh, yeah,
on.
the carpets.
Let me do a different arrangement.
No, bring it back! Oh.
Yes, this is much better. I feel
You know what makes a
good
game a
about
proper
this. Here
game?
we go.
The writing.
Version
The combat...
2.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo,
Who am I
collectible!
kidding, Stanley? This isn't a
can do anything
coherent
about it.
video
So,
game at all. It's a lot of
You know what
gags.
makes the game great for
And I
me,
do
and I
very much
slowly
enjoy
realize this? It's
creating
the
gags, but
story.
they don't add up
The
to
combat,
anything.
if it's an MMO, it's all about the
I wanted
gameplay.
more than
Because,
anything
let's
to
be
create
real,
a sequel
the story can be
that
great,
would
but if your
capture
gameplay
all the
sucks, I
magic
don't want
of the
nothing to do with it.
first game.
But this has no combat, no real gameplay other than just walking, and it's still great because the story is so excellent. Consider the gameplay C tier,
maybe that's it.
But the writing is S+ tier, so it makes it an A tier, A+ tier by default.
Features into it, tastefully of course, with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right,
I get so many open holes in my fucking fingers, it's ridiculous.
Take a look.
Damn. Maybe that dream about where I got shot in the foot. Oh. Sorry? Can we go back down the infinite hole? I kind of missed that. I thought the door was bigger. It was going to be double doors for 2s. Also, what happened to the red carpet?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket.
Nice. I'm not gonna lie, I did find it. The DLC did lead me to a lot of things.
The bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I almost feel like the bucket's gonna give me twice as much content.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Yes.
The broom
yes,
closet.
bucket goes straight forward because
you can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No, it doesn't.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over. Coming to a staircase,
Don't hand
Stanley
over
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
How much you want to bet it's going to say, yes, the bucket managed to somehow find the entire proper prop by accidentally being pushed upon the buttons without the protagonist realizing.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Absolutely.
The bucket would. And
let him talk, please.
The two of them were inseparable.
No.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Didn't notice? Gotcha.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
But that's never going to change.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Stanley, not the bucket?
The bucket knew all along. Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Certainly.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Which I will do anyway.
That sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Reminds me of Octodad figurines. Bucket-kun helping you. Bucket is such a... You know what? I'm gonna love this Bucket so hard, I'm gonna have Bucket children. He is the best friend for everything. He is the best friend turned lover. Turned family man. Turned family woman. Turned family enthusiast. Turned... community
Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be right.
The bucket is truly the friend we all wish we had.
Everything
Don't lie to
will
me.
be
I know
fine.
you want a bucket too.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
I wonder
secret
which
did this place hold?
employee in the number
Stanley
the
and
bucket
the
is.
both wondered to themselves.
What? Oh yeah, I gotta move on. It just brought up the lights. It didn't turn anything on. What a shame!
The monitors jumped to life, and
So yeah,
Stanley
it
nearly
definitely
dropped the
displays
bucket
something.
in
It
shock.
might have
Everyone in
been
the office was being
one of the
videotaped,
doors.
monitored like guinea pigs.
Guinea pigs? I love guinea
The
pigs.
bucket had never seen anything
Guinea
like
pigs will
this,
always
and
be
it very
better
nearly
than
burst into
chinchillas,
tears
because
as
chinchillas are
Stanley
nothing more
cradled
than
it gently,
scared little
reassuring it
shitfucks.
that everything would be fine.
I say that with pride, because my stepdad had several chinchillas, and while I fed and cleaned them regularly, they were scared of me, and I
Was the
I
bucket
fed
under the
you,
mind
I
control
watered you,
facility's
I
influence as well?
gave you a
Had
place
the
to
bucket
stay,
been told to do
and you
things
still
it
hate
didn't
me.
wish to do?
You are not worthy of being in my
Things does a bucket
presence.
want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Welcome to conditional
These
love.
questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Chinchillas are fluffy, though. I never really liked them.
No! He screamed into the bucket.
But I prefer
he couldn't
something
accept it.
something
His
basic
own
like a
life in
dog.
someone else's
Just because-
control. Never!
Let's be
He
honest, I've had
squeezed the
several
bucket
dogs, and
tighter.
I love every single
His
one of them,
friend
simply
in
because
the entire world. At this point,
I've
he
had
could
pugs,
trust
I have
no
Alaskan
one
Malamutes, and they're also
except
fluffy and
for the
adorable.
bucket.
Even if they are feisty as fuck. And the Mastiff of the Malamute was just kind of silly. The damn pugs, though, my god, they're ferocious. They're biting each other, and they were biting me, and eventually they'd learn to love me.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his
What if
past
I leave with the
began to
bucket?
sink
What if I
in,
hit the
Stanley
on button
decided
with the
that
bucket?
This machinery. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
The bucket. Birds!
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became
birds.
active again.
These are more like seagulls. Yeah, seagulls.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind control
it's a back and
were only
forth button.
facade to disguise its true intentions.
Like birds.
Had the bucket
What
known
is
this all
that?
along? Stanley marveled at the metal
Oh,
genius in his
jeez.
hands. The one who had pointed him towards
What
this
the
incredible
No, what the fuck is that?
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Bangins. Alright, well, oh. Okay. What if we brought the bucket to the DLC? I don't know
Stanley
how
knew the
many
office
more
layout
endings
like the
there
back
are.
of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Oh, the
Stanley
bucket.
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Alright, time for the...
Stanley clutched the
Off
bucket
ending?
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know what? I wish nose blindness wasn't a thing, because I would love to smell my lemon cupcake wax burners. How can we find them? Bottom text, for all of eternity. But no.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom
I'm
closet.
stuck with
It wants
biology.
the bucket. You can feel that,
Ow,
can't
my
you?
foot.
The aura
I just
of
kicked my
jealousy
desk.
is as clear as day. This broom closet believes
Hold on, let me
it
look
deserves
this up.
the
What
bucket.
is nose
I
blindness?
can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
Nose
That's what
bleed.
the broom closet
Nose
is trying to say
not
here.
bleed.
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet
when
is
your
putting on
brain
your
becomes
shoulders right now,
desensitized
but
to
you
a
have to be
particular
strong.
smell.
This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse
God
than
damn
I
it,
had
old-fashioned
imagined.
desensitization.
Wait.
Why
Now
must
the
we no
broom
longer
closet
feel
has the gall
pleasure
to
from
imply
things we
that
constantly
you and the
do?
bucket are not truly deep
Ow.
and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Yes.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd
Use
feel
smaller
the
words.
same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Yes.
Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Fuck you, closet! I'm leaving. You don't deserve my love.
Okay, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We've been at this for 5 hours. How long can this bucket lead us into the darkness? How long can we be betrayed by the most inanimate of friends? So with the bucket, I no longer get explosions.
Through the large door that read,
with the bucket, I
Mind
wonder what the up
Control
button does.
Facility.
Doesn't give me the best ending. With friends and family and the impossible.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I cross-eyed for a second, and the elevator was, and the catwalk was here.
The monitors jumped to life.
Damn it, I can't
and
tell
Stanley
what
nearly
it's supposed to
dropped
be.
the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
We got you, buddy. We'll be fine. Ain't nothing gonna hurt you, I
Was
promise.
the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
You tell me,
These
Mr.
questions
Narrator,
raced
sir.
furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I really gotta stop running into my computer.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
No, not even the buckets. And now we walk
But here
into
was
the
the proof.
facility
The heart
power,
of the operation.
waiting
Controls labeled
for
with
even the
emotions.
best of
happy
options.
Or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Did it just automatically just throw us into a loading screen?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
No.
Yes! They had done it! Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
There was just nothing, darkness.
Part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right?
Where's my bucket?
I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Find out what? No! I don't know what I was about to find out. The bucket doesn't exist. The bucket escaped. I did not.
The meeting room. Oh, please. Are you really just doing
I'm
this
just
for
gonna
the
do
achievement?
Yes, I'm gonna do this
Click
for
a
the
door,
achievement.
find
Fuck you.
the
We take the
confusion
bucket.
and the chaos.
We're going to
All
escape
seemed
together
melt
as a
away
family.
as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I love
Stanley
embracing my
clutched the bucket
buckets.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Best friends forever. Going to the bucket lane. Gonna show you what it's like to be a man.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
My brain's just swimming. But that's fine. I feel like a fish in a bowl. And by that I mean I'm going to
Stepping into
just...
his manager's office,
Okay, it's not
Stanley
gonna
was
speed
once
run
again
for me.
stunned
Cool.
to discover not an indication of any
2,
human life.
8, 4,
Crushed by the
5.
weight of this revelation,
Let's go.
Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Logical explanation. I like explanations. Bruh, I wonder how long I'm literally just going through the exact same motions as before, but with a bucket. That's actually the only difference. The story is pretty much
Stanley and the bucket walked
the
straight
same,
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent
Stanley
death.
and the bucket. All they had to do is add the bucket. Man, my guy, why do you got it?
The door behind
much are you
them was
paid for
not
this?
shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Buckets. What if I throw the bucket out of the way of the death? I think that'd be pretty fair. Yep. Understandable. Have a nice day.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket
No,
everywhere.
don't insult Bucket like
Farewell,
that,
Stanley.
asshole. Farewell? The fuck you mean farewell? What did I do wrong?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led
Not
helplessly
even-
into the
not her
enormous
too.
metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
I was more concerned about the bucket than me.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious
This
bucket
is
to behold.
different. Oh, is this going to be a history of the bucket? Welcome to the grand exhibit. You are standing the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. I'm done reading. My brain doesn't want to read after that. Nice.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
What? How high up does it go? It just... I can see pixels moving, so it's still going. The pixels have stopped. It is no longer moving. No, I'm sorry. I thought this was like the Auschwitz pile of rings of all the married Jewish people that die. Oh, nice bucket. Inferno bucket. It's still a bucket. The replica of the Inferno bucket, which is the medieval era, was so powerful, luring the drove dozens of nations to war. I love it. To war with a bucket. But only for the buckets. Ugh. Ow, my hands.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
Shut up, I'll own whatever I want. I have money!
Before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. The piece that symbolizes the necessary relationship between the man and the... Oh, I grabbed the bucket. I didn't realize it. I thought it was genuine. I was going to fall down the hole, but I'll take it.
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Which is?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
Okay.
Don't reset the game.
Gotcha.
Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of
I'm gonna be a
new
bucket.
world, a new vision.
I like to think at the end he's like, oh, he actually did it. Wow, that's pretty honorable of you, sir. If only you could hear me. Bucket time? Am I the bucket?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
I have no idea at what point to end the stream. I'm already at the 5-hour mark.
Stanley
all I know
the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
is to do the exact
Stanley
thing
had
I've been
felt
doing
the bucket
before,
calling
but
to
with a
him,
bucket.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been
You're doing
through
good.
together.
I'm always
First,
doing good with the
walking
bucket
through
because the
door on
bucket is a
right,
shining
then
beacon of
walking
all
to
that
the
is
lounge.
true,
No,
all that
to
is
the
light,
right.
all that
The
is
bucket
good
was
within our
gone.
world. Without buckets,
Stanley took
where
the
would
door
we
on his
be?
left to go
Without
back
buckets,
to
we
the
could not
meeting
carry our water, could not carry our berries, could not carry our
said
kin.
the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Without
lift,
buckets,
yes.
how would we
Good,
survive
said
as a
the bucket.
society?
Now
Cup
ride the
water?
lift all the way to the
No,
top. There's something
that's
up
for
there I need you
infidels.
to do.
Maybe going out the
Stanley
window
did not
ending and
question
dying on the
why
street
or
ending
how
is
this
like
bucket was
is
speaking
like.
to him.
That's
It
weird.
should have alarmed him.
Hold on, we'll
because
do that
buckets
later.
can't talk.
I'm actually
But Stanley chose
this is
not to
empty,
think
so
about
I
this
think I'm gonna be done with
obvious
drinking for
fact.
today.
He was
We're gonna
firmly
slowly
convinced that the
sober,
bucket had spoken to
and we're
him,
gonna
and
slowly
he
throw up,
unthinkingly did
but not
whatever
in the bucket. We
asked.
cannot throw up in our friends. We cannot open their mouths and throw up in our friends like we do birds.
In here,
said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
room.
once again obeyed blindly.
Absolutely. What? Oh, hey.
Now pick up the phone, said the...
Gotcha, Bucket. My bestest friend.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
What do you mean sad?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely.
427B, B for Bucket.
And then, very
Yo,
distressingly,
Bucket's got
he
a
began to
nice
believe the bucket could
apartment.
speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your Bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket
Maybe I
was
should
merely
bring a
meant to
bucket to
provide
work.
the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that. You would make me go home. Let's go home.
Lately,
I love this
I've
house.
been
This is
concerned
actually a really
Wouldn't
nice
you
house.
be
The
concerned as
countertop
well
is
to see
small,
him
so you can't really
delusional
do
like
much
this,
with it. You probably have to
obsessing
add
over
like
an
a
inanimate
small
metal
area
object?
right here.
I want to say something to
remove
him,
this
but I don't know
ugly
how
ass
I can
plant,
convince him. I don't know if
but
he'll
everything else
listen
is
to me.
fine. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What does it want me to do? Bucket? He's lying. Bucket would never betray me. If Bucket betrays, Bucket is going to get bucketed.
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Sure about that? I'm gonna make love to this
he's not
bucket. We're gonna have
listening.
bucket
He's
children.
still taking
We're gonna have
orders
mini
from the
buckets
bucket.
you would find at
You know,
Bed Bath &
once
Beyond.
upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. His stupid hunk of metal.
I love this DLC. Fuck you. Bucket is love. Bucket is life.
Sad.
I'm going to work
I suppose
so
he
late
doesn't
because I
need
want
me
to support
anymore.
Bucket.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Sort of.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Oh. You finally
Yes, I suppose on
understand.
closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more,
I wonder what the
what am I
ridges
trying
on
to
a
say?
bucket even mean.
Sturdier. More
What does it
capable
do?
of transporting liquid.
Is it like
it
if
would
the
be better
bucket's
at
so
moving an
full,
amount
it
of water from
it,
one
it
room to
bends and
another?
expands? Instead of breaking, it just loses its 3 rings. Bucket.
Oh my God,
Bucket, my
what am I
friend.
saying?
Bucket.
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Even you understand.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why
We're
do
gonna
I want to
fuck
be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps
It's
if I had the bucket, this
12:13.
would be less
I
confusing.
think you're wrong,
Yes.
game.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Jazz Knights.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it.
Close
or
my
I'll-
eyes. I love how it gives you... Go back to work, Stanley. I love how it gives me demands in real life. I don't want to go back to work. Where's my bucket? Bucket? Bucket, where's my bucket?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh,
Bucket.
won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing? Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
You don't understand. This bucket is the only reason I still
Stanley
exist.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Fuck you.
This was not the correct way to the
Bucket
meeting
tells me
room,
what to do.
but Stanley had felt
Not
the bucket
you.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Hell
And here
yeah,
it
this is where all the
was.
cool
Had the
kids
bucket
are.
turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
We're gonna sit here and wait for the bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
The bucket knows what to do. The bucket always knows what to do. See, the bucket without the bucket,
Perhaps this
how would we
the
truly
bucket
know what to
felt
do?
most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
I feel like the bucket knows its true home, and that's in my arms. If the bucket feels like any
Stanley
other place's
decided
home,
to just give the bucket
it's
absolutely
clearly
as
wrong.
much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
I think it's I trust his decision making. If not, who could I trust, to be honest? Say something, bucket, please. Please. You know what? I think the bucket doesn't like this room. I'm gonna go find another room that the bucket might actually
the bucket
like.
was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo.
You know what I
is
love about this DLC?
good,
It
said
has
the bucket.
literally no
Now ride
changes.
lift
The
all
only
way to
difference
the
is
top.
do
There's
things,
something up
but
there
with
I need
buckets.
you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of
Everything's
course, because buckets
gonna
can't
be
talk.
alright.
But Stanley chose not to think about
Everything's
this
gonna
obvious
be
fact.
the
He was firmly
same.
convinced that the bucket had spoken
Everything's
to
gonna
him,
be
and
with
he
my
unthinkingly
friend, the
did
buckets.
whatever the bucket
Because
asked.
everything's gonna be alright.
In here.
Said the bucket.
I love that I
Go
can
into
switch
this
between
dark room over
actual
here.
decent singing and just
Stanley
yeah, let
once
me just
again
parody it.
obeyed blindly.
Let me not give a shit. Let me go give so little of a shit. And I'm gonna turn off this
Now
fucking
pick
light
up the phone.
because my wife doesn't exist. My wife
Hold
is
on.
this
Why
bucket.
did you unplug the phone?
What do you mean? When did I?
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I
No.
was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A
Shut up.
talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer?
No.
Or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it.
Oh, that
But there
explains the
isn't
guide of
exactly
comedic
an
timing.
instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
What?
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Don't do it. Don't make me watch the video. I will.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
That's
And more importantly,
amazing.
can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is
Yes.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle.
Hold
from
on,
your
you're almost
body.
making a Nazi salute
These
there,
are the
sir.
optimal conditions for good
Gotta work
comedic
there and say,
timing.
hello.
To begin
friend.
the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the
Goddamn.
recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds, and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good.
Hell
This
yeah.
saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting
this gives me
hard data
anxiety.
from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10
This is like
pages
corporate
long
comedy.
and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
This is
Just
such a
remember to let them
backwards
stop
face
laughing at some
monologue.
point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I don't feel like this is comedy anymore.
Hey, goodness, this video is
I
a little
genuinely
outdated,
feel
isn't
like
it?
this is
Well,
a
no
Spaceballs
matter. I
situation.
think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back
Help?
then. So with that
Maybe?
in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Hello. I do like me some comedic timing. Oh, don't you do this to me. Don't you give me the safety overview of comedic timing.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Now, when are you going to tell me you're done with the funny?
To Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke? Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Are you done with the funny? No? Okay, me no laugh. It's my apartment! I like my apartment. It's not the barber, it's the break room. My eyes hurt. That's not a good sign. Let's drink water with my new and improved puree Brita filter. Okay, but
you ready?
Oh, no,
When
no,
Stanley
that's
and the
a
bucket
joke.
came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Huh? Right.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Wow.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are
I
you
was
proud of
watching.
yourself
I
for
just
bringing me
wasn't
down,
paying
Stanley?
attention.
Are you proud?
I am proud.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh no. The darkness.
We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic
nice
wit
snap of
which
the back.
culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not
Nothing,
even
he
the
says.
lowliest
Nothing at
joke-telling
all.
whelp. I think I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh, don't do it. No, I guess we'll just...
You love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try
That should not have made me smile. That was a bad joke. Stop it.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No?
Yeah, no.
Is it the delivery?
Yeah.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word?
Pale?
For a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
I love how it just keeps going. It just doesn't stop. Send help to this poor man. He's trying his best, alright? But the only thing he can do is talk about the bucket. He's actually falling in love with the bucket more than I am.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
It means the
Stanley
bucket killed them.
To go to the meeting. The good old bucket.
What
Just
could it possibly mean, my dude?
Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Oh, yeah, jump out the window.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
What
and
window?
entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Should
but
be
Stanley
left.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge...
Well, there's several
simply
ways of
the
going
place
left, so I
to
think I'm
be.
going to do that.
And here it was.
Because
that
left
the
doesn't
bucket
exist in
turned
my
out to be
vocabulary.
correct.
Only
No,
bucket.
Never mind. The bucket
Ow,
was
my
gone.
arm. That actually hurt.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I wonder what would happen if we actually talked to Muriel? Marielle. Trust the completionist instinct. There will be a reward for finding them all. What do you mean? Mission set. I got 2 of them. Inside the sequel exhibit, nearby a fireplace. A large room. Lots of boxes. Lol, looks like 427. A private but smelly place for an important person. Somewhere both red and blue. That's the door. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. It's some kind of game? Good luck. Oh no. I didn't like the music. We're going downstairs
Coming to
now.
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Red!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This,
We might actually have to
there
collect
really must be a
these. All of
snappier
them.
name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley
stands.
figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes,
Stanlerine.
I think I like
No.
that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I actually do not like standards. Can we not, preferably?
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
We're trapped.
He considered
We're
the
officially
possibility
trapped.
of facing
We're gonna
his
wait for the
boss,
starlights, and I'm gonna go
admitting
take a
he had
piss.
left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed
Who's the
everyone
president
dashed.
in such
His
a
boss would think he was crazy.
what was
And
the word?
then
Competitive
something occurred
economy.
to Stanley. Maybe,
Ah.
he thought to himself,
I like this
maybe I am crazy.
I'm sorry, does that
He
say
looked down
coffee
at the
nut?
bucket in his arms. Am
Yo,
I crazy?
not in my
Or was the
November.
bucket? The
No
bucket returned
nutting.
his gaze,
You know
but
that.
said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Fuck.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically
It's
grounding
gone.
presence of his bucket. And indeed,
Oh
now
shit,
he
the walls are
noticed the walls were
molding.
repeating, which was, of course, very
At least,
odd.
I hope that's mold, to be
Now
honest.
he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh,
Uh-oh.
gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Bucket?
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Where?
Could it truly be?
Buckets!
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley.
That's two buckets in one. You can't lie to me. I know exactly. You can actually see it, like
He
looking
had
at
to
the
return to
pixels.
his
You
old
can
friend.
see it.
It was the only way to
fucked
truly
up.
restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Sure about that?
It was incredibly
pretty gay.
painful.
It's pretty
Stanley
nasty.
doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Who would let a bucket just be inside them? Wait, is bucket masculine or feminine? I gotta learn this in Spanish.
Mariella.
Oh shit.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about
He doesn't have
narrator
a
describing
bucket.
all of his actions.
What a
how
lad.
everything is predetermined, and free will is an illusion, and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My
Hell yeah.
life kicks ass. And she
My life kicks
backflipped
ass.
all the way to work.
Poor Muriel. She doesn't understand the joy of being her own man. If Muriel had been more of a bucket lover. Hold on. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
That's my wife. I have a wife?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
Bucket
the
finding
place to
committee.
be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket will always be wrong
Stanley
as long
took
as
the door on
I'm
his
in
left to
control.
go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Wrong.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But
Sure
Stanley
about that?
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except go the right way. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I got a little boy bladder right now. Fuck. The smell of lemons. Oh yeah, my door closed. That's the best kind of lemons. The sequel is now paused. Now hold up, you're just using removed assets from the first game. DLC 0 out of 10, lazy as fuck. Excuse me. Lemons. Bucket, where do we go? I don't actually remember. Bucket?
No, stop.
No.
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which,
what do you mean?
If that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it.
Why?
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game.
What's wrong with buckets?
If not addressed quickly and properly.
Are you
so much of the impact of the story
ableist?
is dependent on your
what would it be?
is
Racist,
and
ableist,
isn't a bucket.
sexist?
Please.
No, it would be buckist. Yo, is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing
Welcome
you
to the game
is a
show.
bucket.
Do you want to be
Enough,
a
right? This should tell us everything
bucket?
we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
How do you just have this stuff built in already? Do you realize the bucket didn't exist up?
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fuck, they knew I was gonna fuck around and find out. I want you to know
Item
about the next
2.
one is yes.
Is this a bucket?
Yep, it's gonna be no matter what I choose.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Could have fooled me.
Item 4. Is
I
this a
would like
bucket?
that bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Alright, bring me another one. Bring me the country-loving farm boy.
Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that's actually a 3D printed bucket in the shape of a
Correct.
bucket.
This is a bucket.
You don't even explain. Okay.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Probably.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What do you mean both? Is this a
Item...
bucket?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Is it?
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
I think...
Do any of us know what a bucket
It's
is?
just getting darker.
Am I a bucket?
It's a good thing.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
I know, that's...
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
No! What did I do to get to this point? I
What
forgot.
happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
Are you
And
sure
Stanley, you're still
about
here.
that?
You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is
I'm a bucket
wonderful
haver.
news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
More buckets,
and we'll
please.
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I have a feeling I know what that information is going to do to a person. But at the same time, I don't care. You know why?
All
Because
of his
there's
co-workers
buckets
were
somewhere.
gone. What could it mean?
I'm
Stanley decided
sorry.
to go to the meeting room.
Something
Perhaps
is
he had
clearly
sent
not
Mr.
right
Miller.
here. I've been playing this game long enough to realize,
Good
to
bucket.
know
A strong
that something's
bucket.
not
A
right.
humble
And
bucket.
you know how
A
I know
committed
something isn't right? Because I'm
A
about to
bucket
change
of
up the
culture
reality
and
of what's
distinction.
happening.
Stanley
Why?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Showing
not
you.
the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt
Two
the bucket
options.
calling to him,
One,
telling him that the
I'm going to answer the
employee
phone call
lounge
this time.
was simply
Two,
the
she's
place
going to be a
to
bucket.
be.
Three,
And here it
next time I go to
was,
the maintenance
that
room, get the
bucket
confusion
turned out to
ending
be
with the
correct.
bucket.
Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I didn't.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
I like going somewhere else.
Yeah,
It's
good,
my favorite
said
thing
the
to do.
bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Which is?
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
You sure about that? The bucket, maybe I'm thinking, but so am I.
In here.
Ergo, together we make
Go
one
into this
thinking
dark room
person.
over here.
Stanley once
I like
again
the idea of the
obeyed
bucket has more
blindly.
brain cells than me, and together we're fighting for the singular body. Hey!
Now pick up the phone.
Gotcha, bucket. What would I have to do without you, Bucket Coon? Why
This is the
filtered-
sad
Oh,
story
no,
of a
this is
man
actually
named
cute.
Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because
I've
I thought
done
he
this
was
before.
lonely and could use a friend. And then, very...
I've done this before. Then I know what I must. That lemonade
Already,
tastes a
this
little
was
bit different. I'm not
uncomfortable.
used to that. Maybe it's
And
the
Stanley
alcohol. I don't
decided
think it's
that
the
as soon as he
alcohol.
found a new space he felt safe in,
Either that or I gotta put more lemon in it. Otherwise, it's the
a
terrible
weathered
mixture of
companionship
less water.
that stands the test of time.
How about this? If
Stanley
you put
clutched
too
the
much
bucket
lemon in
tightly
it,
to
it
his
takes a
chest
while to dissolve.
and
Put not enough
opened the
lemon in
door
it, it
of
just
his
tastes like water with a hint of lemonade. But you find the right amount, and it tastes disgusting. Oh yeah, a large room, lots of boxes. Somewhere both red and blue. A private but smelly place for an important person.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, smelly.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I might have an idea, but at the same time, I feel like there's a better option. An important but smelly place. Which means I need to go back down because there's 2 more places, red and blue, I need to worry about, and I have a feeling I know exactly where they are. Should not be down there. That's a bad area. Fine. With my alcoholic ass, I need to figure out. Aha! With the power of elevator, I shall show you what I sing about. It ain't this. What? Who's the? It's Stanley himself. Stanley! Where's your bucket? I thought you only, I thought you came with your bucket. I love people who actually make accounts directly linked to the game itself. It's fascinating to me. I'm looking at you, Mason, with your Sergeant Harry Mason from Silent Hill. I thought I did too, but you did something. What did I do? Ugh, that lemonade is awful. Ugh. Maybe I need to drink straight water to get the alcohol out of my blood? How much alcohol do you think I need to drink in order to become 95%?
Manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
What percentage of water can I lose without dying? Is the real question.
But Stanley guessed the
I want to say
correct
12%. Because the alcohol by volume content at which that kills me is like 0.40. So,
logical explanation.
At least 5%. You might be right. But no, you might actually just be right. I've run out of drinks. That's actually kind of the problem. It's not that I'm trying to sober up, as I'm forced to. I have.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read.
Of course I'm right. I'm Stanley. Oh shit, you're right. Wait, no. If you were right, you'd be the bucket. Wait, there's an extra button on my mouse. Yo.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Have an idea.
And the bucket both.
Since I've done both the good and the bad on the bomb, I have an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab the bucket.
Someone was following Stanley.
We're gonna.
He was sure of it. If
to
he checked over
the
his shoulder now, he would surely. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better
confusion
man,
route.
A better co-worker.
If you were right, you would be
time,
making statements of the important bucket, wouldn't? Yeah, probably.
The bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Yes.
Was this better than the meeting room?
Absolutely.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Damn, that stupid purifier is actually purifying the lemons out of my water.
No, never mind.
That's crazy.
The bucket was wrong.
I need to fix that.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I don't have a problem. You have a bucketless problem. I wonder if I could just jump. No, I can't. You don't give me the freedom I need, game?
Oh,
if I did, I'd probably be in Portal 2 by now, or Minecraft,
I knew
which I'm pretty sure.
Find this place eventually.
We care about you, Stanley.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
My wife.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Is my bucket
We're
golden?
the ones
Yo,
that
it's
matter,
better than all
Stanley.
y'all.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I keep drinking like it's gonna get better. Hey, someone's actually driving that vehicle, and it ain't me. Oh.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to
Raw
next?
assets, map 2.
Need some silly music as well.
No. Bucket, make it stop. Please, there's gotta be a door that ends this music. Don't do this to me, I don't. Why is the world upside down?
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Is it?
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
No, because I didn't see them all.
Addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Which is? Anything but my bucket. I'll give my left nut during No Nut November. You can legally take my testicles for free, but not my bucket. You
Don't
even
get it,
touched my
Stanley?
balls.
We need to get rid of the bucket.
This bucket's gonna be
That's
the
why
next
I'm
thing filled
very
with your
proud to
blood.
introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Hell no!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
Shut up. No
True,
bucket.
it
No
also
bucket
was
destroyer.
not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Yes.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, I will disable your stupid machine.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can
I wonder
hear
if I
you
could
saying,
watch
how
the
does a
bucket be
character with
destroyed?
only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The
bucket.
broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
Never.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure
it's
Line or
actually
the Bucket
getting mad.
Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I didn't do anything. Bucket Destroyer time. We're now currently appraising its universal
Bucket
funeral,
Destroyer.
whether it's worthy of having a funeral
You
or
had so
not.
much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered
Damn.
now. Goodbye, new friend.
And
For
hello,
the moment in
old
time
friend.
that you were here, you were
Excuse me.
magnificent.
Sure about that? Alright, where can I go now? Oh. At one point... Alright, I think I'm going to give it the bucket next because I need to know what happens.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Until it tells me new DLC content
Stanley
with
clutched the
bucket, I don't care.
tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I
And here it
require
was.
the
But
ability
bucket
to
turned out be
put
correct.
the bucket...
Never mind.
Oh!
The bucket was wrong.
Okay, so what if I go to the red and
Stanley
blue
took the
room
door on his
without
left
the
to go
bucket?
back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead.
So now it's
to
just the
opposite
collectibles are there.
door.
We're still in Stanley Parable Dose. I have a feeling if I follow the achievements, it's going to be an ultra secret Super
Good, Stanley.
Ninja Turtles
I'm
ending.
glad you found your way.
And I'm going
I
to
knew
understand
you'd
the
find
secrets
this
of
place
Accounting Plus.
eventually. You
And
see,
only
your friends
Accounting
and I are
Plus.
concerned
No other
for
game.
Stanley.
Once that
We've
happens,
come together here
every
because
other
we
memory
care
erases
about
from
you
my
very
mind, and
much.
I'm stuck
It's this
as a
bucket
as
you're
a
carrying around
born-again
everywhere.
child.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Adventure
because
Line.
that's what
Fuck off.
fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Why?
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Hell yeah. For the fans, I
Look at that
guess.
wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
I'm
I
actually
played
getting a
some
little bit
silly
tired.
music
My
as
brain
well.
can, Oh no, not the music. Alright, speedrun this. Hit the music in my face.
Now
Thank
this
God.
is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content
It
exactly
shows the most
like
out
this.
of context
But if we want to
quote
do
possible.
that, you're going to
I
have
love
to give
it.
something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think
you know what's funny? One of these days, bucket is gonna be a slang for ass.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character.
When you play Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition from 2023 in 2028, where the slang bucket is probably going to mean ass, they can be like, yes, here's the ass destroyer, and I'm gonna see memes about it. Future memes. It's like the future Among Us memes.
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I'd actually like to insert the bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy.
Wow, you won't let me.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is
it's the I'm a meme from the future. You wouldn't understand me now.
How does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
I don't even think The Sims 2 is 10 personality traits.
I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I don't know why that kills me. He's in the middle of conversation. Something happens. Boom! It's in your face. Congrats. Hooray. Oh, God.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
You only had one chance of survival, and I ruined for you because I couldn't give up my only friend, the bucket.
Magnificent.
Ow. You didn't destroy Bucket? I couldn't destroy Bucket. Would not let. Bucket was undestroyable. Bucket is love. Bucket is life. Bucket's forever. It just every time I try to destroy the bucket, the bucket looked at me like, please, no, don't do it. I love you.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Future
We are
Happiness.
confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can
What?
you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Why is it coming from over here? Ba-ba-da-bam-bam-bam-bam. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is Bucket. Not Bucket. Meeting room. Also, Stanley's gone. So...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
the narrator's
he entered the door
gone.
on his left.
But he's back. What am I supposed to do about this? Alright. Red and blue. A large room. Lots of boxes. Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Lots of boxes. Where would that be? Losero le box. I don't know, actually.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
Did I?
Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour.
That is a tall
But
ceiling.
when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it.
You sure?
2845. Statistically, nearly, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons.
Statistically impossible, but yet
Stanley
incredibly
happened
possible.
to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
So someplace red and blue, which I assume is the doors, and lots of boxes. I don't remember a place with lots of boxes at all. As far as I'm concerned, they don't exist.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm gonna bite my fingernails off. I gotta stop doing that.
The lights rose
However,
on an enormous room packed with television.
I know what one of those
horrible
rooms
secret
means,
did this
red and
place
blue. But
hold?
where
Stanley thought to
is
himself. Did he have the strength
the room
to find
full
out?
of boxes? Or did it say blocks and I wasn't paying attention?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Fired. That's a number. 233, 234. What's up with 234?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
A 234.
That his emotions
and
had
frankly,
been manipulated to accept it blindly?
We're at the 6-hour mark. Do you know what that means?
No.
That means we're in the suffering
refused
zone.
to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
I'm gonna
His
blow
own
myself
life
up now.
in someone else's
Oh.
control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Probably.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes. Utterly blind? Absolutely.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and
We shall
commanded from this
destroy
very place.
ourselves.
And as the cold reality of his past began to
In
sink
such a
in,
way that not
Stanley
even man
decided
can
that this
recombine us.
machinery would never again
Next
exert it.
Probably. I want to know where the door is, and I definitely don't want to know where the box is. Room with all the boxes. Where would that be?
Blackness. And a rising chill of uncertainty.
I actually don't know.
Was it
It's
over?
one of those things you just kind of have to guess, and no matter what you guess, you're not right.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Let's
Freedom
go.
was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
I was free.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Not even a
Whatever
bucket.
life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Without his bucket, it's not really a life, is it?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation.
All right.
The immense possibility.
Boxes and blue and red.
This
Blue and
was
red, I know
exactly
exactly
the
what it
way.
is.
Right now,
I just have to remember how to
that
get there.
things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And that's all that mattered. That's all that mattered at all. Nice.
A soft wind
I'm
blew
sorry,
outside
room
and
with all the
perhaps rain
boxes?
started. And if it
I'm
did, it
kinda
stopped
there.
shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one
Okay.
day see whether.
Where did all these boxes come from? Yeah, this doesn't tell me anything because a room with all the boxes is apparently all of them. Nice. But why though?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
window?
He entered the
what
door
window? There's so many windows it doesn't matter.
This was not the correct
That's like
way to
saying
the meeting
you
room,
gotta find
and
the
Stanley
ant.
knew it
Which
perfectly
ant?
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
One word answers mean nothing to me, less than nothing.
Stanley took the
That's why I
first
ignore
open
them,
door on his
because they
left.
confuse me. With all the
Stanley was
boxes.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Sure, there was a
There's
buck
someone
involved, I
you've been
swear to God.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really
No buckets
do
allowed.
want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Red and
Let me
blue,
prove it.
yo.
Let me prove that I'm
Hey!
on your side.
Let's go. I knew I was right.
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Nice.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Cool.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
All the boxes.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know?
What are you gonna do?
badly
Stop me?
what's
You're
out
a
there?
narrator.
You wanna
I can go
find
back
out
to the
what
skip
lies
button
at
if
the
I
end of
want to
this
make you
road you've
suffer.
chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
I wonder
because
why.
you were
Maybe
never
you should be a better
supposed to
game
be here in the
designer.
first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because
Why?
this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely
It
nothing
depends
so
on the genre.
far.
If I'm playing Need for
Tell you
Speed,
what,
absolutely.
Let me
It'd
take
be
a
a little
stab
bit
in the
weird if I
dark
didn't
at a
know.
new design.
Skill
and you
trees?
can give me some feedback.
In an open world RPG
There
or
we
pretty
go.
much any
The
RPG, you
third
wouldn't.
option. This
You're,
already
yeah,
feels
skill
leaps
trees.
ahead
Just,
of where we were before.
please.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I love it no matter
Okay,
what door
I'm
I
going to
chose.
stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good?
No.
Think we can do that?
No.
Yes? One.
Now that I'm done with your conversation, boxes. Room with all the box. There's
All
no
of his
boxes
co-workers
here.
were gone. What
That's
could
a
it
problem.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But the boxes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You would think it would reset me to what I'd previously dealt with, but nah. A large room, lots of boxes. But I don't know. Bottom text. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There are no memo from management. One's clearly in the bathroom, it's showing you that. And one's in the void. Can you tell when you spotted one? That makes them float in the air. Who took these pictures of them? Follow clues provided by employee 416. 416. Red room. Sometimes you're kinda in specific timeline, like multiverse universe or something. Oh, nice. Good luck. Shit. So I'm currently in the universe where 416. I'm 417 ideas. I just not. Okay. Employee 421 building a breach. Some saw one in the cargo room. Training exercise. Lots of boxes. Saw one in the cargo room, which means. I'm gonna do two things. One, I'm gonna essentially die again.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And then I'm gonna go to the cargo room, because apparently there was one in there.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Bullshit. Unless it's Fudago era, which sounds like Fuda era. Big dick chick era. Which sounds like I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah.
Stanley,
but it doesn't seem real.
Into the
it feels like a future that was promised to me, but I never got because apparently I'm being lied to constantly. Kind of a shame, really. I love the TikTok eras of just 90s vibes, really. That sounded like Pop Rocks. I'm not gonna lie. I heard Pop Rocks.
Door that read Mind Control Facility.
I wonder where all the boxes are.
The lights
because the moment I left my office and I saw a bajillion boxes, I had a feeling.
Horrible secret did this place hold?
Lately, YouTube become more and more TikTok.
Did he have
you mean like with YouTube Shorts? Because the YouTube videos I watch are actual videos, and rather, like, some of them an hour and some minutes long. Thanks, Valve. The shorts I only watch if it's something that seems vaguely interesting, I guess.
Bore the number of an employee in the
but most of the time, it's always YouTube videos that I watch. I can't watch Twitch as much as I used to because my brain just be like, this is background noise to me. This is not actual entertainment. Which is kind of funny because that I chose to be a Twitch streamer. Ironic, really. But this is just the reality I deal with.
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Probably.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
Yes.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Which I'm willing to accept.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Well, playing games is more fun than watching Twitch all the time. Fair enough.
Sad, or content. Walking,
fair
eating,
goddamn
working,
enough.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Me playing Mario RPG
and as
on
the cold
smartphone.
reality of his past began to sink in.
Oh yeah, you can
Stanley
emulate things on your smartphone now. I tried that and I just couldn't figure it out simply because I think you have to download the ROM onto your smartphone and then play the game. I'd rather have this motherfucker where I can just bring it on the go, rather than using my phone. That way, if I need to make important calls, my phone isn't dead. Hooray!
Was it over?
No, it's never over. Also, how am I getting constantly cut on my finger with no actual sharp things near me?
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Don't care.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Don't care.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Don't care.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Pretty much.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
of my life,
what to do,
of my job, of computing scientism.
Whatever life he lives,
scientism feels like it would be in a cult
his.
of science.
And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Hooray! Let's get the fuck out of here, my guy.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
As he should be. Now bring on the boxes. Now, there's no oh my god, I don't actually get to choose what the fuck
Stanley
happens.
decided to go to the
it
meeting
just
room.
happens.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fine, room with all the boxes? We'll go to the room with all the boxes. Said something about it being in the cargo room, right?
Open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
It's like getting cut by cardboard. It makes no sense, but it's still there.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, with all the boxes.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hey! I didn't even know this was here! I'm actually really good at video games, if you haven't noticed.
And there it is.
Let's go.
The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Where's my achievement for it?
Doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
You know, when they said room with all the boxes, I genuinely thought all the actual boxes that pile up in the last session.
We can't have that. So,
turns out,
instead I'll just
nah,
say,
we're both
done.
wrong.
We're all done here.
Hell yeah.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay, but how if I'm actually stuck? Oh, event. Up. Okay, I'm just gonna fall then. Hell,
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Okay.
It seemed the office had begun.
Wait a minute.
That it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
Alright, I'm just gonna stop that for now.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
Yeah, I
did. What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
Honestly, that's probably the best life to live. Everything surprises you, everything's a shock. You actually get to live an exciting life, even if everything else is, even if it's mundane to the most normal people. Oh shit, you made me reload. Fuck. Alright, but what if I went back to the meeting room? Hell yeah! I got a meeting to attend to.
Stanley,
what the fuck? I'm sorry?
Put a pause on things. It's just,
no.
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
You actually gypped me.
Didn't it fill you
Get
to
me
the
out of here.
brim with inner richness?
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh no, not the Dark
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Fine.
Just one more time.
I do like... I genuinely can't tell. It's got to be its own separate scene. There's no bloody way it goes from looking like the beginning of a Dark Souls source filmmaker, from Portal to Dark Souls filmmaker to Firewatch. Something's up here. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna go to the bottom of those. Also, hello DL Miller. I can barely read your name because it's in red, and for some reason I can't physically read red. I'm a little scared about that idea. But that's OBS just defaulting you to red. Alright, I guess we gotta go downstairs to the Figlies. Yo, that's a nice Figly. Oh.
Here's where it all began. The
Hey,
first
no.
collectible.
Fuck, fine.
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right
You know what this
there on the
reminds
screen,
me of?
but
This
how could
reminds
we
me
know
of...
for certain?
What was that
We were so
spacefaring
innocent.
game?
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Where you had 20-some minutes to figure out what the hell happened to your solar system before it blows the hell up. Okay, fine. One of them was over
And
here,
here
realistically.
was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley.
I did that.
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Mundane. We have two options.
Okay, let's
the
do a
boss's
little
bathroom,
quiz.
which I do love.
Which of these
'cause
rooms was the room
it
you
smells
found your
like
mini
lavender.
stand?
Because let's be real, if you have your own personal bathroom, you're gonna want to make it smell like
the
not
boss's
shit.
bathroom was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well,
How
I
many
guess
times are
perhaps
you
I
gonna
shouldn't
change
be
the name, my
surprised.
dude?
Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together.
Now,
don't
please,
they?
Weeb,
You know what?
explain the
If
window
boss's
ending to me
bathroom
and what I need to
feels
do.
like the 3rd place you
Because
found
when
the
you say
collectible,
window,
then who am
I
to
don't
go
know what you're
making
talking about.
judgments?
Door?
Let's see. What came next?
Hey.
Oh, yes, we
what?
found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Pink room. How many times are they gonna reuse that rope? Jump out a window. It's like the start of the game. Gotcha. Now that's detail.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly.
Red and blue,
In
my
fact,
favorite colors.
because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh no.
Enjoy.
No. Oh. How you found it? Do not be a 2012 oh my god. Minecraft Let's Play. Guys, look at this game. Welcome to my Let's Play. It's a mini stand number 5. Welcome to my Let's Play of Minecraft. Today we're going to show you how to make a nether portal. Yay, 80s, 90s PowerPoint. This is such an early 2000s thing. I remember making these back in fucking high school. Sorry, back in middle school. And then watching YouTube Minecraft videos in high school. Everybody, the narrator, best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Only 8 minutes? I love it. To be fair, all you gotta do is drag and drop. Oh, come on! At least give me some real choice. Why do I hear bong? I don't like the bing bong.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine.
Oh, I
Right
physically
here in
cannot
the
fall off the
warehouse.
edge.
This memory is the most distinct and clear
You
in
would
my
actually
mind.
think I'd be able to
Perhaps
fall
because it
down,
was the
land
one
on
that
something
happened
like
more
that,
recently
hurt
than all
myself,
the
but not
others.
kill
Who
myself.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Freedom. I love the meta-ness of this game, I'm not gonna lie. You are in the present!
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
No, bring me back! You can't do this to me. I've worked so hard for this. You can't just take me...
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the
I like that I can just kind of fuck with it. Hey, yeah, let's fuck with the TV some more.
Enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Hell yeah. After I'm done with this TV. Look at that. I love the fact that infinite mirrors exist, which I've never been able to see the inside of. Which is kind of a funny paradox, because if you look inside of a mirror, you can never truly... If you put a mirror up to a mirror, you personally can never truly understand infinity. Because there's no way to make it a 0 degree in front of your faceness, if you know what I mean. You're just stuck with a potentially, seemingly infinite, but not truly infinite. It's all a lie.
And here's where I made that video.
That's why mirrors are nothing more than government spies, just like the... Ah!
Yes, I love that video.
Oh. Sorry, I've been drinking so much and I've been drinking enough lemonade that I kind of forgot.
The pink room,
reality?
Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Where did I find that one? Okay, I found one in the box room. Got it. The red and blue room. Got it.
These really were a
bathroom. Got it.
You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
Temptation?
Next one.
You know, I do really like me some temptation. But only if said temptation. Under the stairs. That's the one. Where? What stairs? Apparently there's no stairs. Alright, might as well go back then. Enjoy the solace of solitude?
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Same.
The past is
6,
truly
12,
a wonderful
18. Okay, so
thing.
yeah, someone is good at math.
Ever choose
Probably.
To leave it? Keep
This
going.
room's definitely different. What's going on? Oh yeah.
This is it. The very
the
first
weird...
one we found in the exhibit
I hate
where
this
I
room.
introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories.
What
Stanley.
does it remind me of?
Going. What else?
I can't remember the name. Outer Wilds. That's what it was. Outer Wilds, where you have 20-some minutes to figure out what in the absolute hell happened to your solar system before everyone just dies.
New content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
You're damn right.
In fact,
let's leave.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Are you?
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Me wanting to relive the 90s?
Oh, yes. The 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
A classic memory. Oh, fuck. Bring me to... Oh, not my office.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Alright, I guess I might as well just start typing stuff.
Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
What can you remember?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm remembering
Oh,
something
shit.
now.
We're gonna relive the game again.
Before this whole story got started. Back then, I was different.
What do you mean
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound
You're starting to make me run out of things to say.
And then
please,
somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy.
Wait, are you
and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But
are you telling me this is all dream theory?
I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
I don't think there's any other
I'll be stronger this time.
Oh yeah, this
I'll take
is so
care
meta.
Of myself.
Oh yeah, the jumping out the window ending. Forgot about that.
Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know,
mirrors are nothing more than government spies.
How about
no.
one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office.
God,
and, then
and that's when
I'll
I'm
retire
sober.
him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
Imagine
This
if I was
is
actually
the
hammered,
story of a man
like I
named
usually am on
Stanley.
my Saturdays. I'm gonna die of liver failure one day. Time to relive and go back to the meeting room, because no, do not close the door. I genuinely need to figure out what's up there.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Time to check out the government spies. Look at that. I love the fact that infinite mirrors exist, which I've never been able to see the inside of. Which is kind of a funny paradox,
Okay,
because
yes,
if you look inside of a
this
mirror,
spot
you
in
can
the
never
warehouse.
truly... If
I
you put a mirror
remember
up to a
this.
mirror,
I must
you
say,
personally
all
can
the
never
figurines we
truly
looked at in our
understand
initial
infinity.
tour of the memory zone,
Because there's
this
no way
one
to make
is
it
the
a
most distinct and clear in my mind.
0
Let's keep
degree
going, I want
in
more.
front of your faceness, if you know what I mean. You're just stuck with a potentially, seemingly infinite, but not truly infinite. It's all a lie.
And here's where I made that video.
That's
Don't
why
you remember the
mirrors
video
are
we
nothing more
watched?
than government spies. Look at that. It's just like, oh my god, they cut off. Window. Oh yeah, the window. Which windows, Stanley? There's so many of them, Stanley. Which window do I jump out of, Stanley? I feel like it should be this one. This would be the perfect window to jump out of. I can see it. I can do it. I can run up to it. It's acceptable. It's the only acceptable mirror I can find. Let me give the bucket. Throw it through the damn window.
A bucket so magnificent.
It doesn't
Stanley
work.
checked
It
his
doesn't
ego
bloody
and
work.
then
There's
proceeded
no...
onward.
You lied to me. You lied. There's no such thing as windows. These aren't windows. These are nothing more than celebrity camera folds up to a goddamn glass. Like, bleached assholes. It has to be a window where you can go out of because chair. What do you mean chair? These windows are nothing more than the bleached assholes of the Stanley Parable community. Where's that fucking chair? You're lying to me. I know you're lying to me. You're trolling. You're jesting me. Chair. I understand. But there's so many chairs. I'm confused. I'm lost. Scattered. I also don't remember this door being here. Wait! There was exactly one chair I could climb up. This one. Aha! Awaiting input, what? What is this? I'm sorry, why? What? Why did they give me an input? Why did that allow me to do anything? I'm a little concerned about that. What do you mean, YouTube? Jump out the window.
Gone. What could it mean? No matter.
Oh. That makes no bloody sense. Bruh, how in the fuck am I supposed to know that? That's such a, yeah. Oh, yo. Oh, fuck!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of
I
the
told
countless
you.
wars it witnessed,
I
desecrating
told
the
you,
land
me
and lives of
POS,
untold numbers of
piece of
innocent
shit.
humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein.
I told you I wasn't lying.
Of sadness
I
and
refuse
regret,
to believe it.
and
This
the
is a
many
fiction.
years it spent
This is
dwelling
a
on the
dream.
actions
This
it
doesn't
might have
exist.
taken
I'm not.
to curb
I'm
the
still asleep in
madness
my bed
and
at
the
9
decay.
a.m.,
If
10
only
a.m.
It had been stronger.
dreaming about
Of
playing
hope
Stanley
and
Parable.
redemption,
You're
and its
still lying to me.
crusade
You're just lying to me in my
uplift the
dream.
stock
This
of
isn't
life
real.
for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more.
I don't know
There
what
was
POS
so much
means
it
other
could
than
have
piece
done,
of shit.
perhaps,
Just cannot
the bucket
type.
wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you
I love that you
talking
can't
about?
actually see what you're saying in chat because it's white on white.
To this, the
There's
bucket
literally
furrowed
nothing.
its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me
Gambhorata.
in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
Sounds like Schmeagol.
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power.
Mighty beast,
its
you
fangs
say?
glistening like...
Uh-oh, I think I just died. Nope, sorry. I'm currently fighting the champions of... What the fuck?
You did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power.
This reminds me of the,
You've
what
demonstrated
was
such
it?
bravery
Elder
here
Scrolls
today.
Online.
Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket.
You're damn
nor
right.
the dark magic cast away inside of it.
This genuinely reminds me of the Elder Scrolls Online ad, where you just see one really overqualified guard beat the shit out of 3 adventurers and parry a fucking magic ability. But
All
now we
his
do it without the
co-workers
bucket.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
Aha!
co-workers.
Freedom. Without the evil entity.
At first,
And you know, all
Stanley
those endings have
assumed
a...
he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was
ending
part of
without
the
bucket.
game's
Yeah, this is
design all
the
along.
DLC is literally
He then
bucket.
praised the game
That's
for
it.
its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Make the
Why
DLC
don't we
comment more
take a
than
minute
double the
just to
content,
drink it
which
all
is
in?
honestly how math works.
Okay, I'm over
it's
it now.
doubled because
What
of
do
a
you think? Are you
singular
sick of this
item.
gag yet?
Are you sick of this gag? No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have
Double or
happened
nothing.
if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Yes.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the
Don't
other
care.
option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration?
Don't
Oh,
care.
and
I'll
this
do
is
it
rich.
forever.
Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option.
Does it continue?
Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going
It's
to
not
say
gonna
that no
stop.
one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
No. This is literally I don't know why. Every time my mind just goes back to Half-Life mod watching paint dry. I want to play it so badly. Just because it's just as meta. Maybe not just meta, but still pretty goddamn meta. And I'm going to sit here until this motherfucker comes back, plucks me out of this realm of nothingness, and says, alright, back to your seat. We're doing this again. I don't think we have that long. Restart. What do you think would happen if we quit and went back to the slider guy?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Which means we're going back in.
No, but Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Hold on, why did
he have to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
I genuinely have no idea at what point what endings I've gotten and what I've missed. At this point, I feel like I should probably stop.
He no longer had the ability to
I genuinely do not know what's coming up.
For sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
You're damn right.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Probably.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
Do it.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I love when it comes. You got at least most of them, if not all of them. Hell yeah! I don't know what this is such a meta game that it fucks with me internally. I have no idea. There's one thing less thing though. The slider ending. We're doing the slider ending. I didn't realize I was still in display capture. They hunger. We're gonna ignore that one for now. That's for later. Alright, it's only been... yeah, to be fair, I've been playing this game for as long as I've been streaming. So yeah, 6.5 hours. Sounds about right. Alright. Mr. Slider friend, can you show up real quick? I need to... What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Because I told him I'd come back to him, and I promised. Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. I know a thing or two. You and I don't know each other. We're like strangers, but we can get to know each other through time. So I've adjusted all this game settings to your exact specification, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job, and now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you, and you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm going to be totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling when I walked up to a clock and it wasn't the right time. You want to have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. Bullshit? You like playing alone, don't you? No. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that I need to adjust, but it may take a while before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. If you can find me, talk soon. What do you mean if you can find me? I feel like I'm missing something. Epilogue. New things. Can't lie to me, I discovered something new. Many, many years later. Oh yeah, epilogues after. Oh, this was the... Yeah, I know which ending this was. This was the skip button ending where Stanley just... Sorry. The narrator just kind of... disintegrated. What happened? Where's everyone? Why can't I see my friends? Why can't I hear my friends? Where did they go? Hey, a nice chair and a fire. Let's go. Nice. Oh fuck. We're in the wrong game now, Sonny. Dead man over there. Follow the chairs. It's over. I think this might actually be the last secret. The only thing left, really, is achievements. And some of them are just really goddamn obscure. It's definitely a game I'd have to come back to, but at the same time, by the time I come back, I'd forget so much about this, I'd have to restart. Oh no, it's the memory lane. It's a mirage. Yep, that's definitely a Half-Life power generator. And it's still running. We never ran out of fuel. That's mighty impressive. So what's in here that I could possibly need? Surprisingly working lights. To be fair, generator outside. Okay, understandable. Ooh. Is it the skip button? It's not the skip button. What is this? It looks like a Monopoly card. Cookie's blog review to the Stanley Parable. Cat dog born. Ooh. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expecting on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are these new endings? That was a new ending, though. What about the enjoyable bits of the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even the diversion gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting and a welcome reprieve from... From what? Oh no, you're gonna be continuation, aren't you? Oh, you actually posted the motherfuckers' websites, not the
Jim.
I like Jim. Developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. How? But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 was prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in a press release they published today, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. Jim is in B room, which I told you, B room.
Jim.
You mean in the Parabellum too? Get in the green. Sweet. Because people complain that you cannot give Stanley your name. Rip.
Jim.
I really hope that was an actual complaint.
Jim.
Like, what do you expect? Black and white too? Where every single time your character dies, there's a potential of them to say your name after data mining your computer.
Stanley.
What?
Stanley. Jim.
It is.
Jim. Stanley.
That's incredible. How up your own ass do you have to be to think your name has to be in this game? Do these people get mad at Legend of Zelda every single time their name is in Legend of What's-Your-Face? How many of these am I going to collect? There's more, isn't there? Fuck. Jim. Stanley. The doors. The doors are back. No, it's like a name you choose. Still. The fuck did they expect? At best, it would have been, oh no, our hero, and then it's your name over hero. Hello again. Hey, we found him. You knew when you went in B. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was satire. Hello again. It's nice to meet you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that's what the narrator's problem is. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make a mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we'll make Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for a game. Stanley Parable 3. Poison Love. Oh. Stanley versus Love. Stanley versus Love. Stanley versus Love. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, it will advance the number of Stanley sequels by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end, and nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need for that. Games as a service. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title each screen. What do you say? Should we forward this with the plan? I like it, but I want to see what you have to say. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. I'd actually like to see that. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Yo. Oh, you're taking notes from EA Sports? Yes, WWE 2023 Raw. Or my personal favorite, Y2K 2024? Genuinely shocked there hasn't been a Y2K game yet. Damn. Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix that. Alright, there it is. The achievement sheet is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We'll see it together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral into itself forever. We must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you? I'm ready. Great. There's only one thing left that we need to do. Please enter the current time. 4:57. Please adjust the slider until they're barely visible. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable 3. Hell yeah! Stanley versus Love. Ah, that hurts my elbow. Stanley Parable 2 for the achievement.
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
I forgot how to get to it. I'm not gonna lie. But we didn't have the bucket, so we're gonna leave it for now. Amazing. New content. Stanley Parable. Alright, let's see what Stanley Parable 3 has to offer us. Preferably more jump pads. If not, terrible game. I love how this thing just keeps getting faster. There's no real reason for it to do such a thing. It just does. Because it knows I'm impatient.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time
ever,
the Stanley Parable 2.
It should be 4. We're working with the sequel. That 4 should be colored red.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new
Fuck this game.
we'll
Fuck this
cover
sequel.
with a fully
I've been lied to.
sequel.
I was told to be
Entirely
working
new
with Stanley Parables
experience,
4,
built from the
a
ground up.
proper sequel to
Wildest
Stanley
of
Parables
possibilities.
3.
It could go in so
But what
many
do I
different
know?
directions.
I only know how to
This
game design.
is what fans
I
have
only
truly
learned from the
been
best.
asking
Gabe
for.
Newell.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Content bust,
But
let's
take a look
go.
at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting
I'm going for
concepts,
the achievement
that
and
surely
nothing
the
else.
game will sort of naturally spring
The
up
reassurance
around
bucket?
them. Here we
Don't
are.
care.
Go on. Try
The
out
bucket
some
has
of the new
reassured me that there's no
features.
real reason to keep going. No screenshots. Not what I wanted. There was something else though. But where? Where was it? Okay, the door's still here. Good. Epilogue? Don't care.
Epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
No.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Hold on, I need to go in here and see what's up. Oh! He doesn't tell me. Okay, so what if I just keep going down here?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons.
I like these
but I'm
balloons.
undecided on Get
Happy
Well
12th birthday,
Someday
Stephanie's.
and Happy 12th
Get Well
Birthday.
Someday.
Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well
Shit.
Someday it is.
Well, then what's the point? Why have an opinion?
Or actually...
Yo, easy
maybe I should
achievement,
have
let's
gone
go.
with- No. No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
My eyes hurt. I probably won't. I should probably get
Now,
in the stream
here's
soon.
something special.
I don't know
You
what else to
remember
do
that broken
other than
test
get this achievement.
that got
I'm
left in the
scared,
game on
but I'm
accident?
excited.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes.
Hell
You see,
yeah.
you'll come to this
Hell
lever, and when you do
yeah.
it, the achievement
Test
will be given.
description,
As you can
test
see,
achievement,
the machine is
description.
not
Replace
working yet
this.
since- What?
What other
Wait,
achievements are there
What in
again?
the holy hell is going on?
There's the 8-ball,
the
the
achievement.
settings in the slider, the speed run.
Why did the
Don't play with
machine
Stanley Parable
work?
for
Stanley,
10
I didn't
years.
fix it. I didn't
Play
do
and
anything
play
to
the
it, I
same for the
swear.
entire
It was
duration on
broken
Tuesday.
just a
You know what that
second
means?
ago.
That means we
Who
need to
fixed
stop
it?
right now.
Is someone here?
GG.
Are we
Let's
being watched?
go.
Oh, God.
Why do I keep accidentally doing these?
Composure.
Now go B.
Composure.
Go B.
Yes, as
Oh,
you can
right.
see, the machine is... What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
B. Exit. Alright, where's B? Alright, B,
Calling
B,
it the
B, B,
Stanley
B, B,
Parable
B, B,
2
B, B,
is
B
just
squared,
so
Sandpaper
much
Research
catchier
Bucket.
than Ultra
Or B,
Deluxe,
the button
don't
that
you
says the
think?
name of the player that is
Ultra
playing the
Deluxe.
game.
What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable
You were here,
2.
where's B?
Now that's
B
an
is
artistic statement right there.
I can hardly
It's
tell, actually.
future-oriented. It screams
here.
progress and innovation
Ah,
and
there it is.
long-term franchising potential.
He sounds like he's about to pass out when he says potential.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It's amazing. But how does it work? And why would I want this? Sell it on me. Fine, I'll press the button.
Jim.
Haha!
Sorry,
I guess I
should
truly am
clarify.
Jim.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Do I have
But
to
of
press it
course, in the
8
final game,
times?
this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on.
Hold on.
I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button.
Jim.
Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says
Automatic
somebody
Jim.
else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here.
No.
I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Alright.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name, the button says. But no.
Been you.
Instead, oh, I
Jim.
can't even think
Jim.
about it. I'm
Jim.
taking the Jim
Jim.
button away.
Jim. Jim.
What do you mean you're taking it away? No, hold on, we're not done yet.
Jim.
Fuck you.
Jim.
God damn it. Well, I thought it was exciting and new. Can't have nothing nice. But I guess this is what I get for being a beta tester. Why do I even bother?
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Sure about that? Let's go to the infinite hole again. I like that one. Infinite hole. It won't end. Are you sure about that? What's over here, though? No screenshots. Oh, it's where I came from. Got it. Infinite hole it is. I want to go see the puppies again. I wonder if the
Stanley,
puppies are
here's
so
an idea
excited
that
to
I'm
see me.
truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video game. You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
It just keeps
Now
going.
Then, since you've gotten to see
Just
the
keeps
infinite
going.
hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess
It's
we're
like
back in the hole now.
sort of Portal.
Did you really need to see it again?
Sort
I
of.
don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's
like some
exactly
sort of
what you're doing right now.
Wait a minute.
Forever.
Portal assets.
There really are
Portal
so
2.
many other
Portal 3 confirmed in
fascinating
Stanley
exhibits
Parable.
that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on
What
all
if I never
this,
hit the bottom and I
would
just
very
keep
much
constantly...
like to show you
Oh,
some
wait, no, we're
more
about
of
to hit the bottom.
How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
Yep, doesn't legally allow me to
well,
yet.
this is rather embarrassing,
Oh,
Stanley.
shame.
I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
Well, you didn't let
yes,
me
I know.
out.
I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who
Well, to be fair, if you
actually
tell me
wants
it's
to
infinite
fall
hole, I believe it's
forever?
an infinite hole.
The
I'll
hole is
gladly
plenty
fall
deep. It was
down until
more than deep enough,
infinity
in my
ends.
opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Well, maybe I am. What of it?
Things got a little heated there. I think
Color
we
me
both said
surprised. I
something
like
we didn't
holes.
mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
No.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Damn right.
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yes.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do.
How hard
here.
is
If
it to
you
make an
decide
infinite
you've had
hole
enough
in
of the hole,
a
you can hit
Half-Life
the
game?
teleport button
All you gotta
and
do
come
is just
join me
keep
up
going
above.
down until, quite literally, the game straight up says, well, 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 we're actually at our limit.
Had
Jim,
enough?
Jim, Jim.
I'm
Jim's
positive
going down the
you've read-
hole.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes.
I'm getting mighty
I'm starting
hungry.
to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
That's a little disappointing.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
What do you mean marketing?
Stanley,
What do you mean
I have
accountability?
No explanation
Who
for
are
the
we
uncertain
accounting?
nature of the hole's length.
Color me surprised. I like
Let's try
holes.
something.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
No, we gotta watch a clip now, because I said so. Color me surprised. I like holes.
Why don't we just put all this behind us?
It's so color me surprised. It's
I like
so stupid. Why am I
there
like?
it is.
Hey, the hole got
How is this
shorter.
still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this
Listen,
depth,
no
I just
man
can't
in the
see you
world.
scratching the itch.
You know what?
Oh,
I'm done with this
who am I
joke.
to
We're
judge?
not continuing this
You
joke.
just
I'm
do
waiting until we
whatever
go
it
back
is
to
you want
LSD
do.
Dream
Hit the
Emulator.
teleport button when you're ready
There's
to
not enough
move on.
LSD in the world, is there? But there's too many dreams. Every time there's a child born, there's a new dream. Oh, the button doesn't work. Shit.
Is the teleport button not working?
Why does it taste like vinegar?
You sure?
I think
Well,
my
I mean,
lemonade's spoiling.
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I like this hole. I don't know why. It's fun.
Still nothing?
Yep, we're
Well,
fucked.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
Which is?
I'm out. Goodbye,
Bye.
Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
I'm
You
almost
get be
curious
with
to
the
see if I can
hole,
get
I
the
get to
fast,
do literally
the skip
anything
button
else.
ending with a bucket.
Take care, Stanley.
Almost
I hope
curious.
you and the
Not
hole
that curious.
have a wonderful
Mostly because I
rest
don't
of
actually remember how to get there. Well, Goodbye, narrator. It's been nice knowing you. I'm gonna sit in my hole and enjoy my cup of new mug. Sorry, I haven't eaten in a while, so my stomach is a bit rumbly. Any McDonald's nearby? I asked McDonald's after shitting on it and Little Caesars a few hours ago. I still will. It's too expensive for what it's supposed to be, but I'm still going to buy it because it's way too convenient. However, if I want cheap, I go to Sonic. Because discounts. Now, if only Coca-Cola still had crack cocaine in their drinks, maybe the world would have been a much more peaceful place. Maybe we would have had more Detroits. Maybe there would have been more drug problems. Who knows? I like changing perspective. Oh. Bam. Wild. He almost looks like Tom Holland with more of a man's face. Wow! This looks like the main menu of a game. This looks like, I don't know, Jacob's Ladder. Bam! Oh! Changing my perception. That's just music. What? Alright, show animals though. The EDM song of this age, of the century. That's kind of it. I love how you can see the ocean of hell. To the puppies. But beyond the puppies, what's else? Okay, it's a beach. The beach is pretty cool, I guess. Egypt's pretty cool, I guess. Get out of here. Microbes are... I'm not gonna lie, I hate microbes. Fuck them. Back to the puppies. Alright, who made the music selection? Every time I hit change perspective, it feels like I'm walking to the middle of, what was that analog horror channel? Fuck. Oh, changed myself. Nice. Whoever they were, they probably on LSD. I'm on my head. I like my head. I like to give head. That is a big head. That's a problem. Not enough head. What the fuck? What am I looking? I hate it. We're leading. That's B. That's me right there. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Isaac Clarke. I actually hate it. Probably the most. But the puppies.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Wait, why'd you come back? I was enjoying myself.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Fuck your
this
dreamland.
hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss
This is me being told to wait, so I sit in a chair and I just start daydreaming out my ass.
And wake you up.
No real reason to exist. I go into the little box in the back of my brain, I just think, yep, I'll sit here until it's time to leave.
And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
What does toodle pip even mean? Even in British. I need to ask my girl that. She knows what toodle pip means, probably. Fair. Oh, well, I guess I toodle pipped then. You know what? I don't think any Stanley Parable is ever going to outperform the first. I genuinely believe this is peak perfection. I think you just toodle-pipped yourself. Toodle-pip, cheerio, my friend. No more cereal for you. Now die in the war. Just like... I forgot who was the Prime Minister of Great Britain during World War II. I know he was he wore a top hat, wore a dinner jacket, and chain smoked out his ass. Like, the man, every time he was done with the cigar, he would just pop in another one. Out of order. Understandable. Churchill. That's what it was. Goddamn Churchill. Now I need to remember why I wanted to remember Churchill. God damn it. We're going back to the infinite hole. We're not done yet. My stomach's actually rumbling. I might need to stop soon. How long has it been since I've eaten? 9 hours? Awesome. I really do love this game. It's a lot of fun. But I probably should finish it up and stop for the day. Just so I can eat some food and not starve like a poor child. Bro, why are you not eating? Because I forget to eat. When I'm having fun, the last thing... I don't know if it's like an autism thing or an ADHD thing. I thought Americans eating burger all day. I wish. I'd be a fat fuck if that were the case. But I have to exercise more and eat less because my metabolism is slowing down and I'm becoming an old man.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yo, what's this? There's something in here. I kind of want a bag like that, but that would be worthless to me. I wish I could make a burger, but unfortunately the beef patties you get at the store are very greasy. So whenever you actually cook them, they turn your house into a fucking smokehouse. I'm fat and I still don't eat burgers all day. I wish I could eat burgers all day. When I was younger, I could eat nothing but burgers all day, every day, and not get fat. My metabolism was stupid high.
So, Stanley,
now that I've gotten older, I can't do such a thing, and I'm a little sad about this.
Yes, I know.
One of these days I'll give up and turn myself into a lard
features will come together as
of
one
my own
single
volition.
Coherent video
you mean
game,
you can get fat because of different reasons? I mean, you can't get fat because of different reasons. I mean, yeah, my alcoholism gets me puts on more weight than anything.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not
medication.
it coheres
Really?
into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god. Yo, is that a collectible? 1, 2, 3. I don't see 3.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right?
It's
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on.
I like how they put everything... Hey, yo, there's more.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Nice. That looks even worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
My alcoholism was what puts on more weight than anything. That's why I exercise. Plus, my job makes me exercise anyway because I have to lift a bunch of shit out of a 60-foot hole.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
There's Mewtwo under the structures in there.
Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. Like with respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work?
Maybe.
I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Let's go.
Perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I don't think I wanna. I'm actually... Oh no. Stanley vs. Lub, the third game? Bye, I guess? Well, I hope you enjoyed. I'm actually gonna stop here and go grab some food. I am... really hungry. God, I wish I could eat burgers. But I'm stuck with burritos, spaghetti, and what was it? Chicken breast? God, that car is nice. Easy boop boop. Eat food. I will. So I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you're all safe. And I'll see y'all later. I'll be back Saturday Mountain Time next week. So I will see you all later. Y'all take care, y'all be safe, and I'll see y'all then. Bye! God, I want that car.